Now, today, we're going to see what if 6-year-old Harry Potter was abused and raised by Arcturus Black. Join my Patreon for early access and adult 18+ Harry Potter stories. Please subscribe this channel because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Little 6-year-old Harry Potter was in his cupboard under the stairs crying. He hated it here at the Dursleys. They punished him for the smallest things. He never got enough to eat, and they called him names. They even hit him on occasion. Never hard enough to actually hurt him, but enough to give him pause. He was being punished now because he had once again gotten better grades than his fat cousin Dudley. This happened all last year too, in their first year of primary school. Harry had learned the alphabet before Dudley and had been praised by the teachers for it. He had been put in his cupboard for hours with no dinner when he brought the letter home. It followed that pattern all year. Harry never stopped though. He made sure that he got good grades and made his teachers proud. He felt a sense of pride when they did, like he was worth something to someone. To himself, he won't bow to them. The Dursleys. He was tenacious like that. They aren't worth it. Stupid Dursleys. He was going to do well in school even if it meant that he had to spend the rest of his childhood in this stupid cupboard. But oh, how he wished someone would come and take him from this horrible place. He desperately wished for someone to love him. He was so lonely. He never had anyone hold him or tell him they loved him. He had to listen to Aunt Petunia tell Dudley every day that she loved him and that she hated Harry. He listened to her coddle Dudley and ignore him. He watched Uncle Vernon spend money on Dudley and then decry spending anything on Harry. Even food money was too much for that fat man. So he cried, and as he cried, he wished. "I wish someone would please come and love me," he said to the air. He said it over and over again and again. He prayed to whoever would listen to his pleas. He didn't know if there was a God, but he wanted there to be one. One that would grant his wish and take him away from here. He just wanted to be away from the Dursleys. He hated them. His prayers didn't go unnoticed. Up in the heavens, a goddess heard his wish and thought, this could be fun. This was a goddess of chaos. She was a minor goddess of little importance. Not many people had heard of her. Eris was her name. She looked to the future and saw what chaos could be, experienced if she did one little thing. So she sent this wish to a man in a prison and a plan. That man was curled up in his dog form and trying to keep warm in the dank cell he was currently housed in. Right now he was dreaming of being free. The goddess sent those words to the man and healed him at the same time. All the years of mental and physical ailments were gone. He was still slim, but not starving. His mind was clear, and he was thinking correctly for the first time in 5 years. "I wish someone would please come and love me." The man heard the little boy's voice in his head. He knew right away that it was Harry's voice. How he knew was instinctive. He had to get to his godson. He got up and looked around the cell to find a way to escape. The window was too high up and too narrow. There was only one other way out of the room, and that was the door. The bars were just wide enough that his skinny dog frame could barely squeeze through them. He pushed his way through with a lot of effort. There was a moment when his chest stuck that he thought he might not get through, but he released his breath, and it collapsed his chest, and he squeezed out. He was free. He sneaked down the corridor and stayed to the walls. The Dementors didn't care that there was a dog running around the prison. They only cared about the humans and their emotions. Their sole reason for being was to make humans miserable. Dogs didn't even register to them. The human guards might care if there was a canine there, though, so he stuck to the shadows. It was difficult, and he almost got caught twice and had to backtrack 3 times. Still, he made good time and was at the water's edge of the island in no time. It was bitter cold on the shore. The wind was biting into him down to his bones. He knew the water was going to be colder, but he was determined to get to Harry. "I'm coming, Harry," he thought to the gods, and jumped from the lowest cliff into the water and started swimming. He was correct. It was freezing in the water, but the action of swimming helped. His dog form was much better at swimming the currents than his human form, but it was still rough going. He was fighting the tide and struggling to make it to the shore, which was miles away. Sometimes he just drifted, letting the current carry him closer. Other times he swam for all he was worth. Soon enough, he made it. Exhausted, he climbed to the sandy beach and collapsed. A couple, watching the sunset, came by and saw him. He was resting there, barely breathing, looking like a victim of a boating accident. His long black coat was matted, and he had some scrapes from the rocks on the shoreline. They took pity on him and took him home and nursed him back to health. "Come on, boy, eat something," the woman said, holding some ham to his mouth. There was a bowl of water near her knees. He was lying on a bed of towels in a warm kitchen. A fire was going nearby, and there was the smell of stew cooking on the stove. All in all, it was a nice scene to wake up to. He remembered similar scenes at the Potters when he got hurt fighting the Death Eaters, and it made him sad for a moment. Then he remembered why he was there. Sirius Black, for that is who the man was, had enough wits about him to know that he needed to eat, so he nibbled on the meat. Then he sat slowly up and drank from the bowl of water, trying not to spill it on the clean floor. Lily hated it when he did that, so he tried not to. "Good boy," the man said, petting the dog. He rubbed him down with a towel and combed out the tangles in his fur. Sirius was getting warmer and stronger by the moment. He would have to remember to do something nice for them when he got back on his feet. He wasn't sure what, maybe pay off their mortgage anonymously or something. But he would do something nice. They nursed him for 3 days, until Sirius could stand on his own. Then in the middle of the night, Sirius disappeared. The couple was sad, but figured he went home. Sirius moved like he knew where he was going. He knew that he had to get to Petunia's. She had Harry, he was sure of it. She was the only one who Harry would want to be rescued from. So, he moved north, swiftly away from London, dumping trash cans over to get the food out of them, and drinking from puddles as he went. It wasn't until 4 days of wandering that he realized that he didn't know what Petunia's married name was. He also didn't know where she lived, only that it was outside of London. He had no idea how to find out either. He knew her given name, but she had been married for years and hadn't gone by Evan since high school. He knew her fat husband's name was Vernon, but that didn't help him either. He couldn't look up Petunia and Vernon in the phone book. He sat depressed for all of 10 minutes. Then he turned and headed to the only place he could go, his grandfather's. Arcturus Black III was upset. His grandson had escaped from prison, and while he was proud of the fact that the boy had done something no one else ever had, did it have to be that? Why couldn't it be for clearing his name? Arcturus knew Sirius was innocent. He would never have betrayed the Potters. The boy would no more cut off his manhood than betray the Potters, let alone his godson. He'd be dead, as it was the poor boy had been in that prison for 5 years now. His mind might not be right. The Dementors were not known for playing nice. He only hoped Sirius was smart enough to stay in his dog form. Yes, he knew about that too. He lamented about all the lost time spent on trying to get those clowns in charge to give the boy a trial, but they had their heads so far stuck up each other's arses that they wouldn't do it. Malfoy, that popinjay, was the bane of his existence. He was the man keeping his godson in prison, under the false belief that his son would inherit the Black title. No matter what Arcturus said about the matter, the man still believed that if Sirius died in Azkaban, Draco Malfoy would inherit the Black title. Fool! At this point in time, Arcturus was unwilling to give money to get Sirius out. He didn't think it would work, for one, and he didn't want to deprive his heirs of their inheritance, for another. He was pragmatic like that. He was sitting at his desk trying to figure out how to find his wayward grandson when, suddenly, there was a warning from the wards. Someone had breached the perimeter. He got up and palmed his wand. He moved to go and see who it was on the map. It showed who was on the property at all times. It was the same concept that Sirius had based his Marauder's map off of. The boy didn't think that Arcturus knew about it, but he did. He learned about that particular piece of magic in Sirius' last year of school when the boys lost it. Pettigrew had a big mouth and was complaining about it quite loudly in Diagon Alley. He had been shopping that day and overheard them talking about it. He had been so proud that Sirius had stolen the spell work from him. It was quite cunning of him. The map showed that Sirius was coming up the pathway in the back of the property. He was coming at a fast pace, so he must be in his dog form. The elderly man went to greet his grandson via the back door, moving through the house at a slower speed than the younger man. Arcturus made it to the kitchen about the same time as Sirius did. He opened the door to greet the man and stood there until Sirius turned into a human. "What are you doing here?" the old man asked, pointing his wand at the younger man. He wasn't sure how much of Sirius' mind was there. He didn't want to take the chance that he was deranged. "I need your help, grandfather," Sirius said, desperation in his tone. He looked good for someone who had been in Azkaban for 5 years. Arcturus expected him to be sicklier. Sure, he was skinny, but he looked like he was healthy. "I need to find Harry, but I don't know how." "He's with Petunia," he added as if that explained everything. "Who is Petunia?" Arcturus asked, not knowing that name. He thought Harry Potter was being raised by someone Dumbledore picked out. "Lily's sister," was the answer. "He's with the Muggles?" came the response to that. "Yes," Sirius said, spitting on the ground as if he despised the thought. "Get in here," the old man demanded, opening the door wider to let his grandson in the house. "I don't know how, but we'll find the boy. There is no way I am leaving my heir in the hands of Muggles." It wasn't that he hated Muggles, per se, but he felt that wizarding children were better served being raised by wizarding parents, or at the very least having a wizarding primary school. However, no one would hear of it. 11 is early enough, they all said. "Arseholes. I thought I was your heir," Sirius said as he followed his grandfather to the study. "He was when he went to prison. Maybe that had changed. You were, until you did something stupid like get caught and thrown in prison for a crime you didn't commit. Leaving me to deal with that arsehole Malfoy," Arcturus stated, going to his desk and pulling out a book from his spell-locked drawer. Only his magical signature would open it. When he died, only the head of the house would be able to open it. They would bear the ring. "Oh," was all Sirius could say to that. His grandfather was correct. Damn Pettigrew. He was going to kill that bastard. "Yes, I know you're innocent," the old man said as he thumbed through the book. He was looking for a locator spell that didn't need anything from the recipient. It would be tricky, but there had to be something. It would probably border on dark, but he was a black, so he cared little about that. "How?" Sirius asked, tilting his head a bit. He thought everyone thought he was guilty. "Why didn't you try to get me out?" he asked, wondering why if the man thought he was innocent did he leave him there. "Don't be a fool. Anyone with an ounce of sense knows you would never reveal the Potters. You were like family to them. Besides, you were the boy's godfather. I am sure you took the vows," Arcturus said, looking at him for confirmation. When Sirius nodded, he continued, "Which means you wouldn't be alive if you did betray them," he finished. "And you didn't get me out because?" Sirius asked again. "I tried, but that bastard Malfoy kept paying the government off. I didn't want to outbid him until there was nothing left in the vault," the old man explained. He sat up triumphantly. He finally came across the spell he was looking for. It was borderline dark, but it didn't require a human sacrifice, so there was that. "I'll need some of your blood," he said, looking at the other man. "What? What for?" Sirius said, not wanting to willingly give up his blood for any reason. There were just too many things that one's blood could be used for, and many of them are mind-controlling. He had enough things trying to take over his mind these last 5 years. "Thank you very much." "To find Harry Potter," Arcturus said, pointing to the spell in the book. "It requires the blood of a relative. You are the closest thing," he said, reading the reference. "You're his godfather. It should work. Magic should hear that call." He read the spell and saw that he had all the necessary ingredients in the ritual room, which was good because he didn't feel like brewing right now. He would if he had to, but he was getting up in years and old age didn't make for a confident brewer. Sirius would have had to, and he was a lousy brewer. Sirius slumped in his chair. For Harry, he would spill his blood. He trusted his grandfather to a point, and in this he would have to. "Fine," he said, resignation in his tone. "Don't worry, it's not like I'm going to bleed you dry. I only need a few drops. 7, to be exact," the old man said, gathering up the book and heading to the ritual room. It was in the library in a secret room that only the family knew about. Oh, Malfoy thought he knew where all the rooms were in this house, but he didn't know the half of it. It burned him that that pompous man thought his son was the next Lord Black. Well, he had another thing coming. There was no way in Hades that Arcturus was going to let that Death Eater become the head of his family, especially after all the grief he had given him over Sirius. Once he got the boy's name cleared, then he was going to nail that man's coffin to the ground. They just had to figure out how to clear Sirius' name, or get him out of the country and get him a fair trial somewhere non-biased. Australia sounded right. Maybe the States. Each had their faults, but they didn't pander to the purebloods. "I already agreed," Sirius said, getting up and following. He had been to the ritual room twice now. Once when he became heir, and once when he was 13 and needed to be cleansed from something his mom had done to him. His grandfather had not been pleased. Walburga had been punished most severely for that. That didn't stop her from being a bitch of a mother, though. They made it to the circular room, and to the middle, where stood a dais. It was around 4 feet tall and 6 feet long by 4 feet wide. It was rectangular in shape and had a curvy edge to it. There was a spike in the middle for blood sacrifices. Around the edge of the top was a groove to catch the blood and drain it in a cup on the left side of the platform. The Blacks were a dark family from long back. They would not be using this part of the dais today. Arcturus went to the far wall and grabbed some thick parchment, ink, and quill, and then went to the platform and stood on the right side. He spread the parchment out and held it down with some stones that he picked up from the base of the dais. Putting a stone on each corner, he drew a diagram that was depicted in the book. It was intricate and had many geometric shapes that intertwined. There were some constellations as well, and some runes that needed to be placed just right. Once he was done, he blew on the ink to make it dry faster. Then he put the quill and the ink pot back in the cupboard where he had retrieved them. He then went to the potions cabinet and grabbed a few potions and herbs to do what he needed to enhance the parchment. He went back to the dais and waved Sirius, who had stood silently watching him, to join him. He poured the potions on the empty part of the platform, and then placed the parchment on top of the potion, and then sprinkled the herbs on top of that. Then he chanted a spell to seal the whole thing. It glowed a bright green for a flash of a second, and then settled down. He then had Sirius cut his hand and dropped 7 drops of blood on the parchment's top center. There was a bright yellow flash, and then nothing. The blood spread, and a map started forming. The writing was in blue for some reason, and it was in block letters like it was being typed. Not that the two wizards would know that. The lines were thin and thick depending on the size of the road they were depicting. It was of London and its surrounding areas. It took around 5 minutes to complete, and as it grew, so did the men's impatience. And then there was a glowing white dot. Right above the dot were the words, Harry James Potter. Found him, Arcturus said, pointing to the dot. I can see that, Sirius said, ready to run from the room and retrieve his godson. Stop, his grandfather said, grabbing his prison shirt. We need a plan. I need to get him now, the dogman said, trying to free himself from the tight grip. You can't just go and get him dressed like that, you fool. At least get cleaned up, Arcturus said, moving them to the door. Yeah, I can do that. Do you have any of my clothes? Sirius asked, finally stopping fighting him. He moved on his own violation. He extracted his shirt from his grandfather's grip and walked on his own. Yes, let me think of a plan while you shower, he said, going towards his study. Come and find me when you are clean, he added, patting the younger man on the shoulder. We'll do this right, he said, not above using dark magic to get the boy free from abusive relatives. Well, he didn't know they were abusive, but there had to be a reason that Sirius was worried. I will, Sirius said, going to where he knew his old clothes would be if there were any. He found some there and pulled out some pants, shirt, and trousers. There were socks and shoes to be had as well. The shoes looked kind of tight, but a spell would loosen them up just right. He gathered these all up and prepared to freshen up for the first time in 5 years. I'll think of something, Arcturus said, tapping his finger on his chin in thought. Go clean up, then you can eat. We'll have your godson out by this evening. I swear it, he added, solemnly. I'll keep you to your word, Sirius said, closing the door to the bathroom. He was looking forward to not looking like an escaped convict. His grandfather was right. He didn't want to scare his godson. It would be best if he was presentable. I promise, the old man said to the door. He went to the study to plan. It was what he did best, rescuing Harry. Sirius came out of the shower clean as a whistle, feeling better than he had in ages. Sure, he had been made healthy by powers unknown, but now he was clean. There was nothing like a magical shower to make one feel refreshed. It exfoliated your skin and got to places that a normal shower never touched. It was like 1,000 tiny bubbles scrubbing you clean. You felt like you were clean everywhere, and it was exhilarating. Magic, a wonderful thing. He missed it sorely. The prison only threw water at them once a month in an effort to clean the stench off them. They had a magic bucket as a toilet and no water in the cells. It was a nightmare for hygiene. Not to mention, there was nothing to quench your thirst when you were dying from the lack of water. You only got a ration of a glass a day, which was enough to survive on, but not enough to satisfy the body's needs. His teeth were next to be cleaned, and that was done with a magic toothbrush that scrubbed 5 years of grunge off his teeth. The plaque and buildup were horrendous. There were no toothbrushes in prison, and they could care less if your teeth fell out. You weren't meant to survive the experience anyway. The whitening paste brightened his smile with just a simple brushing. He would need to want to straighten and fix his teeth, but at least he wouldn't scare people with his yellow smile anymore. He would look to see if his grandfather had a spare one around the house. Not just for his teeth, but it was just common sense. He would need one for everyday things. And to defend himself and Harry. His hair was next. He used a comb to straighten it for a good detangling and then cut it with some magical scissors, which only cut in straight lines. Then he used an elixir to put his natural wave back into it. Soon enough, he was back to his handsome self. His facial hair was easy to do with a straight blade razor. One swipe and magic gave him his goatee. "Damn, but I am good looking," he said to the mirror, looking at himself from all different angles. He always thought of himself as a handsome bloke. The lady seemed to think so too. Well, he was too skinny now, but he'd bulk up again in good time. "You sure are," the mirror agreed, then added. "You could use newer clothes, though." "Oh, who asked you?" Sirius mumbled as he exited the bathroom. He made his way to the study where his grandfather had some supper ready for him. "So, what's the plan?" he asked without preamble as he started eating the pheasant dressed with stuffing that was on the tray waiting near a vacant chair. There was a glass of butterbeer accompanying it. "No wine?" he asked, a bit disappointed. "No, no alcohol for you until you're healthier," his grandfather chastised. "Besides, you need a clear head for tonight. Here's the plan. We're going to take one of the vehicles that I have and pretend that it has broken down in front of the house. We'll ask to use the telephone and gain entrance inside," Arcturus said, going over what he had thought of so far. "You'll be my dog, and we'll find young Harry. We will rescue him. At the same time, we will evaluate the wards around the house," he said, laying out the simple plan. "Why do you have a car?" Sirius wanted to know. "I thought you hated muggles." As far as he knew, his grandfather didn't even know what a telephone was. He was having to suspend all his beliefs about the old man. "You know what a telephone is?" he asked, his tone one of wonder and disbelief. "I need to get around the muggle world now, and then there is money to be made there. It is an older version of these vehicles, but it gets me to where I need to go," the old man said, waving it away. "Never you mind all that. Creature will be our driver. He is a madman on the road, but the magic on the car will see us safe," he explained, not worried one bit. "The elf would be glamored to appear like a human. Of course, I know what a telephone is. I'm not daft. I would be a fool not to keep up on what the muggles are doing. How would I navigate that world if I didn't know what was in it?" He answered that question. "Creature, don't you have any other house elves?" "I don't trust that one," Sirius asked, finishing off his meal with some gusto. He had been eating out of bins for a week now. He let the subject of his grandfather navigating the muggle world go for now. It would be something that might come up later. It would prove useful. Hopefully. At least he wouldn't have to hold the old man's hand to steer him around. The only reason Sirius knew about the muggles was Lily. That and his many forays to picking up the ladies. The muggles had great pubs and nightclubs. That and their alcohol was great too. "I suppose we could use Tilly, but she's worse on the road than Creature," Arcturus said, waving it away. One house elf was the same as another to him. It didn't matter either way. Though, like he said, Tilly was a horrible driver. "Why do we need to use a house elf? I am a rich man. I never would drive, even if I knew how," the old man stated, like it was a given. "Oh," Sirius said. Then he thought of something. "There's one little thing I need you to do for me," he said before he forgot. "What's that?" his grandfather asked warily. "A couple took care of me when I washed up on the shore after I escaped that awful prison. I'd like to do something for them. Could you pay off their mortgage or something?" he asked, giving his grandfather the address of the nice people. "They deserve something nice for tending to a dog they didn't need to. I was a mess, and I would not have survived if they hadn't taken care of me. I'll see what I can do," the old man said, jotting it down and making a note. He would put money in their account anonymously, with a note that it was for tending the dog. They would never know who it was from, just why it was there. Blacks always paid their debts. It was a life debt after all, and magic would know it. Well, let's get this show on the road, Sirius said, throwing his napkin on his plate and watching both disappear. House elves were very attentive in this house. He didn't know how many his grandfather had, but there were enough that Harry would want for nothing. That's if they didn't scare the poor kid. No time like the present, Arcturus agreed, standing as fast as his old bones would let him. He was pretty spry for an old man, but he still creaked and popped when standing. They moved to the garage that was set off the house a good 10 feet. In the garage was a 1950 Bentley, along with a few other classic cars. The one they were using was a classic four-door sedan with midnight blue paint. It shone with little use and looked like it had just stepped off the assembly line. Nice, Sirius said with a whistle. He could appreciate a good car, though he preferred a good motorbike. He did wonder what happened to his Triumph. Last he saw it, Hagrid had it. He'd have to get it back. It might be needed. He wasn't sure what for, but yeah, only the best for the Blacks, Arcturus said, going to the back of the car and getting in. Tilly, he called as he settled on the luxurious seat. Master is calling Tilly? The elf said as she popped in. Oh, I is being driving? She asked excitedly. She did love to drive. She was getting better at it. In her opinion, yes, the old man said, handing her the map. We're going here. He pointed to the glowing dot where Harry was. Yes, master, the elf said, changing into her glamored female human form. She shot up to around 5.5 feet tall with brown hair and eyes. Her hair was pulled back in a bun, and she had sunglasses on. She looked like a professional driver, complete with a driver's cap and old-fashioned uniform. She looked at the map with deep concentration and noted where they were going. She used magic inherent to house elves to get her bearings and got into the driver's seat. I hope this works, Sirius said, changing into Padfoot and hopping into the car. He curled up on the floorboard and waited. He didn't want to see what passed as house elf driving. He was going to stay safe here on the floor. Tilly was an awful driver, and the magic of the car saved them from many near collisions. They hopped curves and jumped sidewalks. The car would shrink or elongate as it was needed. They narrowly missed pedestrians and sideswiped trash cans. It was a harrowing experience for Sirius, who kept his paws over his eyes the whole time, but felt the whole thing as he was thrown around the floorboard. But Arcturus took it in stride, sitting ramrod straight and swaying back and forth with the turns and swerves. Soon enough, they were pulling in front of 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. It was a 2-story house that was nestled in a community that had houses on either side that looked exactly like it. It was darkish out, being it was just after supper time. The streetlights were just coming on, and twilight was fading into darkness. How droll, Arcturus said, getting out of the car, a shaky Padfoot at his side. They walked up the pathway and knocked on the door. Tilly waited by the car, looking professional. Petunia answered the door, wiping her hands on her apron. Yes, she asked, unsure as to why this distinguished gentleman would be knocking on her door. She looked at the dog with a wrinkle of her nose. She disliked dogs. Not even Marge's dogs were okay in her books. My vehicle has broken down. Might I use your telephone? Arcturus asked, using his best upper-crust tone. He had his gloved hands on his cane that was tilted just so. Yes, of course, she said, moving aside to let him in. Vernon, we have guests, she said, raising her voice into the house. What? Came the answering reply, as a grunt was heard. A lumbering man came from the kitchen in a hurried waddle. Vernon Dursley came up to Arcturus with his meaty hand extended. Vernon Dursley, be welcome in my home, he said in his best salesman voice. He was always looking for the next business opportunity. This man looked to be of money. Pleasure, the old man said, making a shooing motion to Padfoot, who started sniffing around. Don't mind Snuffles. He likes to explore new territory, he explained. He's very protective of me, he said, smiling his best smile, which was conspiratorial, like there was always someone out to get him. Of course, a gentleman like yourself can't be too careful, Vernon said, laughing uproariously at the non-joke. Vernon, Petunia said, nudging him in the ribs. It wasn't that funny, besides the dog was getting hair all over her carpet. Padfoot stopped at the cupboard under the stairs and started barking loudly. He started scratching at the door as if to open it with his paws. He continued barking and scratching until Arcturus came and put a hand on his neck. "What is it, boy?" Arcturus asked, coming to his dog. "Is there something there?" he asked innocently. He placed his hand on the door latch and stopped when the Dursleys shouted. "No," they both said, holding out their hands to stop him. "Are you afraid of what I will find?" he asked, thumbing the latch. He pulled the door open and peered inside. There in the light of a single dim light bulb was a small child. "Harry Potter." "Come out, child," the old man said, holding on a pad food scruff to keep him from jumping and licking the boy. "Will he bite me?" Harry asked, fearfully looking at the giant dog. It looked like it could swallow him whole. "No, he loves children," Arcturus said, patting the rump with his free hand. "Come out," he ordered again. "Okay, mister," Harry said, crawling out of the cupboard. He could have walked out, he was small enough, but he was scared of the dog. He scurried around the dog, stood and went to stand away from everyone. He kept his back to the wall and moved to the very end of the hallway. He had no idea what was going on. He looked like a lost waif with his too big t-shirt and his scruffy hair. He was scratched and bruised from the scuffle he had gotten into with Dudley that evening. He had once again shown the boy up at school. Dudley had taken it badly. "Why do you have a child in the boot cupboard?" Arcturus asked the adults, looking at them with disdain. "He's our nephew," Petunia said, looking at Harry with the same look. "He's evil," she said, like that explained everything. "An evil child? Well, that explains it all. I'll tell you what, I'll take this evil child off your hands," the old man said, jovially as if that were the most normal thing in the world. "I love evil children. They make life interesting," he said, releasing Padfoot, who went to guard Harry. Harry flattened himself against the wall, not sure what to make of what was happening. Padfoot sat in front of him, not moving to scare him in any way. He was facing the Dursleys. "How much will you pay for him?" the greedy Vernon asked, a glint in his eyes. If he could get rid of the brat and make money off him at the same time while they could move, that would show those freaks. "Nothing. I'll be doing you a favor, taking an evil person from your home. Besides, the authorities would love to hear about the child's living arrangements, I'm sure," Arcturus stated, bending over and peering into the cupboard once more and noting the cot and clothing littered in there. "Yes, I'm sure they would very much like to hear about that," he stated once again. Padfoot growled when Vernon went to grab Harry away from him. He showed his rows of very sharp teeth and very large jawline. His eyes even glowed a bit. He took a step forward and made a snap at the man. "Now see here," the fat man said, moving his hand back from the vicious dog. "You can't just come into our home and take our nephew." He wasn't going to take his chances with the dog, though. "Yes, I can," Arcturus said, taking out his wand and said, "Confundo." The two adults' faces went blank. They just stood there and did nothing. Their minds were blank. "You will let us leave without incident. You will forget us and the fact that we were here. And if anyone asks, Harry simply disappeared to who knows where," he said, moving towards the door. Padfoot hustled Harry along behind the old man by grabbing his sleeve with his mouth. "Come, child. We will not hurt you," Arcturus said, keeping his wand on the Dursleys. They wouldn't break the Confundus charm, but he didn't want to take the chance. "Mummy, I want more cake," came the voice of a child from the kitchen. "Come on," Arcturus said, picking up Harry and leaving the house. Padfoot ran to the car and jumped in. The old man followed as fast as he could while carrying Harry. Tilly jumped in the driver's seat and started the car. "Did you just kidnap me?" Harry asked, not sure if this was a good thing or not. On one hand, no Dursleys. On the other hand, he had no clue who this person was. "No, I just rescued you," was the rebuttal from the old man. Did that dog just nod in agreement? "Oh, I thank you, I guess," the little boy said, looking at the old man from under his bangs. "You will thank me later," Arcturus said, putting his wand away. "Take us home, Tilly." He wrapped his cane on the back of the driver's seat. "Yes, master," the elf said, putting the car into drive and gunning the gas. "Shite," came the swear word from Harry's mouth as the car took off. He feared for his very life. He closed his eyes so he didn't have to see the carnage he was sure was going to happen, only to open them when he didn't hear any crashes. "How?" he asked, astonished as he watched the car miss a trash can and elongate into a narrow alley. "Magic," was the answer. "There's no such thing as magic," Harry said, looking on in wide-eyed wonder. Things just jumped out of the way, and the car got really small or long as it needed to. It had to be a trick of the lights, right? I'll explain more when we get home, the old man said, patting the dog on the head. Until then, just enjoy the ride, he added with a chuckle. Right, enjoy, Harry said with a great deal of doubt. If that weren't bad enough, suddenly the dog turned into a man. Harry, I know you're scared, but did you make a wish a week ago? The dogman asked as gently as he could. He stayed on the floorboard, away from the boy so as not to scare him. Arcturus was by one door, while Harry was by the other. There was quite a gap between them. Yes, the timid boy said. Remembering that night, he cried himself to sleep. He thought his prayer had gone unanswered. I heard your wish and came for you. I am your godfather, Sirius said, putting his hand out to be taken. My name is Sirius Black. The escaped convict? Harry asked, more scared than before. That was more real to him than magic. He had heard the words from the telly and knew what they meant because of Aunt Petunia. She threatened to give him to the man if he was bad. He pressed closer to the door, wondering if it would hurt if he opened it while the car was moving. I am innocent, the man said with a sigh. I promise on the graves of your parents, I never did anything they accused me of, he added, putting up his hands in a swearing motion. I loved your dad like he was my brother, he said, tears running down his face. You knew my parents? The innocent child asked, forgetting the man was supposed to be dangerous. I am your godfather, the dogman reminded him. All right, Harry said, blushing a bit at forgetting that part. We'll explain more when we get to the house, Arcturus said, seeing they were almost there. We need to get Harry settled in, and then we can make some plans. Harry, are you hungry? He asked, thinking the boy was too small for his age. He looked to be 4 and not 6. Just then the boy's tummy grumbled, answering that question. Harry blushed again. We'll get you fed and then to bed. Everything else can wait until morning, Sirius said, once more holding out his hand to be shaken. I am very pleased to see you again, he said, wanting to reconnect with the boy. Thank you for coming for me, Harry said, taking the hand and tentatively shaking it. Then he turned and held out his hand to Arcturus and shook his too. You were brilliant, he told the old man. The Dursleys are mean people, he stated. They will never bother you again, the old man said, giving the boy a grin. I examined the wards while we were there. They are blood wards, and they can be transferred to you with the correct ritual. All we have to do is blood adopt Harry into the family, he said to Sirius, thinking on how to do that. They were based on the mother's sacrifice, but the proper procedure would switch them over to Sirius. Magic would hear the call and see the need. At least he hoped so. It was a fickle bitch at times, but she did love children. When did you find time to do that? Sirius asked, going over all the time they spent at that house. He couldn't think of any free moments. When you were kicking up a fuss at the cupboard, the grandfather said with a smirk. It is a simple spell, if you know what to do, he added, waving it away. Dumbledore is monitoring them, so we must be quick on transferring them, he stated, going over what they would need. His well-stocked ritual room would have most of the components, and Nocturne Alley would have the rest. You want to adopt me? The small boy asked, on his tone. Nobody ever wanted him. Not that he remembered anyway. He was sure his parents did when they were alive, but he didn't remember them. With all my heart, Sirius said, sincerely. You are my world, he added, looking the boy in the eyes to show that he was being truthful. Thank you, Harry said, tears in his eyes. It was as if his prayers were answered. He felt free for the first time ever. Don't worry, Harry. You're safe now, Arcturus said, leaning forward and placing his hand on the boy's knee. With that gesture, the dam broke, and Harry started crying. Sirius moved and gathered him in his arms. The three of them stayed silent the rest of the ride home. Only the sound of Harry's tears could be heard. He tried to keep them in, but it was hard after years of repression. The two adults just let him cry. Sirius knew better than Arcturus that Harry needed to let it out. His childhood was very similar to Harry's, hence his need to rescue his godson. He would do anything for Harry to not go through what he did and grow up the bitter man hiding behind the fool. Arcturus has connections. After a long and cathartic ride, they made it to the house unscathed and were soon ensconced in the kitchen, eating more of the pheasant and stuffing that Sirius had had earlier. Harry had never had pheasant before and was enjoying the meal. He hadn't had to cook it, so that was a bonus in his books. Soon enough, his tummy was full, and he was pleasantly tired. His eyes were heavy, and his head was a bit fuzzy. Not just from the food, but from the crying earlier too. "Why did you come for me?" he asked, glad that they did, but unsure where to go from here. He was trying to stay awake so he could hear the answer, but he was only 6 and it was late. And it had been an emotional evening with lots of surprises and changes. "You wish to be cared for, right?" Sirius asked, like that was what was important. He leaned forward a bit to look into Harry's eyes. He could see the boy was sleepy. He wanted to wrap him up and bundle him in a bed and keep him there until he was healthy. "Yes," Harry said cautiously. He had wished for it in the past, and no one had listened. He had told his teacher last year that the Dursleys were mean, but since they didn't hit him, she didn't think it was bad enough to intervene. She said he needed to man up and be a good boy. He didn't like her much after that. "I heard your wish while I was sleeping. I think magic made me here, or a god, I'm not sure. Anyway, I heard it and knew I had to get to you, so I broke out of prison and came as soon as I could," Sirius said, pushing his plate away and picking up his bottle of butterbeer. "It was a rough week, but I came. I didn't remember your aunt's last name, so I came to see grandfather. We used magic to find you," he said, pointing to his grandfather and back to himself. "But why?" was the question. He just didn't understand why the man, who was a complete stranger, came for him. "You were the only thing that kept me sane in that hellhole prison, I mean. I promised your parents that you would be loved," the dogman explained. "I thought you were being well taken care of. You were supposed to be with people that loved you. I knew the man who took you away, and I thought you were with other people, not Petunia. When I heard your wish, I knew you weren't with the Longbottoms or anyone else that was supposed to take you, and that you were with your aunt, so I had to rectify that," was the answer. "Besides, I was innocent and tired of waiting for my trial," he added nonchalantly. All of this was true. "Oh," the boy said, confused. He didn't understand any of what the man was saying. Who were the Longbottoms, or the man who took him away? Then his eyes grew wide as dessert appeared on the table. It was bread and butter pudding with ice cream that Harry had loved to make, but had never tried before. The Dursleys were right bastards. They never let him have pudding. He took a huge helping and was surprised at how good it tasted. He closed his eyes in pleasure at the sweet taste. He was so going to eat, afters from now on. He just hoped he didn't get fat like Dudley. He was sure that he wouldn't, but he'd have to be careful. He remembered his aunt talking about too many sweets making one fat. He always wondered why she let Dudley eat so many. They ate for a few minutes, polishing off the dessert quickly enough. Harry let out a jaw-cracking yawn and slumped a bit in his chair. He did that boneless posture that only children could pull off. "Let's get you cleaned up and into bed," Sirius said, thinking they might have some old clothes in the house for the child. They hadn't thought to grab any of the child's things. This house had seen 2 children raised, though, not to mention the gaggle of cousins, grandchildren, and so on, so there was bound to be something laying around. "I don't have any night clothes," Harry said, pointing that out. His eyes opened wide as he realized that everything he owned was gone. Not that he owned much, but there were some things that he would miss. They were little things and replaceable, but still, there was the little soldier that he had rescued from the bin, and the crayons that one teacher had given him, and a blanket that he had had for as long as he could remember. It was torn and all but threadbare, but it was his. "Tibbers," Arcturus called to the air, thinking the same thing as Sirius. "In pulpit on Eve. Master is calling, Tibbers," it said, looking around the room to see what needed to be done. "Do we have any clothes to fit Harry here?" he asked, pointing to the child. The elf looked at the awestruck boy. He measured him critically with his eye and nodded. "Tibbers can be adjusting some for him," he said, and snapped his fingers and clothes appeared on a chair next to Harry. Harry jumped startled at seeing the magic. He looked at the old-fashioned clothing. It was a long nightshirt, a robe, and some slippers. He picked the nightshirt up and saw that it was a bit too long for him. And as he was holding it to himself, the elf snapped his fingers again, and it began to shrink. Harry dropped it in shock. Sirius laughed and stood. He moved around the table and picked up the nightshirt and held it up to Harry. "There now, it should fit," he said, holding it to the boy's front. It did fit, and Harry looked at the house elf in astonishment. Harry leaned to the side to get next to his godfather's ear and whispered, "What is he?" pointing to Tibbers. He had never seen the like, not even on the telly. That is Tibbers, a house elf, Sirius said, nodding in the elf's direction. They are servants to wizards. He really didn't want to get into the whole slave/symbiont debate tonight. He had heard it from Lily and other Muggleborn and a few half-bloods. He really didn't want to get into it with a 6-year-old. The Muggles were raised to look down on any form of slavery, even if it was a symbiont type. Oh, Harry said, not sure if that was the whole story, but he let it go for now. He let out a huge yawn and put his hand over his mouth to cover it up. Sorry, he said, in a sheepish manner. His aunt would have smacked him if he had done that in her face. He looked sideways at the dogman to see his reaction and was happy to see the man just smile at him in an indulging manner. Let's find you a room, Arcturus said, getting up with creaking bones. He would need to take his potions tonight. He had been far more active than he usually was. He made his way to the stairs and was glad that they were self-moving. He had spelled them that way when his knees had started bothering him. Well, more like when they started giving out on him halfway up the stairs. He wasn't that lazy. He was over 80 years old, sue him. Getting lazy in your old age? Sirius teased him as they rode up the stairs. Not that he minded. He liked the moving stairs, that and Harry looked dead on his feet. Harry just marveled at the moving stairs. He had been on some like them at the mall, but never like this in a private home. He was glad he didn't have to walk up all these steps. They looked like they had gone up for miles. Shut it, you young fool, Arcturus snapped at him. He really didn't like his age pointed out to him. He knew he wasn't long for this world, and he still had much to accomplish. He was feeling much better now that Sirius had given him a purpose. Spreer. Focused. Sorry, grandfather, Sirius said sincerely. He had been teasing, but he could see that he had hit a nerve. He really wanted to stay on the man's good side as well. Forget it, Arcturus said, waving it away. He knew he was just being touchy. Sirius was just being serious. Grandfather, Harry said, tentatively, not sure how to address the man. Is this your house? He asked. It was either the old man's or Sirius. He hoped it was the latter, but he doubted it. Sirius seemed to defer to his grandfather. Yes, was the answer. Will I be living here? The boy asked, hoping that to be true at least. It was a really big house, and he could get used to being here, as long as he didn't have to clean the whole thing. Then again, they had house elves, which Sirius said were servants, so maybe he only had to clean a little bit. For the time being, Arcturus said, still going over plans. They had to either free Sirius or hide him. He was still working on that. There were a couple of ways they could go about it. He was leaning towards one way more than the other. Oh, okay, Harry said, clutching the nightshirt, robe, and slippers in his arms. He was holding onto them like a lifeline. They were the only things he owned right now. If they were his, they might just be letting him borrow them. He wondered if there were any pants. They made it to the second floor where the bedrooms were and hustled Harry to one that was unoccupied. It was a simple room done in tones of blue with a bed, a wardrobe, and a desk. Harry thought it was grand. It was loads better than the cupboard. They got him dressed and cleaned up and tucked in. Harry luxuriated in the feel of having semi-new clothes that didn't feel like Dudley had worn to rags first. Aunt Petunia only ever gave him stuff that was fit for the bin. She said he didn't deserve anything better. Serious? Harry said as he climbed into bed, hoping they could get at least his blanket from his aunt's house. Yeah, there's a blanket at my aunt's, he said, trailing off. Tilly, Sirius called, and when the house elf appeared, he continued, Harry had a blanket in the cupboard under the stairs in the house we were at earlier. Can you retrieve it? Yes, Master Sirius, Tilly said, popping away. She reappeared a moment later with a blanket that was faded blue and had a few faded golden snitches on it. It was in sad shape and needed cleaning desperately. Tilly will's be cleaning this and bringing it back when she is done, she said and popped away. Thanks, Sirius, Harry said, just happy the blanket was here and not with his aunt. Did you want a story? Sirius asked, not sure if that was what you were supposed to do with children, but he had heard about it from kids in school. His mom and dad never told him or read any stories, that was for sure. However, he was going to do this right. Sure? Harry said, warily. He knew that Aunt Petunia told Dudley stories before bed, and sometimes he could hear her voice down the stairs. When he was smaller, he would pretend she was reading to him too. Now he knew better. When she found out he was listening, she started closing Dudley's door. So Sirius sat on the bed and told him about a time that he, Mooney, Wormtail, and Prongs, who was Harry's father, had gotten into trouble with the mean transfiguration teacher in the castle in the mountains. They were creating mischief and were sneaking through the castle, trying to get to their secret lair and not be snatched up by the teacher. They were all in their secret animal forms, bar Mooney, and were hiding from the greasy git that was trying to catch them. Harry was asleep before they even got caught, which was the end of the story. Tilly popped back in and put the now clean and mended blanket on in his arms. It looked refreshed, but not quite new. There was only so much magic could do. Harry cuddled it like a teddy bear. A soft sigh escaped his lips when he felt the blanket in his arms. Arcturus had stood aside and listened to the story and was astonished that Sirius was so gentle with the boy. He really shouldn't have been. His childhood had been harsh. Then again, Sirius was always good with Regulus when they were children. "Come, he's asleep," he said, quietly when Harry started a soft snore. The child was rubbing his face on the blanket like he was remembering something nice. There was a content smile on his face. So his dreams must be pleasant. Sirius leaned over and kissed Harry's forehead, near his scar. He frowned at that scar and then moved off the bed. The two men rode down the stairs, one grateful for the ease of it. The other just thought it was funny. "We have to do something about the Dursleys," Sirius said, flopping down in a chair without care once they reached the study. "Sit in my chairs." "Don't flop," Arcturus said, rapping him on the head as he passed him. "I know," he said, going to his desk and procuring some parchment and ink. "I feel the same," he added. He wrote a quick note and then dusted it with some powder. He then went to the window and whistled. An owl soon appeared. The old man attached the note and sent the owl on its way. "What was that?" Sirius asked, knowing it was a letter, but not to who. "A note to an acquaintance," was the short answer. "Oh?" Sirius asked with an inquiring tone. "They will be here shortly," Arcturus said, knowing this person lived a short distance away. "Do I have to hide?" Sirius asked. He was a wanted criminal after all. "Probably for the best," the old man said after a moment's thought. They sat and drank some fire whiskey provided to them by the house elves for around 5 minutes. Sirius just sipped his. He really didn't need alcohol. He was still recovering from Azkaban. Each man was caught up in their own thoughts. Sirius was thinking about what he had observed in Harry and how he had failed as a godfather. He was wallowing. He knew that, and he was trying to snap out of it. He had done enough of that in Azkaban. He needed to get his head in the game. He was thinking more clearly than he had in years, and he needed to grasp his inner Slytherin and get Harry and himself out of Britain, or his name cleared. He just didn't know how to do either. Yet, there were plans to be made and things to get done. He needed information and money. First and foremost, he needed to protect Harry. Arcturus was thinking along the same lines, but without wallowing. He was also thinking about how to politically manipulate Malfoy out of the line of succession. Not that the man was really in there to begin with, but if Lucius was devious enough, he could pull it off. He had the political clout and the money. However, he would set a precedent for something many didn't want to happen. It would be an uphill battle for the man, and Arcturus was going to make it difficult for him every step of the way. "I have a question," Sirius said out of the blue. "Why haven't you booted Narcissa and Bella out of the family?" It had been something that bugged him all night. Then there'd be nobody left. "If I took them out, then I'd have to kick you out too. Only us old fogies would be left, and the family name would die out." "As it was, I was thinking of reinstating Andromeda," Arcturus said, rubbing his chin in frustration. "The only reason I haven't yet is because of the political backlash." He was poised to do just that when Sirius escaped Azkaban. It might be something he would do the next Wisingamot meeting, if only to see Lucius' face when he did. "I'd do that as soon as possible. Fuck the backlash. We're blacks. We don't kowtow to anyone. Malfoy can bugger off for all we care," Sirius said, guessing correctly who his grandfather was cautious of. "He has the ear of the minister," the old man warned. "Then have the ear of the prime minister," Sirius said, with a great deal of cheek. That gave Arcturus pause. Why hadn't he thought of that? It was so simple. He knew the prime minister. They had met during one of the business parties that Arcturus had attended in the Muggle world. All he had to do was go and see the man and plead his case. There was no love lost between the MOM and the PM. It would be so easy, and it would cost him nothing. He would talk to the man coming tonight. Just then the wards let Arcturus know that someone was on the property. Hide, he told Sirius, who promptly turned into Padfoot, a burly man who looked very much like a black with black wavy hair and gray eyes, was escorted in by Tibers and sat in the chair that Sirius had been sitting in. "What do you want, old man?" he asked, picking up the glass that Sirius had been sipping out of and downing the contents. "There are some muggles I need reported to the police. They are child abusers, and I have removed the child, but they need to pay for their crimes," Arcturus stated, wrinkling his nose at the fact that the man had just drank Sirius fire whiskey. Good thing alcohol was a disinfectant. "You removed the child?" the man asked, raising an eyebrow. That was out of character for the old man. "Yes, I've relocated him to a safe place," the old man answered. Padfoot woofed, drawing attention to himself. "When did you get a dog?" the man asked, looking at the massive mutt. He looked like a grim and like he could take off an arm with little difficulty. "I need the extra protection," Arcturus said, patting his thigh, making Padfoot come to him. Padfoot trotted over and sat next to his grandfather and looked for all the world like a good and obedient dog. "Right," the man said skeptically. "Who is the mark?" he asked, taking out a notebook and biro. This was the first time Arcturus actually involved the law in his request. Usually, it was shadier, under-the-table dealings with businessmen who weren't complying with their contracts. Not quite mafia, but close. The Blacks weren't a family you wanted to piss off, muggle or magical. Vernon and Petunia Dudley at 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, he said, giving him all the information he had. "They have a small child. Be mindful of that," he warned. "Tell the authorities to pay attention to the cupboard under the stairs. That is where they stashed the boy," he added, looking at a picture on the wall to distract himself for a moment. "I'll get right on it," the man said, looking around the room like there would be something else to capture his attention. He hated child abusers and wanted to calm himself down. There was a nice painting of a beach scene. He looked at it for a moment and breathed. "Hold off for a day or two. I have something I need to do first," the old man instructed, making the man's attention focus back on him. "I can do that. I'll make some inquiries," the man said, tapping his pen on the notebook. It wasn't the strangest request, and if they didn't report the boy missing, that would make it worse for them. He went to put his notebook away and got ready to leave. "I need another favor," Arcturus said, holding up his hand to forestall the man's departure. "What?" was the impatient reply. It was late and he had dinner waiting. "Can you make an appointment for me with the Prime Minister?" was the request, making the other man's eyebrows raise. "Of bloody course, you know the PM," the man grumbled, making a note in his book. "Do I use your name?" he asked, wanting to make sure it would be above the table. "Yes," Arcturus said with a nod. "I'll make it tomorrow and send you an owl when it is," the man said, putting the notebook away. "I'll make sure your pay is on your account when all is said and done," Arcturus stated, waving the man to depart. "Make sure that you do, old man," the man said, getting up and leaving. They made sure the ward said he was gone before Padfoot became serious. He stood and stretched and sat back in his chair. "Who was that?" the young man asked, looking around the room as if to make sure they were alone again. "Your cousin Marius' son," Arcturus stated, looking at the doorway where the man had left. "His name is Marcus," he added, nodding to the empty doorway. "I knew Marius after he was booted from the family. We kept in touch. He's one of the reasons I know the Muggle world so well. He died not long ago, but his children do favors for me. Well, they get paid, but they do these things for family," he explained, picking up his glass and finishing off his fire whiskey. "He'll make sure the Dursleys get what's coming to them," he finished. "Good," Sirius said, getting a new glass. "When did you want to do the adoption?" he asked, wanting to get those wards transferred over. "I wanted to talk to you about that. How would you like to be a Potter?" Arcturus asked, looking at the younger man. "You mean use Harry to adopt me into the Potter family?" "Why?" he asked, confused. "To hide your magical signature, of course. You'd no longer be Sirius Black, and we can hide you in plain sight," the old man explained. "Oh," was all Sirius said as he sipped his drink. He contemplated that for a while. That might work. That, and he could be a long-lost cousin of Harry's, more in line to take custody of him. Would we still need to do the blood adoption on Harry? No, we can change the wards over without it. All we need is for you two to share bloodlines. Arcturus said, rubbing his chin in thought. That might be for the best. There are things that Harry might need to stay himself for later down the line, like his inheritance. You, on the other hand, are not in line to inherit, therefore don't need to remain yourself. Good point, Sirius said, taking more sips of his drink and thinking about the ramifications of what they were planning. Okay, I'll do it, he finally said. Of course you will. That was never up for debate, Arcturus stated, giving him a glare. Sirius just rolled his eyes at the old man. Would be Sirius. I know that Doria and Charles Potter are not James' parents according to JKR, but for this FIC they are. The next morning, Harry woke up toasty warm and in a soft bed. It took him a moment to realize that he was not in his cupboard under the stairs. He then remembered being rescued by the two men, one that could turn into a dog. The other was an old man that could do magic. Well, they both could do magic, that was. He cuddled his blanket as a reminder as to what magic can do. It looked cleaner than he had ever seen it, and it smelled wonderful. That was a bit mind-blowing. Magic. He had been told all his short life that magic wasn't real and that he was a freak for believing in it. Now he felt vindicated. He knew that those weird things that happened around him were magic. He had told his aunt and uncle that they were, but he had been punished for it. Stupid Dursleys. They always called him a freak, and now he knew why. They knew too, and were trying to keep it from him. He'd show them and be the best wizard he could be. He looked around the sparse room in amazement. It was a simple room, but to him it looked like a room of luxury. The shades of blue soothed his nerves and calmed his pounding heart. It made him feel at home, and he relaxed back into the pillows. He didn't know what to do with himself. Was he to cook the morning meal? Or were those house elves supposed to do that? He didn't know. He got out of the bed and was searching for his clothes, and jumped 3 feet in the air when one of the elves popped in. "Oh, Master Harry is up," it said, then looked chagrined. "I is being sorry." Tiberius did not mean to scare Master Harry, Tiberius said, putting the bundle of clothing he had been carrying on the bed and bowing to the young child. "No, that's all right," Harry said, quickly, waving his hands in the air. He didn't want the elf to feel bad. "I'm just jumpy," he added, giggling nervously. "Are those for me?" he asked, pointing to the clothes. "Yes," the elf said, taking the shirt from the top. "We is being getting you some new pants, but everything else is being from Master Orion when he was a boy," Tiberius explained. They were a bit old-fashioned. Not that Harry was complaining, but he had never seen clothes like this outside of his history book. "This is being okay?" the elf asked. "I guess," Harry said, shucking his nightshirt off and donning the shirt. He was glad they got new pants. He didn't like wearing other people's underwear. Aunt Petunia made him wear Dudley's. He usually binned them as soon as he got the chance. He would go commando before he wore old pants. It was one of the many arguments they had. "Tiberius will be showing you the ways to breakfast," the elf said, holding out the trousers. "Thanks," Harry said sincerely. "I'd get lost if you didn't," he added, taking the trousers and putting his leg in the right hole. It was a rather large house. For stories, if he remembered correctly. And there were only 2 men living here. He never understood that. Why only 1 or 2 people lived in such big houses? Oh well, maybe he'd get it when he was older. Soon enough, he was dressed and ready for breakfast. Tiberius had to help him with some of the fastenings. They were foreign to him. Too many buttons, clasps, and snaps. What was wrong with a good, old-fashioned zipper? Or Velcro, for that matter. They went down the moving staircase to where the kitchens were. Sirius was sitting sipping some coffee. Arcturus was reading a section of the newspaper. There was a goblin pictured on the front who was waving his fist at someone behind the camera. There were words that Harry could not make out, but the goblin, well, he thought it was a goblin, didn't look happy. "You have coffee?" Harry asked, ignoring the paper for now and smelling the brew. "Uncle Vernon never allowed it to be in the house," he said, sitting in the chair he had last night. "The British only drink a good cup of tea, according to him," he stated, smelling the aromas of the breakfast and coffee. It smelled delicious, like it was good English fry-up. He was just glad he didn't have to cook it. It would be the first time in 2 years he hadn't been woken up to help in the kitchen. "I prefer coffee to tea," Sirius said, taking a sip and sighing. He had the rest of the newspaper next to his elbow, and there was a headline that they were still hunting him on there. The picture of him on the front page was not a flattering one. It showed him deranged and crazy looking. Harry was glad he hadn't looked like that when he met him last night. He wouldn't have come with him if he had. I missed this brew the last 5 years, the dogman sighed, and took another sip. Philistin, Arcturus stated fondly in a gruff voice. He put his paper down and drank his tea like a proper British person. Though I don't like to agree with anything your uncle says, he added thoughtfully. I'll have you know that loads of people like coffee, Sirius stated, Harry nodding along with him. Here, Harry, have a bit, he said, pouring some in a cup with a liberal amount of milk and sugar. Here now, don't go getting him hyped up on caffeine, Arcturus said, nodding to Tilly to serve breakfast. He picked up the London Times and started reading the business section of that paper too. He liked to keep abreast of both communities. There was a burst of magic, and the table was laden with a full English fry-up. Ham, bacon, sausage, beans, fried mushrooms, fried eggs, fried potatoes, toasted tomatoes, and fried bread. Grease, grease, and more grease. Just what a starving boy and a skinny escape convict needed. There's more milk and sugar than there is coffee in there, Sirius said, like that was better. He gave Harry a conspiratorial wink. He started serving himself some meat and potatoes. He was craving protein. There was plenty of that on this table. That is nice, Harry said, taking a sip of the concoction. It was sweet and bitter. He liked it. I think I'll have one for breakfast every morning, he added, taking another sip. It really was good. He went for the eggs and toast. Maybe some mushrooms and tomatoes. No more than that cup, the old man said, pointing his finger at the boy. Too much caffeine will stunt your growth, he stated. You're short enough already. He liked the beans and mushrooms, more fiber. Yes, sir, Harry said dutifully. He didn't think it was a good idea either. I do really like it, though. He started on his food and sipped his coffee to make it last longer. So, Harry, how would you like to have me as an uncle? Sirius asked, thinking that was the closest thing they would be. He would be like a brother to James from the adoption. They would pass him off as a bastard child. Magicking up some documents would be easy enough. How do you mean? The confused child asked, a bit wary. He had not had good luck with uncles. Then again, Sirius seemed like a nice bloke. He could have looked at the front page of the Daily Prophet and shuddered, mostly. Instead of me adopting you, you will adopt me, Sirius said, beaming a huge smile at him. I will become your uncle or cousin, and I will still take care of you. You can still be a Potter, but I will become one too, he explained. He reached for more meat. Bangers were his favorite breakfast food. These were just firm enough and cooked to perfection. There were plenty to share and still have his fill. This way you will still inherit the Potter fortune when you are older. You are my heir as well, Arcturus said, spooning up some more beans. How am I your heir? Harry asked, not sure how that worked. 2 ways. One, you are Sirius' godson, and the second you are Doria's grandchild. She was my first cousin on my father's side. You are closer related to me than Narcissa's brat. She is my second cousin twice removed on my father's side, or something like that. It gets tangled up the further down the tree it gets. Then you have cousins marrying cousins, like Sirius' parents. I never cottoned to that. They did that without my permission. He growled into a slice of bread with beans and took a bite like that would hide his displeasure. I don't understand, Harry said, picking up his fork to eat his eggs. Isn't Sirius your grandson? He navigated his fork to his mouth with unsteady hands. He was still getting used to using a fork. Mostly he had to use his hands at the Dursleys. They didn't want him to use their dishes. He learned in school, where he got free lunches. Yes, but he's disinherited for 2 reasons. 1, because he wants to be, and 2, because he went to jail. He's innocent, but it was a black mark until he is proven as such, Arcturus explained, looking to Sirius. That and my mom kicked me out of the family when I was 16, the dogman said, taking a bite of his bacon. She had no right to do that, and I've reinstated you, the old man said, sipping his tea. I still don't want the headship, Sirius said seriously. I would run it into the ground within a year, he added, knowing that he would hate to be the head of this cesspool of a family. I'll help you though, Harry, he added quickly. I still don't understand, Harry said, sipping his coffee concoction. You'll understand when you're older, Sirius said, taking some more bacon from the plate in the middle of the table and putting them on Harry's plate. Eat more protein, he said, wanting to fatten the boy up some. Back to what we were saying, you will adopt Sirius, and he will be your uncle, we hope. He will claim to be a bastard child of Charles, your paternal grandfather, and claim you as his ward, Arcturus stated, finishing off his beans and serving up some of the eggs, even though his healers said he should lay off them. Old age and cholesterol not mixing and all that. He'd be damned if he was going to go out of this world eating bland food. No more Dursleys. Either way, how are you going to fool people? Aren't they going to ask questions? Harry wanted to know. He was glad he didn't have to return to the Dursleys, but he wasn't going to hold out hope either. People had told him this before. Magic, Sirius said, waving the question away. There were ways to fake memories and make up backstories. It was one of the reasons criminals got away with so many crimes in the magical world. Oh, was all Harry could say. We'll do it after breakfast, Arcturus said, relishing his meal. There was a good spread on the table, and he was going to have a bit of everything. He didn't indulge often. Tiberius was a stickler for sticking to the healer's meal plan, even though he protested often enough. He still got his way when he put his foot down, but most of the time it wasn't worth the argument. They completed their meal talking about trivial things and made their way to the ritual room. Arcturus had had Tilly get what they needed for the adoption earlier that morning from Nocturnally. That place never closed, and if you wanted something, it was easily obtainable, especially if your name was Black. Harry followed along after the two men, observing everything as he went. There were things that moved that shouldn't and things that made noises that should stay silent. The two men didn't take notice of these things, but Harry did. He was unused to so much action and noise happening in a household. Not to mention that even with house elves around, there was an underlying amount of, not dirt, but lived-in ambience that Harry never felt at his aunt's house. It just felt so old and full of history. The saying, if walls could tell tales, seemed to hold true here. And Harry would love to hear what they had to say. They made it to the ritual room, and Harry stuck close to Sirius, who stayed at the outer rim of the room. He let Grandfather take the lead and just stood where he was told and did as he was bid. Arcturus gathered up all that was needed and went to the dais and put it all down at the base. He started pouring the potions one by one in the order that was needed into the basin that was around the pike in the middle of the platform. It would serve as a cauldron for their purpose. There was no need for heat, just a bowl for mixture. The potion changed color with each item added. It spewed mist and smoke. Even without heat, it bubbled and churned. Sirius, come and bring Harry, he called when all the potions were added. It was a light pink color now, and it was bubbling and rolling like it was boiling. Sirius picked Harry up onto his hip and sauntered over. What do you need? He asked, peering at the mixture in the middle of the dais. It looked like sludge, and he was not looking forward to drinking it. He knew he would have to. It was the only way for him to be adopted, but bleh. There was a sulfur smell in the air and a hint of socks. I need Harry to prick his finger and drop 11 drops of blood in the potion, Arcturus stated, stirring the potion counterclockwise 3 times, then clockwise 5 times. He then tapped the stir stick on the rim 6 times. The ting of the stick sounded throughout the room and made Harry look around the room for the echo. Harry, hold your hand over the bowl. This shouldn't hurt too much, Sirius said, taking a small knife out of his pocket and holding it to the boy's thumb. You're going to cut me? Harry asked aghast. No one told him they were going to cut him. It'll only be a little cut, Sirius said, trying to calm the child. It's a magical knife, he said, putting the knife to his own thumb and slicing it. See, it doesn't hardly hurt at all, he said, showing him the cut. The cut bled for a little bit onto the floor and then healed. There wasn't even a scab or scar. Harry eyeballed him hard for a long moment, then he cut the old man a look. Arcturus nodded sagely, and Harry sighed. He put his tiny hand over the bowl and firmed his face. He really wanted Sirius to be his new uncle, so he firmed his resolve. His hand hardly shook, and he reached over with his other hand and grabbed his wrist to keep it steady. Okay, he said in a shaky voice. Sirius took Harry's thumb in his hand and gently cut a small incision in the appendage. He counted the drops and then moved the hand from above the bowl and then healed the cut. You were very brave, he told the boy and kissed his forehead. Harry beamed at him and looked in awe at his healed hand. Sirius had been correct. That hardly hurt at all. Arcturus stirred the concoction counterclockwise a few more times and then spelled it into a container. Here, Sirius, drink up, he said, taking Harry and placing him on his own hip. The boy was light enough that he could carry him for a short while. Not too long. He was an old man after all. Sirius gulped and held his nose. He then downed the contents of the container and gagged. It was as vile as he thought it was going to be. The sulfur taste was overshadowed by the taste of socks, and there was a hint of mint, which was weird. It felt like he was swallowing an oyster. It was that thick and slimy. He finally got the potions down his throat and waited. He then doubled over in pain. His whole body was undergoing a change. He fell to the floor, making Harry cry out in sympathy pain. He curled up into a ball, grabbing his hair to focus on that pain and not the one his whole body was experiencing. Sirius. The boy cried as he reached out to help him. He squirmed in the old man's surprisingly firm grip. "He'll be fine," the old man said, holding tight to the young child, who was doing his damnedest to get down. "His body is changing. He's becoming a Potter," he explained, hoping the boy understood. "He'll be fine," he said again, trying to soothe the boy. "But he's hurting," Harry said, still reaching for his godfather. He wanted to make the pain stop. As if something heard his wish, the man stopped yelling. "Damn, but that hurt," Sirius said, but his voice was different, like it was 2 octaves higher. He stood and looked at the two in front of him. "Well?" he questioned. "Sirius?" Harry asked, not understanding how the man looked so different. "Your face looks like a Potter. Your nose is bigger and flatter. Your cheekbones are further down, and your mouth is fuller," Arcturus stated, looking at his grandson critically. "You still have some black features like gray eyes, and your hair is still black, albeit messier. However, you definitely can pull off being a Potter," he finished his assessment. He handed Harry back to Sirius. "Your body structure is different too. Leaner, more muscular, like a swimmer. Now all we have to do is fake the memories. I'll leave that to you. You are better at the dark arts than I am," Sirius said, knowing that mind-bending magic was very dark. It would essentially put an entire life's worth of memories in Sirius' mind. They would be like viewing a movie. He would remember them, but without emotions attached to them. "What name will you take?" Arcturus asked. That was something they had not discussed. "That is a good question," Sirius said, not having thought about that one. "It can't be a star name," the old man said. He tapped his chin in thought. "It can't be James or the equivalent either," Sirius agreed, putting Harry on the ground but holding his hand. He didn't want him to run around the ritual room. "How about Victor Henry?" "That sounds pompous enough," Arcturus said, thinking of something that would not be connected to them in any way. "I like it," Sirius said, though he thought it might be hard to get used to it being so different than his real name. "Come, let us do this in the study," his grandfather said, leading the way out of the room. "The house elves would clean the mess." "Let's," Sirius agreed, moving to join him, guiding Harry with him. "So, our cover story is that you are a bastard child of Charles," Arcturus stated, getting out a piece of parchment once he got settled at his desk. "Homeschooled. Can you pull off a Muggle education?" he asked Sirius. "No," was the answer. "Pity," the old man said, scribbling down a few notes. "Do you have a problem being a half-blood? A Muggle woman would be harder to trace." "No," Sirius said, thinking along the same lines. "Good. Then your mother will be a Muggle," Arcturus said, jotting down a random name. "Abigail Spinster will be your mother's name," he stated, making more notes. "Okay," Sirius stated, not caring one bit. He would have it all magicked into his head. He didn't need to remember it. Arcturus wrote for a good 5 hours, during which Sirius and Harry had done other things, and made up a general outline of Sirius' new life. He added some detailed scenes, but mostly it was vague. There were Yule scenes and birthday scenes, some soppy scenes that children would remember, but the rest was left as a vague memory. When he was done, it took up 17 sheets of parchment. "Tilly," he called to the air. "Master is calling Tilly," the elf said, popping into the room. "Bring Sirius here, and something to eat for all of us. If those two haven't had lunch," he ordered. "Tilly will," she said, popping away. The other two came into the room a few minutes later. They sat and looked at Arcturus. "I've finished, and after lunch, we'll do the transfer," the old man said, still seated at his desk. A tray of sandwiches and fruit appeared on the desk, along with 3 bottles of butterbeer, and they all started in on their meal. It didn't take long for it to disappear. Sirius and Harry let Arcturus know They had just explored the house while he had been busy. Harry talked more than Sirius did, and his awe over the house made both men smile. "Sirius, sit over there." "Harry, you stay in that chair," Arcturus ordered when they had polished off their meal. He stood, taking the parchments he had been writing all morning, and went to the indicated chair. Sirius did as bid and waited. There was a pillar with a basin next to the chair he was sitting on. Arcturus took the parchment and put it in the bowl. He poured a potion he had retrieved from the ritual room that morning over it, and then waved his wand over it and started incanting Memoria Creer. He said this 3 times, and the parchment turned into silvery, white threads. He swirled his wand into the threads until they stuck to the wand. Then he picked up the wand and moved them to Sirius' head. "Memoria Translatio," he said, tapping the threads to the head until they disappeared into Sirius. Sirius cried out as a headache hit him full force. He grabbed his head and doubled over in the chair. It only lasted a few minutes, and once again Harry had to be held back. "I hope that's the last of it," Sirius/Victor said, finally sitting back up straight. "Should we call you Victor now?" Arcturus asked, thinking that would probably be for the best. "I actually prefer Vic," the now named Vic said, sticking his nose up in the air. "I just got used to calling you Sirius," Harry pouted. "You could just call me Uncle Pads," Vic said, tweaking his nose. "Okay, Uncle Pads," Harry said, smiling a huge smile. "Off to the goblins. Some won't like that Sirius will now be referred to as Vic, and I'll admit that it's hard to type him as that, but for this story to work, that is the way it has to be." "Well, Vic, how do you feel?" Arcturus asked, taking a seat behind the desk. Harry jumped into his Uncle Pad's lap. The now named Victor, "Please call me Vic," answered, "Fine," as his headache faded away. He was feeling good too. Whatever happened to him in prison that healed him did a bang-up job. He was thinking clearly and in fine physical health. "Can you still turn into a dog?" Harry wanted to know. He liked the dog form. He vaguely remembered it from when he was a baby, now that he had seen it again as a grown boy. It was like a tickle in the back of his brain. He would be sad if it disappeared. And he wanted to be able to call the man Uncle Pads. "That's actually a very good question," the old man said, tapping his finger on the desk. "If your animagus is the same, that might blow this whole cover. Though it is doubtful it remained consistent. Your bone structure is different." He looked at his very different-looking grandson. He definitely looked like a Potter now. "Let's find out," Vic said as he put Harry on the chair and changed into his dog form. He no longer looked like a Grim, but was now a chocolate lab. He was dark brown in color, and his ears were floppy instead of standing straight up. He was no longer tall and slim, but shorter and bulkier. He was a handsome dog instead of scary, something to cuddle with. He looked like a dog that you would trust going into an alley with. "Yay," Harry said, clapping happily. "Uncle Pads is still Uncle Pads, sorta." Vic walked around a bit, getting used to his new form, and licked Harry's face until the boy couldn't breathe due to his giggles. He changed back and smiled. "I think that takes care of that," he said, picking up Harry and putting him back on his lap as he Saturday. "I like it, and I'm still a Padfoot," he added, glad he was still a canine. "So, I can still call you Uncle Pads," Harry chirped, clapping his hands. He liked the new form. It was a nice dog, and not a scary one. "Yes, that is a relief," Arcturus said, pleased. Sirius would have been so disappointed if that had changed. "So, what now?" Vic asked, wanting to get things going. He was a free man now, and he couldn't wait to explore what that meant. He had Harry, and once all the dust settled, they were going to be a family. He knew he was going to have a fight on his hands, but he was willing to do that. He'd even take on Dumbledore to keep Harry. He knew he wasn't going to be close friends with Remus now, but sacrifices had to be made. That, and he was miffed that the man was not in the boy's life. He bloody well should have been. There was no excuse. "Now we transfer the wards. I want to get that done before we do anything else. It should be simple enough. They are tied to Harry," Arcturus said, standing and going to the 2 in the chair. He waved his wand around Harry, doing an intricate spell and making the boy glow. "Whoa," Harry said, seeing the light surrounding him. He really liked it when he could see magic. It was all still new to him, and he hoped it never got old. There was a cord-like light leading from the boy and away from the house. "That's the ward," the old man said, pointing to the string. He then made a cutting motion and kept his wand at the tip of where he severed it. He moved that tip to Vic and said, "Connect pupillae." The cord snapped into place, and Vic glowed too. Then the wards flared out and surrounded the house. They merged with the wards already in place. Arcturus frowned at that. That would have to be addressed later. That or they would have to make this the boys' permanent residence. Wow, Harry said, looking at all the pretty lights and magic. He reached out to touch the lights, but his hand passed right through them. It tickled like licking a battery, but other than that he couldn't feel them. He was disappointed that he couldn't touch magic, and he frowned a bit. "What's that on Harry's head?" Vic asked, seeing the black spot where the scar was. It was like the wards just avoided that location. Or enclosed it, it was hard to tell. There was just a blank spot that was dark and wicked. He never liked what he felt from that scar, and seeing it like this with the magic showing that there was something there, well, this was bad. They were going to have to do something about it. "We need to get a healer here, or take him to St. Mungo's," his grandfather said, leaning in and taking a good look at the scar. "I don't like the looks of that," he added, narrowing his eyes at it. He knew dark magic when he saw it. And this was very dark. He couldn't quite put his finger on what it was, but it was evil. "I think I'd prefer to go to the goblins. They have curse breakers," Vic said, not trusting the healers to keep Harry's visit a secret. He had read too many things in the newspaper about celebrities that had visited there. He just knew that if they took Harry, it would be on the front page of the Daily Prophet the next day. He wanted to keep the fact that Harry was with him secret as long as they could, at least until the ink was dry on the custody parchments. "Bah," Arcturus said, waving his hand in a whatever gesture. "Do what you will." It wasn't that he didn't trust the goblins, but he preferred the wizards. He was biased like that. "Do I still have access to my vault?" Vic asked, hoping he still had money, or this was going to get much harder. He had no idea where his key was. It had been on his person when he had been arrested. He figured it had been returned to the bank. "We'll go to the bank and set you up under your new name," the old man said, not wanting to deprive the boy of his inheritance. The goblins could be bought, and they were discreet for a fee. Hence one of the reasons he didn't trust them wholly. "We can do that now." He went to get his outer robe and started towards the flu room. "While we're there, you can inquire about their healers." "Okay," Vic said, getting up and putting Harry on his hip. "Come on, Harry, you can meet the goblins," he told the boy. He too went to get his traveling robe. He knew there would be one Harry's size, or if not, then they could shrink one. "Are they mean?" the little boy asked, only having heard stories about vicious beings that ate humans. Aunt Petunia never read those stories, but the lady in the school library did. He remembered seeing the picture of the one in the newspaper this morning, and they look mean. "Well, they are surly, but I wouldn't call them mean," Vic said, thinking that they were rude but not out and out mean. They had gotten into their robes, and there had been one Harry's size. Now, they were making their way down the hall, and Harry was still fascinated with all the moving pictures and trinkets that puffed smoke. "They aren't going to kill me and eat me, are they?" the child asked, fear very evident in his voice. He really didn't want to become supper to some greedy goblin. "Where do you get these notions?" Arcturus asked, looking at him queerly. Who had been filling the boy with such tales? He had heard some things from that Rag the Quibbler, but he was sure that Harry had never read that magazine. "From the stories in the library," Harry said honestly. The lady in the school library loved the stories about heroic elves and evil goblins that ate humans. She read them all the time. They were scary, he confessed. Muggles of strange tales. "No, the goblins don't eat children. Hags do," the old man said, trying to put the boy's fear to rest. "Are we going to see any hags?" Harry asked, his eyes wide. He'd never heard of a hag before. His imagination was going wild with pictures of huge beings that had boils and horns. "No, they're only in Nocturne Alley. I never want to see you down there, until you are at least 17, Vic said, his tone firm. He had no clue as to what Harry was picturing in his head. "Okay," Harry said, nodding his head, even though he was confused. He didn't even know where Nocturne Alley was. How was he supposed to know how not to go down there? By this time, they were at the flu, and the adults were ready to go to Diagon Alley. "Harry, you will go with Vic," Arcturus said, still stumbling over Vic's name. Was he even considered his grandson anymore? Damn it. One less family member. He might have to rethink adopting Harry. "What will we be doing?" Harry asked, looking around for how they will be traveling. He didn't see any exits or vehicles. "I'm going to put magical powder in the fire," and we're going to be transported via the fireplace, the old man explained, taking down a pot that held the flu powder. You wanted to go into the fire? The terrified boy asked, knowing that he'd die if he did that. He had put his hand near a fire once as a baby, and it had burned him. It had hurt. A lot. He knew better than to do that now. The powder will make it so it won't burn you, Vic said quickly. Trust me, I would never hurt you, he added, looking at him sincerely. Watch, he said, throwing some powder in the fire and sticking his hand in the now green flames. It didn't burn him at all. Don't ever do that without an adult around, Arcturus said, wanting to make sure that the child knew better. We know when it is safe and when it is not. When you are older, you can do it yourself. His piercing eyes looked at Harry's, making sure he understood what he was saying. Okay, Harry said, squirming on Vic's hip. He trusted his new uncle and grandfather. But it was fire. He respected and feared fire. Arcturus went first and showed Harry that it was safe, and then Vic made a big production of putting the powder in the fire and making sure to put his hand in the fire first to show it wouldn't burn. They then went into the fire, into the leaky cauldron. Stepping out into the pub was confusing for Harry. He was not used to crowds. He had been in the cupboard too long. The most crowded place he had ever been was school, and they were all kids. He buried his face in Vic's shoulder as they made their way out of the pub to Diagon Alley and then to Gringotts. He looked around as much as he could from his position, but he couldn't see much. He could hear, though, and the things he was hearing were bizarre. What the heck was a newt? Or a sickle? Did wizards really fly on brooms? And could he get one? They made good time to the bank and waited in line for the first teller. Arcturus took charge and addressed the goblin. Good afternoon, teller. I need to speak to Sharptooth, he said, tapping his cane on the floor in an impatient manner. He was old and not one to wait. Go stand over there, and I will let him know you are here, the teller said, pointing to a set of double doors. He wrote a quick note and put it in a slot, then waved to the next customer. He too was an impatient being. That, and he hated his job, but what was he to do? He was low goblin on the totem pole. Thank you, Arcturus said, leading them to the bench near the doors. They sat and waited for around 3 minutes. All the while Harry was staring at all the people and goblins. He had never seen such an array of interesting people before. They were dressed in clothing he had only seen in storybooks, and the goblins were dressed like businessmen from the telly, albeit old-fashioned business suits. There were riches that he had never laid eyes on, like jewels and gold. He wondered if he would ever own any like them. Did he even have a vault? Uncle Pads? He asked, looking at the man's new face. Yeah. Do I have money? He asked, his eyes wide with wonder. He never had money before. Of course you do, Vic said, his brow scrunched with thought. I don't know where your key is, though, he said as he frowned at that thought. Who had Harry's key? Was it here at the bank? Oh, was all Harry could say to that. We'll find out, Arcturus said, his brow furrowed as well. They would have to look into that when they got this whole adoption thing settled. Come, a goblin said as it opened a door on the right. They got up and joined the surly goblin and followed him down the hall to an ornate door that said Black Accounts on it. Inside the office was a goblin that had a beard. Well, it wasn't a full beard, but it looked like it wanted to be. Harry was trying not to laugh at the attempt. It was more like fuzz that was sticking out of a tiny chin. What brings you to my office today, Arcturus? Sharptooth asked, scribbling away with a quill. He had a lot of work to do and little time for humans. I have many things that need to be done, the old man said, taking a seat in the chair in front of the desk and nodding at Vic to do the same. I need your discretion as well, he added, conspiratorially. It's legal and moral mostly, he stated, looking straight ahead. He didn't want to look shifty. I see, the goblin said, looking closely at Harry and Vic. He recognized Harry Potter right away. The scar was a dead giveaway, but the other human was unknown to him. He pushed a rune on his desk and sealed his office. There, we're sealed in. No one will hear us, he said, gesturing for Arcturus to explain. This was my grandson, Sirius Black. He has undergone a blood adoption to the Potter family. He is now Harry Potter's uncle, Victor Henry Potter. I need to transfer all his accounts over to that name, the old man said, gesturing to Vic, who waggled his fingers at the goblin. I see, Sharptooth said, digging in his desk and pulling up some transfer papers. This can be done easily for a fee of 500 galleons, he added. He didn't pull the fee from the air. This was not something he'd come across before, but there were other attempts at hiding relatives, and that was the standard fee. Done. Is there any way we can do this without parchment work? Arcturus asked, worried about the parchment trail. Afraid not, was the answer. However, I can redact it, Sharptooth said, making all the necessary entries on the form. I need your new full name and new birth date if you are. Changing that, he said to Vic. Oh, I hadn't thought of that, Vic said, thinking hard for a moment. Victor Henry Potter. Born July 25, 1958. Father, Charles Potter. Mother, Abigail Spinster. I'm a bastard, he said proudly. You're making yourself a year older? Arcturus asked, wondering the reason. If I'm going to be a bastard child, I'd rather not be the same age as James, Vic explained his logic. I guess that makes sense. We'll need to get you an aging potion, his grandfather said, thinking they needed it in case anyone needed to verify the man's age via a spell. Sharptooth, we need documentation for Victor here, he stated, waving to the other man. There is a man in Nocturne Alley. He is pricey, but he does good work. He can get you excellent quality documentation that will pass any spell work. His name is Spike, the goblin said, still filling out the transfer papers. You can't miss him. He's taller than most there and has bright green hair. He hangs out in the melting candle. We can't take Harry there, Vic said, looking at his new nephew. I'll go tonight, Arcturus said, then rethought that. I'll have Marcus bring the man to me. Oh, I'll figure something out, he said, his brain going over scenarios. They were quiet while Sharptooth wrote out the transfer parchments. Then Vic couldn't handle the silence. We need to get Harry seen by a goblin healer. There's something wrong with his scar. I think it's cursed. Who better than curse breakers to look at it? Vic said, trying to butter the goblin up. Flattery will not get you anywhere here, Sharptooth said, peering at the boy's forehead. However, you are correct. It is a cursed scar. I will send you down there when we are done here. Now, sign here, here, and here. Initial here, here, and here. He pointed to all the indicated spots that needed the signatures and initials. Vic signed both Sirius' name and Victor's. He was now the owner of a new vault all his own. He would no longer be getting an allowance from the Black family vault. He would need to find a way to make his own money. Though he need not bother, he was still quite rich. There, now that that is done, let's get this young man to the healers, Sharptooth said, getting up from his chair and moving to the door. Time was money, and he wasted neither. He led them down to the bowels of the bank to the infirmary. It looked like any other hospital wing. There were beds, with tables next to them with bottles of potions on them. The goblin healers and nurses were bustling around, and the patients were laying and receiving their treatments. Healer Mayfly, Sharptooth called out to the healer that looked least busy. A female goblin came hustling up and stopped in front of them. What? She barked out. I have a patient, the manager said, indicating Harry. He has a curse on his head, within his scar, he added, making Harry move his hair and showing the lightning bolt scar. Ah, Harry Potter. I had always hoped to get a look at that scar, the healer said, leaning forward to peer at the facial disfigurement. She then stood back up and waved them to follow her to an empty bed. They did, and soon enough Harry was up on the bed and laying down. He looked concerned, and Vic and Arcturus were trying to console him into relaxing. It'll be okay, Harry. They're going to get rid of whatever it is, Vic said, running his hand up and down Harry's arm. Yes, don't fret, child, Arcturus said, standing by the boy's feet. He was not very good at easing someone's anxiety. They were both on the left side of the bed, while Healer Mayfly was on the right lining up some crystals. Mayfly was putting green crystals on the boy's body and tapping them with her long, spindly fingers. They all lit up and shined for a bright moment. A piece of parchment popped up with a diagnosis. He's malnourished, which means he needs some vitamins and Skelegro. He needs new glasses, and he has an unformed Horcrux in his scar, but other than that he's fine, she said, reading the parchment with a pair of reading glasses perched on her long nose. Why Skelegro? Vic wanted to know. He didn't know what a Horcrux was, and he was more concerned about the Skelegro. It wasn't usually recommended for children. His bones are underdeveloped, she explained, not wanting to get into the medical detail. Oh, was all he said, still running his hand up and down Harry's arm. He was so going to make those Dursleys pay. Can you get rid of the Horcrux? Was Arcturus' question. He knew what that was, and he thought Siri, Vic knew vaguely what it was too. He was far more concerned about that. Yes, was all she said, as she grabbed a black crystal and placed it on Harry's head. Don't move, she warned the boy. She moved to the head of the bed and put her hands on both sides of his head, and then yelled, Expelliar. Without further ado, a black mist surrounded the crystal and was sucked into it. There was a muffled scream that startled Harry, but his head was held tight, so it didn't move. The black crystal turned blacker and solidified to a rock. Harry felt a burst of pain, but other than a tugging motion, he felt nothing else. His eyes were darting everywhere, trying to figure out what was going on. He was scared and wanted it to all be over. He felt sludge come from his scar and run down his face. Damn, Vic said, reaching to touch the rock. Don't touch that, Healer Mayfly said, smacking his hand and grabbing some tongs off the tray. She picked the rock up with the tongs and put it in a lead box. She closed the box and then glared at the foolish man. We'll dispose of that later, she said. She then took a cloth and wiped up the sludge. She put that in a basin and burned it. That'll be 5,000 galleons, she told Arcturus. Sharptooth, pay the woman, the old man said, getting Harry to sit up. That had better include Harry's potions, he added, glaring at the female goblin. He had forgotten to get the price of treatment up front. Oh well, he would have paid for it anyway. It does, she said, taking the chit that would see the gold in the infirmary's account. Come, let us leave, Arcturus said, following Sharptooth back to his office. He still needed to get some gold, and to find out where Harry's key was. They needed to set Harry's heir account up too. Their day wasn't quite over yet. Completely whole. Once they got back settled in Sharptooth's office, Arcturus asked, Do you know how we can find out about Harry's accounts? That had been bothering him since Harry had asked his question. Who had Harry's key? Why did they have it? And were they spending Harry's money? Let me call Goldfinger, the account manager said, pressing a rune on his desk and speaking into it using his native language. When he finished, he looked up and addressed Vic. Until then, Mr. Potter, the senior. Who do you want as your account manager? He asked, shuffling parchment around his desk. I am a black account manager, he added on as if to explain his questioning. Oh, is this Goldfinger the Potter account manager? Vic asked, looking perplexed. He, too, was wondering the same questions as Arcturus, therefore was a bit distracted by the question. Yes, was the answer. I'll discuss it with him when he gets here, Vic said, jostling his leg a bit, making Harry bounce. Harry protested that he wasn't a baby and got down to explore the office. While we wait, I need to set an heir account up for Harry, Arcturus said, waving toward the roaming child, who was poking in the bookshelves. I think 2,000 galleons will do, for a start, to be topped off every year. I want there to be 5,000 galleons by the time he gets into a magical school, he stated, going over the figures in his head. That should be enough for school supplies and frivolous things. I'll see that it is done, Sharptooth said, jotting down the amount on a piece of parchment and making the necessary arrangements. He filled out the parchment work and had Arcturus sign it, and Harry's account was set up. Will he be going to Hogwarts? Vic asked, looking at Harry and wondering if that was a smart thing to do. Not if we are not in England, Arcturus stated, then shushed the man. They would discuss this later in private. While the goblins were discreet, they could be bought for the right price. He trusted their transactions so far to remain confidential. They had been paid for that, but what Vic was discussing wasn't client privilege. Just then another goblin knocked on the door. Enter, Sharptooth said. Goldfinger came in with a large ledger and went to the desk and set it down. I am Goldfinger, he stated. I have been the Potter account manager for these past 20 years. James Potter was my last client before his demise, he said, lowering his head a bit in a show of respect. Well met, Goldfinger, Arcturus said, nodding to the goblin. We are wondering about Harry's account. We don't know where his key is. What authority do you have to ask? The goblin asked, looking at the two men and the child. I am his uncle, Vic said, looking for all the world like butter wouldn't melt in his mouth. Can you prove this? Was the question. There was a great deal of doubt laced in that one question. I will vouch for him, Sharptooth said, knowing the complete truth. He would not tell the other goblin what was occurring. While it was not socially acceptable, it was client confidentiality. He would be protected if it ever came out. Very well. His key is being held by Albus Dumbledore, Goldfinger stated, only to be stopped by Vic's shout. On what authority? The other man said, banging his hand on the desk. The Wisengamot, the goblin stated, flipping through some parchments. I want that key as soon as I have the parchment work drawn up, Vic proclaimed. He didn't know what game Dumbledore was playing, but it stopped now. The old man was supposed to have Harry with a loving family, and the key was supposed to have been given to them for Harry's upkeep. Now he finds Harry with the Dursleys, and the old man has the key. This was not Quidditch. Very well, Goldfinger said, going through his ledger. There has been little movement on the accounts since James died. Only the allotment for young Harry's care, he said, opening the book to the appropriate page. There showed a small amount of funds going to the Dursleys for Harry's care. Wait, the Dursleys were being paid to care for him, Vic said, standing and laying his hands on the desk like he was going to explode at any moment. Well, yes, it was arranged by Albus Dumbledore when he left Harry in their care, Goldfinger said, turning the book and showing the withdrawals. Were they supposed to care for him without assistance? The confused goblin asked. That didn't make sense to him in the least. They didn't spend a farthing on him, Vic said, using Muggle currency as reference. It was something Lily had explained to him once, that a farthing was the lowest form of currency. He knew those bastards didn't spend anything on his godson/nephew. He wasn't even given decent clothing. He was so skinny that I'm sure the boy only got scraps for food, he exclaimed. What is a farthing? The goblins both asked. Less than a quarter of a penny, which is less than a canute, Vic explained, using the loosest terminology he could think of. He was sure they understood. And you say they never spent any of the money on Harry? Goldfinger asked, adding up all the money that the Dursleys were given over the years. He got the figure of 50,000 galleons, which was 250,000 pounds. That was quite a tidy sum of money. I'll do an audit. We have humans that will go to them and ask questions. If they cannot produce receipts for his upkeeping, they will have to repay the account. If they fail to do that, I will turn the case over to the Inland Revenue, he threatened. He was very upset over this. He had been assured by Albus Dumbledore that young Harry was well taken care of. I can attest that Harry was kept in a boot cupboard and wearing hand-me-downs when we found him, Vic said, looking at said child, who was still perusing the books. He didn't seem to care what they were talking about over here, which was good in a way. On the one hand, he wanted Harry to open up to what happened there. On the other hand, he remembered Harry's tears the night they rescued him. I will also be having words with Dumbledore, Goldfinger said. Then he got a funny look on his face. I'm sorry, who are you? You say you're a Potter, but I've never laid eyes on you before, he said, narrowing his beady eyes at him. I have the Potter family tree, and you are not listed on there, he added. I was just adopted into the family, Vic said, glancing at Arcturus and Sharptooth as if to ask how trustworthy this goblin was. Tell him, Arcturus said, looking at Sharptooth, who nodded in agreement. He'll need to know if he's to help us with Dumbledore, he added. They might need more goblins in their corner. Remember, you are under client confidentiality to keep this secret, he warned. Goldfinger, Vic will be taking you as his manager as a Potter. We will pay the necessary fee. Sharptooth decided to come clean by saying, this was Sirius Black. He was adopted into the Potter family to hide and to take care of the Potter heir. He now goes by Victor Henry Potter. We have decided that he will be called Vic and will be known as a bastard child of Charles Potter. He felt better for having gotten that off his chest. He knew it was better to have Goldfinger on his side in case it got in front of the council. I can see where that would be necessary, Goldfinger said, looking at the happy boy who was thumbing through a book with pictures in it. He could work with this. I have an account that I need you to manage, Vic said, giving him the key and parchment work. I can do that, the goblin said, putting the parchment work with the ledger and taking an impression of the key on the top of said book. He handed the key back. You will get monthly statements from me along with young Harry's. Dumbledore has been getting his, but you will now be his primary caregiver and will receive his allotment. Get me those adoption parchments as soon as possible. I don't need the allotment, Vic said, waving it away. Put it in his trust fund, he added, thinking that Harry could use it to play pranks when he went to school. He'd teach him the fine art along the way. He may now be a Potter, but he was still Padfoot even under this new guise. Very well, Goldfinger said, making a note to do just that. Will that be all? He asked, wanting to get back to work. He needed to get that audit going as soon as possible. I'll make sure you get all the parchment work before the end of the week, Vic said, getting his key back in his pocket and standing. I think we're done with everything today, Arcturus said, waving Harry to put the book back and come to them. Harry did as bid and was soon standing next to Vic. We just need to go to the vault, Vic reminded him, picking up Harry like the boy was just a toddler. He was as small as a 5-year-old, and his new uncle just couldn't help but treat him like one. Yes, the old man said, getting up from the chair and going to the door. I will take you, Goldfinger said, picking up his ledger. He shoved it under his arm and went to the door. I just need to drop this off in my office and we'll be on our way. I also need to recall Harry's key, which I can do while we're in my office, he added, looking at the boy on Vic's hip. Yes, we don't want Dumbledore to have that key any longer. However, I don't want him to know who has it, Arcturus said, giving the goblin a pointed look. He won't hear it from me. As far as I am concerned, the man has no business with me any longer, Goldfinger stated, a firm look on his face. He was very upset that he was duped for so long. He had been taken in by the man's grandfatherly demeanor. No more though if Dumbledore wanted anything from him. He needed the parchment work, just like everyone else. Good, the old man said, walking swiftly down the hall. They made it to the office and Goldfinger put the ledger in the drawer it belonged in and pulled out a bowl. He did a bit of waving over it with a knife, and soon there was a key in the bowl. I entrust this key to you, he told Vic, handing the key to the new Potter. You will give it to young Harry when it is time for him to go to Hogwarts. His other vaults are blood-locked and don't require a key, he said, looking to Harry at that part. You can access them when you are of age. Okay, a confused Harry said, not sure what all that meant, but was excited to find out. I'll explain it later, Vic said, putting the key with his, and they exited the office. That just went to show how paranoid the Potters were. Not even the Black's blood locked their vaults. They used dragons. Maybe they thought it was better, who knew? Maybe not paranoid, but smarter. A quick trip to the vault, and they were in Diagon Alley again. I need a wand, Vic said, looking at Ollivanders. He was not looking forward to getting a new one, yet at the same time he was. Do you want to risk going there? His ex-grandfather said, tapping his cane a bit. It would be a good test as to whether or not Vic would be recognized. It'll be a good test, the other man said, voicing the old man's thoughts, adjusting Harry on his hip. I'll take Harry to the ice cream shop. You go and get your wand, Arcturus said, nodding to him to put the child on the ground. Harry would have to walk. He was old enough not to be carried around anyway. Vic was just spoiling the boy. Vic put Harry down, and the two moved off, and Vic moved towards the wand shop. The bell jingled as he entered, and he waited impatiently for Ollivander to pop out of wherever he was going to. He really hated it that that man felt the need to scare his customers. His eyes darted around the room, looking for the old man. Can I help you? Garrick Ollivander said from behind him. Gack, Vic said, jumping 3 feet in the air. Don't do that, he said, twirling around and clutching his heart. He took a few deep breaths and said, I need a wand. You are awful old to be needing one, Garrick stated, going around his counter and pulling down some boxes. He eyeballed the man. He didn't know him. He knew everyone who came into his shop. If they had purchased a wand as a child, he knew them as an adult. However, this man he did not know. Yet, a measuring tape jumped from the counter and started measuring Vic's arms and chest. Vic stood and let the tape do its thing. He never knew what the measurements were for, but he was not a wand maker. Mine was broken in a duel, he stated as nonchalantly as he could. Inside, he was sweating like a fool. He was wary that Garrick would recognize him. Pity, do you know what the makings were? Ollivander asked, still pulling down boxes. If he told him that, then he would know who the man was. No, it was a legacy wand, Vic said, like that was the norm in his family. I got it from a box that was in a second-hand store. That was not unusual for poorer families. I didn't get your name, Garrick said, tilting his head as if that were a new experience for him. Victor Henry Potter, Vic said, shooing the measuring tape away when it started measuring his nose. Bastard child of Charles. I go by Vic, he added brightly. Me mum was a muggle, he said, making sure that he was known as a half-blood. Anything that would separate him from Sirius Black. I see, the old man said, peering hard at Vic. I can see the resemblance. He knew Charles, but he had never known the man to step out on his wife. Doria would have had his gut for garters if she knew. Yet here was a man who was definitely a potter. "You can prove you are a potter?" he asked, coming from around the counter. "I can," the man said, taking the wand handed to him only for it to be snatched from his hand and replaced with another. "I would hate for my friend's name to be besmirched," Garrick stated, thrusting a third wand into the younger man's hand. "I have no intention of doing such. Me mum fell pregnant before his wife did," Vic stated, hoping the magic his grandfather did would show on any blood work. That was the tricky part and what made it dark magic. The memory spell should take care of it, but they would need to do one more spell to make sure. "I do believe that there was a pact going on," he added conspiratorially. "A surrogacy of sorts." "I see," Garrick said, thinking that Charles and Doria were having such a hard time having children that they might have tried to have one with help. This man might have been a product of that. The woman might have backed out at the time. Still, Charles would not have abandoned his child. Unless the woman hid in the Muggle world, which was entirely possible. The man did say he was a half-blood. It took 15 wands, but Vic was soon the proud owner of a dragon heartstring and red oak wand. "That will be 7 galleons," Garrick said, waving his wand and cleaning up the few things that broke when they were testing the wands. There was a smashed vase that had been taken out for just that purpose, and a broken shelf, and a busted window. Ollivander cleaned it all up with one swish of his wand, showing he did this on a regular basis. Vic paid the man and left the shop. He went to the ice cream parlor and was greeted by a messy Harry and a disgruntled grandfather. "What happened to you?" he asked, sitting with his cone and eating it quickly. He got a slight headache and slowed down. "Just some old biddies who were cooing over Harry." "I hate busybodies," Arcturus said, waving him away. "Let's go home." He was done with people for the day. He never liked spending time in public. Vic laughed at his ex-grandfather's plight, finished his ice cream, and cast a cleaning spell over the ice cream-covered Harry. He picked the boy up, and they went to the leaky cauldron and went back to the house. "Grandfather, and I really can't call you that anymore. We need to do a heritage spell on me and make Charles my father," Vic said when they were ensconced in the study. He was sitting in his chair with Harry on his lap, and Arcturus was sitting behind his desk as usual. "You may refer to me as Uncle Arcturus," the former grandfather stated, looking at Harry and saying, "You too." He then went to his bookshelf and took down a book. He read for a few minutes, turning pages, looking for something. "Ah, here it is," he mumbled. "We can do this, but we'll need more blood from Harry," he said, looking at the little boy. "How much?" Harry asked, trying to look brave. He was getting used to getting pricked, but he didn't have to like it. "Not much, about 13 drops, Arcturus said, reading the ritual again. It was dark magic, to be sure, mostly because it fundamentally changed the appearance of the person. Sirius Black would cease to exist, and Victor Henry Potter would be a real person. Right now, he was halfway there, but this would bring him into reality. "I can do that," the child said, counting them in his head and imagining what that would look like. "We need to do it on the new moon, which is in 3 days, so be ready," Arcturus said, closing the book. "We will," they said together. The next few days were spent shopping for the child and Vic. They made sure to get the aging potion as well. Harry was given his Skelligro and vitamins, so he was growing like a weed. They only bought toys and a few outfits for him until he stopped growing. Vic, they completely kid out, to which he was grateful. All the clothes in the house were outdated and smelled old. He had always been a clothes horse and was proud of it. He liked to look good and was happy to, once again, look properly fashioned. The day came, and they all trooped down to the ritual room. "Vic, this time you need to be up on the dais," Arcturus said, indicating where Vic needed to lay down. "Put your head here, and make sure your hand sits near the basin," he instructed. Vic warily did as bid, and adjusted himself to lay where indicated. "Harry, come here," Arcturus said, waving the boy over and picking him up and sitting him on the platform near Vic's arm. "Your hand needs to be near the basin too," he said, putting the boy's right hand near the bowl. "I'm going to cut your knuckle and let it bleed the 13 drops and then heal it. But I want you to leave your hand right here, okay?" he coached. "Okay," Harry said, firming his resolve. Vic put his free hand on Harry's back to show that he was there to support him. The two just waited for Arcturus to do what needed to be done. Arcturus cut Harry's hand and bled the 13 drops into the basin and then healed the cut. He then cut Vic's hand and bled it too, but he didn't heal it. He swirled the two bloods together. He then called out, "The translation Patries Charles Potter." He directed the blood to the open wound and then sealed it. Vic went into convulsions. Arcturus snatched up Harry and they watched as Vic shuddered on the platform. He was jerking about for around 2 minutes. Then he stopped and sighed. His features were more defined as a Potter's. However, little else changed. "Just one more thing, then we're done," Arcturus said, handing him the aging potion. "Good," Vic said, sounding exhausted. He took the potion and swallowed it down. He blanched at the taste, but nothing else happened. "Hit me," he said, looking at his uncle. "Arcturus." Arcturus threw a spell at him, and words started forming in the air. Victor Henry Potter. Born July 25, 1958. Father, Charles Potter. Mother, unknown. That's a relief. Will that show on a blood test? Vic asked. Why is the mother unknown? Harry asked, looking at Vic. She's supposed to be a muggle, was the answer. So, was the comeback. Muggles don't show up on magical tests. Oh, Harry said, scrunching up his nose. Yes, it will show up on a blood test. Arcturus answered the original question. Good, then we're done, Vic said, his shoulders sagging with relief. What now? Harry asked, yawning loudly. Bed for you, Vic said, getting up and picking up the tired boy. Now that you're all pottered up, you need to get those parchments, Arcturus said as they left the ritual room. I will, Vic said, not looking forward to going to Nocturne Alley. He knew it had to be done, and he was in fine health, but there were disputable people down there. What was the man's name again? He asked, remembering what the man's description was. Spike, was the answer. They were quiet as they rode the stairs up to the bedrooms. Okay, I'll go tomorrow, Vic said, laying Harry down on his bed and kissing his forehead. He was thankful that they were doing this, if only for Harry's sake. Get them papers. Thanks for the reviews. Someone suggested that I have a cameo of Spike from BDVS, and I did think about that when I named my forger Spike. However, I nixed the idea because I need the guy to do day work. But it was a great idea. That, and I already gave Spike green hair. So I made him Spike-like. The owl Arcturus had been waiting for came the next day. He had an appointment with the Prime Minister tomorrow, which was good and bad. They were not ready with the guardianship papers for Harry, and the rest of the news in the letter said they needed to be. The rest of the letter said that unfortunately the Dursleys had gotten away with the child abuse by reporting Harry kidnapped and hiding the evidence that he had been kept in the cupboard under the stairs. There was furniture in the empty bedroom upstairs, and they claimed that it was Harry's room. They weren't as stupid as the group had predicted, and the Dursleys had 2 days to get their story straight. Now there is a warrant out on Arcturus for the kidnapping of Harry Potter. He was now leery about meeting the Prime Minister under these circumstances. He thought about taking Harry in with Vic and just making them understand that the boy was with a relative. He would do that when Vic got his parchments, which he should do today. If the bloke Vic was meeting was as good as the goblin said he was, I need you to backdate those parchments and make sure you use judges' names that are current in the Muggle world. I need to make sure they pass examination there, Arcturus said as they sat down to breakfast. Why? Vic asked, serving himself up some eggs. He had planned on doing it today, but hadn't planned on rushing it. He wanted it done right. Marcus said the Dursleys have accused me of kidnapping. I want to show that you are his legal guardian, the old man explained. He handed him the letter. It explained it all. Marcus was good at giving reports, even if he was blunt about it. Vic read the missive and sighed. They really needed the PM on their side to get the mom off their case. That, and it would put Malfoy in his place too. The one thing that the purebloods didn't understand was that the upper chiefs of the Muggle government were in charge. The Queen and the Prime Minister were the bosses of the Minister of Magic. He answered to them, not the other way around. I'll do my best. I will see if he can get it into their records as well. It wouldn't do if there wasn't a paper trail, Vic said, chewing on some bacon. He would pay as much as it took to get it done as quickly as possible. He was filthy rich. He might as well use it for good. Can I come? Harry asked, spooning up some beans. He wanted to get out of the house more. They had done a lot of shopping lately, but he liked to go out. The Dursleys always made him stay home or at Mrs. Figg's. She had an alarming number of cats. This house wasn't much better, though it did have a bunch of cool doodads. However, there was little for young boys to do here. No, both men said, making Harry frown as he continued to eat. There are hags in Nocturne Alley, Arcturus reminded him. He smiled to take the bite out of his words. He didn't want him to think they were being mean to be mean. You will stay here with me, he added. But Uncle Pads will protect me, Harry said innocently. He was bored and wanted to do something. You and I will be working on your schoolwork. You have been neglecting it, Arcturus said, hoping that got his mind off his boredom. The boy was smart and liked to read, so it should be easy to distract him with history. What kind of schoolwork? Harry asked, perking up a bit. He really wanted to get back to his math and English. He was falling really behind on that. When will I be going back to class? He asked. We can do whatever you like, his new older uncle said, placatingly. You'll go back to class when we have all your paperwork done, he added. He really did need to get the boy back into school. It wouldn't do for his heir not to have the best education. Perhaps tutors? He could introduce him to other heirs and have a class here at the house. That might be better. He would discuss it with him later. I'd better leave, Vic said, finishing off his eggs and washing them down with his coffee. He got up and hugged Harry. Be good for Jure. Uncle Arcturus, he said, looking to the old man and winking. I will, Harry said, hugging his Uncle Pads really hard. He was worried the man would get eaten by a hag. Don't get eaten, he said, putting his fear to words. He had a nightmare about hags, even though he didn't know what they looked like. Hags only eat children, the dogman said, ruffling the boy's hair. I'll be fine, he added, seeing the worry in the child's face. I'm a healthy young man. He puffed up and ran a hand over his hair. Okay, Harry said warily. Then he smiled. His Uncle Pads was a brave and strong man. I'll be good, he promised, like that would keep the man safe. Uncle Arcturus, I'll be back within 2 hours, hopefully. He patted his pocket to make sure he had everything. He could feel his key in his breast pocket, and that was all he really needed. See that you are, the old man said, wiping his mouth with a napkin and sipping his tea. If need be, use my vault, he added, making sure that Vic knew that price was not an option. I will, Vic said, not worried a bit. He made his way to the flue room and flooded his way to the leaky cauldron. He then ambled down Diagon Alley to Nocturne Alley. The morning was clear and bright, which made for good walking weather. There were people running about getting their morning shopping done and children playing in the streets, giving their parents a hard time. Nocturne Alley was dull by comparison. It was a dark alley, and there were many shady characters there. It wasn't a long alley, only about 20 or so shops, but they were all disreputable, not to mention their clientele. There were the aforementioned hags. There were also werewolves, vampires, thugs, cutthroats, and other layabouts. No children were roaming the streets here. About 10 shops in was the Melted Candle. It was a pub of ill repute, where one could find all sorts of interesting people, even ladies of the evening. It stood 3 stories tall and had a dark door for an entrance. There was a sign of 2 melted candles on a wooden placard. A hag was selling questionable meat pies in front of it. He waved her off as he stepped in. He was glad that he had dressed down today. He was wearing simple clothing of black slacks and a brown cotton shirt. His hair was simply combed and not styled in any way. He looked like Joe Average. His eyes skimmed the crowd looking for the tall bloke with the bright green hair. He spotted him in the corner with a group of 3 other lads. He walked over and nodded to them. I'm looking for Spike, he said, staring at the man in question. You're looking at him, Spike said, sneering at him like he was not welcome. He looked just like Sharptooth said. Tall, even-seated, and bright green hair. He was skinny to the point of gaunt. His cheekbones were poking out of his face. His hair was slicked back on his head and plastered to it. He had piercing blue eyes. His skin was so pale that if Vic didn't know better, he'd have thought the man a vampire. I have business, Vic said, showing his Gringotts key. He knew that would show that he meant to spend money. Bugger off, you lot, Spike told his friends. They would know that fun times were over for now, but to stick close in case there was trouble. The group scraped their chairs as they got up and left the table. They only went to the bar or nearby tables. Vic noticed this and kept a wary eye on them. Spike nodded his head to the chair opposite him and indicated where he wanted Vic to sit. Vic sat and took out what little parchment work he had. He placed it on the table and waited. He only had what the goblins had given him, and little at that. They had also done a blood test, and it showed Charles Potter as his father, James Potter as his brother, and Harry Potter as his nephew. A disc was placed in the middle of the table indicating that business was about to take place. This meant that anything they talked about would be sealed by magic, unless otherwise indicated. A handshake would seal the deal. It also created a privacy bubble, so they would not be overheard. I need some muggle and magical documents done up for a life story, Vic started, glancing around to make sure the bubble worked. No one was paying attention to what they were saying. The works. Birth certificate, health card, homeschooled records, average grades, even parking tickets if needed, he continued, sliding the parchments over. I need them to pass in both worlds. Oh, and I need guardianship papers for me and Harry Potter. I'm his uncle. There should be no problems there. His documents are on record. You should have no problems obtaining them. Or you can find them at number 4 Privet Dr. Little Whinging, Surrey. Petunia Dursley is his maternal aunt, he added, hoping that she had them. Oh, and I need them backdated from a week from today. Well now, that is going to cost you a pretty canute, the man said, perusing the parchments. His eyes widened at the name on the documents. A bastard, huh? Didn't know old Charles Potter added in him, he said, reading more on what they said. He looked Vic up and down, trying to see if he could see the family resemblance. He could see it. He remembered James Potter from Hogwarts, and this bloke looked a bit like him. Yeah, was all Vic said, not correcting him in the slightest. The more people thought the story was true, the better. Where is all your parchment work from before? Spike asked him, trying to get the real story. There was just something about the man's story that was off. Fire, Vic said, his face completely blank. Right, Spike said, not believing that for a moment. It really wasn't his place to question his clients. He was paid to get a job done and get it done right. He was good at his work. That is why he was the best. How much, was the next question. I can do this for about 10,000 galleons, was the answer. It'll take me 4 days, he added, pocketing the parchments. Put a rush on it, and I'll give you 12,000 galleons, Vic said, thinking it over. I need the guardianship papers today. They really needed those for the appointment tomorrow. You're out of your bloody mind, Spike said, taking the parchments out and throwing them on the table. That's a tall order, he added, rubbing his hand through his green hair. He could do it, but it would tax him. It's vital, or I wouldn't ask, he said, running his hand down his face. I have an appointment tomorrow. If you can get them to me by the morning, I'll see an extra 1,000 into your account, he enticed. I can get the parchments and papers, no problem, but it'll take time to get them into the system. Backdating them will be an issue too, Spike explained. I need to go to the Muggle world and do it manually. And there are those newfangled computers that I need to insert him into. That'll take days. Not to mention, you don't have Potter's documents. This is going to be a big job. It could make or break him. He might have to pay this Petunia Dursley a visit. I'll make it worth your while, Vic promised. I'll see that 15,000 galleon make its way into your vault by the end of the day when I see all the documents in my hand tomorrow morning, he stated. He was good for it, and he was desperate. Done, Spike said, holding out his hand to shake on the deal. He would need to get a few of his buddies to help, but they were up to it. He'd do the Muggle world, but they could do the ministry. He found that very few magicals could work on computers. Lazy bastards. They kept trying to magic the information into them. You'll make it legit here in the magical world too? Vic asked, not shaking as of yet, covering that avenue as well. Of course, Spike said, offended that he even asked. Just checking, Vic said, shaking the hand and sealing the deal. Magic swirled around the hands and made it a done deal. They would have to do as they agreed. Spike picked up the disc and pocketed it. He'd keep that until the agreement was done. It was a pleasure doing business with you, he said, getting up to get started on his very lucrative arrangement. Yeah, Vic said, feeling he got off a lot better than he thought he would. He expected to leave with a lighter purse. He made his way back home with a good feeling that things were going to be okay. Meanwhile, at the Dursleys, Petunia's day was a nightmare. Well, her week was, ever since that man had come and taken the boy. They had done the smart thing and reported it as a kidnapping, but the investigation had almost gotten her Dudley taken from her. If there had not been furniture in the other bedroom, it would have done them in. They had cleaned out the cupboard of everything that indicated that the boy had lived there. The stupid boy had even had a sign proclaiming that it was his room. What kind of freak did that? Now, there was a man here from that freak bank looking for proof they had spent money on the freak. Like they would. They fed the brat and had given him a roof over his head. That was more than he deserved. I need to see something to take back to my bosses, the man, Mr. Waters said, shuffling some parchments, like paper was too good for them, around in his briefcase. They had been going over this for 20 minutes now, and Vernon Dudley had been hemming and hawing for all that time. The fat man was in hot water, and he knew it. We didn't keep any, Vernon told the man for the 100th time, as if repeating it would appease him this time. Then you need to show me something you purchased for the child, Waters stated, looking around the house and seeing pictures of the happy family and none of the child in question. There was nothing in this house that said there was a fourth person living here. Just the three Dudleys. That, and the look they got on their faces when they talked about their nephew. It was one of pure disdain. We threw it all out when the boy disappeared. Vernon hedged, which sounded lame even as he spoke it. Are you not expecting him to come back? Was the follow-up question. That didn't bode well. The man who took him seemed determined, Vernon said, sweat forming on his forehead. You know what I think, Mr. Dudley? I think you spent all of that child support on your own child and didn't spend a single cent of it on Harry Potter. If you don't produce something for me in 5 minutes, I will be turning this over to Inland Revenue, Waters said, shoving all his parchments in the briefcase and snapping it shut. He stood and started tapping his foot. His hand was casually laying on his wand in his inner pocket. You received over £250,000 for his care. I don't see any of that here. You will be paying that back, one way or another, he added, his face firm. Now see here, you can't just come in and accuse me of such things, Vernon blustered, standing to his full height. He was rather tall. Unfortunately, he was also rather fat. And it wasn't muscular fat, it was flabby. It didn't make for an intimidating figure. I can and did, Waters said, looking to the sweating man. Vernon and Petunia Dudley were as guilty as sin. They were both sweating buckets and looking around like divine intervention would come any moment. Petunia was clutching her throat and glancing nervously up the stairs. Dudley was up there playing on the newest video game system, in a room full of toys that were all top of the line, much like everything else in the house. These Dudleys knew how to live it up, but they didn't know how to keep false records. They weren't as smart as they thought they were. Sure, they got rid of the evidence of child abuse, but not embezzlement. He had looked in the so-called room they said Harry Potter stayed in, which he knew was false. There was a rickety bed and a desk. There was a pile of broken toys and a large number of discarded books. It was not a room that anyone stayed in, it was a junk room. You have 3 minutes, Waters said, looking at his watch. He knew they had nothing. Get out of my house, Vernon said, pointing to the door. He was going to have to think of something once this freak was out of his house. On your head it be, the auditor said, picking up his briefcase and leaving. He'll tell the goblins, and they would tell Inland Revenue. These miscreants will go away for a long time. The goblin mines would be too good for them. Vernon, what are we going to do? Petunia asked, grabbing her husband's arm. This wasn't something they could just fake away. I'll just, Vernon said, trying to think of something. For this he was at a loss. He never thought he'd be caught spending that freak's money. It was from freaks. How did they keep track of it? How was he supposed to know they had an in with Inland Revenue? Did they have the freak to back up any lie he came up with? What if he passed Dudley's purchases as Harry's? What are the neighbors going to think? All these officials coming by this week? Petunia asked, looking through the curtain and seeing the woman from 2 houses down pass by her house. She nervously waved at her and shut the curtain tight. She was going to be the talk of the neighborhood. She just knew it. Just then there was a knock on the door. Petunia went to answer it. There stood a tall, skinny man with green hair. "Hello, love, I need all the paperwork you have on Harry Potter," the man said, as he pulled out a knife of all things. Petunia screamed, "Meeting the PM. I am having a make-believe PM and not Thatcher. I already alluded that the PM was a man, so... Also, I think this is the last we'll see of Spike. Maybe it all depends on my muse." Spike did 3 things in quick succession. He sent an overpowered cheering charm at Petunia, a memory charm to the woman walking down the street, and then he shoved the missus in the house. "Bloody hell, woman, what did you do that for?" he asked, looking at her like she had lost her mind. He manhandled her into the hallway and stood there for a moment and looked around in disgust. He had never been in a place so clean and blah at the same time. Petunia giggled. She didn't understand why she wasn't screaming her head off at the freak that was in her house. He had a knife in one hand and a wand in the other. She knew he had used magic on her, and she continued to giggle as Vernon came lumbering from the living room. "Who the hell are you?" Vernon asked, coming up to the duo. In his hallway stood everything he hated in a person: a freak with green hair, and in a duster that looked like a punk rocker. The blasted layabouts that cluttered the streets and got in good upstanding people's way. He saw his wife in the middle of a laughing fit, and she seemed a bit hysterical. Her face was one of fear, but her mood was cheerful. "What did you do to my wife?" he exclaimed, going to Petunia and placing her behind him. "I'm Spike," the green-haired man said, brandishing his wand with his left hand. "I need Harry Potter's paperwork," he said, pointing the business end of said wand at Vernon's nose, making the man go cross-eyed. "Why?" the fat man blustered, staring at the wand pointed at his face. He moved around the man, leaving Petunia exposed to the wizard again. His fear of magic was so great that his only thought was to get away from the wand. "None of your business. Just get him for me, yeah," Spike said, lifting his knife in his other hand and pointing it at the still giggling Petunia, whose eyes got large. Her laughter took on a more hysterical tone. She knew she was in trouble and could not stop laughing. She looked up the staircase and hoped that Dudley would just stay in his room. "Yeah," Vernon said, backing away and moving to his desk in the living room. He started rummaging there, and soon enough came up with the papers the man desired. He didn't need them anyway. Besides, if they didn't have the paperwork, then no one could prove the boy lived here, right? Spike followed, dragging Petunia with him. He had pocketed the wand and kept the knife out. He held it to her throat and waited impatiently for Vernon to get the paperwork sorted. "Ready while Yuri up? I don't have any time to wait on you," he said, tapping his foot. He really needed to get things done today. Vernon pulled out a folder with all of Harry's paperwork, including his school records. He handed it to the man, who took it and dropped the knife. Vernon grabbed his wife, who was still giggling. Petunia had tears rolling down her face as her laughter was petering out. She had never been so scared in all her life. This day only got worse. She could hear Dudley moving upstairs and prayed that he stayed there. Spike thumbed through the folder and saw that there was everything he needed. He tipped his head, whipped out his wand, and obliviated them. He didn't want to be fingered for being here in any way. He then disappeared with a crack. Vernon and Petunia were standing in the middle of their living room without the knowledge of what happened, and just how much more trouble they were in. To Inland Revenue, it would look like they tried to hide the evidence that Harry existed. The next morning, Vic was getting nervous. Spike had not been in touch with him yet, and their appointment was in a few hours. He was fidgeting at breakfast. Arcturus wasn't doing much better, but he was better at hiding it. Harry was just eating away, but he could feel the underlying tension. "What's wrong with you two?" Harry asked, looking at the adults. They had been glancing at the clock and their watches all morning. He knew they had an appointment. They had made him get dressed in good clothes this morning. "We have some parchment work we're expecting that hasn't come in yet," Arcturus said mostly truthfully. He didn't say it could land him in Muggle prison if they didn't have it. He remembered that the Prime Minister was a good man, but firm. He was a stickler for the law, which is what had him worried. He could mind whammy him, but he wanted him on his side, not some drone. Selby Sorrell, the current PM, was a man of business, and his business was seeing to the smooth running of the United Kingdom. He was a Welsh man who came from humble backgrounds and clawed his way to the top by being good at what he did. He had a clean record and was a viper in the courtroom. If they didn't have those records soon, Arcturus was doomed. Well, no he wasn't, but their plans were. Not that Muggle prisons could hold him long, but he wanted a relationship with the Prime Minister. Breaking out of jail would put a damper on that. "Oh," Harry said, eating his toast and sipping his milk and sugar-laden coffee. He still got to drink one every morning. Just then came a warning from the wards. Arcturus got up and went to the map. It showed that Spike was coming up the walkway. "How in all the seven hells did he know you were here?" he asked Vic. "Beats me," Vic said, going to meet the man at the front door. Spike was standing there in all his glory, his bright green hair shining in the morning sun. He was dressed in all black. Even his duster was shining like a beacon in the light. "Come in, Spike," Vic said, holding the door open. He was glad the man wasn't a vampire. "Hello," Spike said, looking around the richly appointed manor. "Top of the morning to you," he added, nodding to Arcturus and Harry, who had joined Vic. "Morning," Harry said brightly. He was in awe of that bright green hair. It was so far from normal that he knew his Uncle Vernon would hate it on sight. "How did you know to find me here?" Vic asked, knowing that he never told anyone he was here. It would give the game away if they did. Well, maybe not now, but before the adoption, it might have. Now, they could come up with some reason he was here. Flu records. "You'd be surprised how much you can learn from him," the tall, skinny man said with a wicked smile. "The chit who runs it will do anything for me," he stated with a saucy look. He put his hands in his duster and pulled out a large bundle of parchment work and handed it to Vic. There was no way that much parchment could have fit in those pockets without magic. Harry's eyes widened with awe. He loved magic, and every time he saw it used, he loved it even more. Vic took them and handed them to Arcturus, who opened them and looked through the bundle. Everything they needed was there, and it was good work. He wondered why it was all in neat script. It looked like it was done on a typewriter, except for the magical parchment work that required calligraphy. Those were done really well, too. "It's all here," the old man said, sighing in relief. He pulled out Harry's guardianship papers and put them to the side. He then started looking for anything else they would need for this meeting. He pulled out things here and there and put the rest aside. "I do good work," Spike said, winking at Harry, who giggled. He knew how to use those computers, unlike most wizards, which made him the best forger in the wizarding world. He was Muggle-born and had kept up with his education. He liked the wizarding world better, though. There was more money to be made ripping off the purebloods. "I'll see the money is in your vault by the end of the day," Vic said, making noises that the man should leave. "What about the Muggle records?" he asked, putting his arms out in a this-way motion, moving towards the door. "Got some done last night, but I have to get the rest done today and tomorrow," Spike said, moving around Vic and admiring the artwork on the wall. "Told ya. These things take time," he added, peering closer at a water scene. "Is this a Monet?" he asked Arcturus. "Yes," the man answered, still going over the paperwork. He pulled out Vic's birth certificate and health card. "They need those." "Well, I'll be buggered," Spike said, leaning back awestruck that a wizard would have a Monet in his manor. "It was a gift," Arcturus said, putting the paperwork in his inner pocket. "I liked it, so I kept it," he stated, waving the compliment away. "We have an appointment to get ready for," Vic said, making that this-way motion again. He really didn't want Spike casing the joint, as the saying goes. "Don't get your knickers in a twist," Spike said, moving towards the door. "I'll let you know when those records are all set," he said, going out the door. "Ta," he added as he closed the door behind him. "I don't trust him," Vic said, once he passed the ward line. "He's a forger, not a thief," Arcturus said, but he made a note to up the wards against thieves. They were formidable on their own, but adding to them never hurt. "I think he's neat," Harry chimed in, and then went to finish his breakfast. The other two followed. Hours later, they were at 10 Downing Street in London to see the Prime Minister. They had gone through all the checkpoints and were soon seated in Selby Sorrell's office. It was a well-appointed office with a mahogany desk and many matching seats for guests. There were tasteful decorations that showed that this was an office of a masculine gentleman, like golfing trophies and some fox hunting items. It was done in greens and browns without it being overpowering. Arcturus was handcuffed and not happy about it, but he was given a chance to tell his side of the story, especially since the Dursleys were being questioned by Inland Revenue. Not to mention the fact that the boy in question was right there, looking healthy and happy. "So, tell me what is going on," Sorrell said, seated at his desk, a portrait of a wizard listening in on everything said behind him. "You there in the portrait, leave," Arcturus said, glaring at the wizard in the portrait. He knew that anything that went on in this office was going to be reported to the Minister of Magic. Even the fact that they were here would make its way to Fudge in short order. "I will not," the portly portrait said, huffing like he was important. "This is not a matter of state. Leave, I say," the old man said, making everyone in the room look on as the two argued. "I am privy to everything that goes on in this office," the portrait stated, which was true. "Vic, if you would," Arcturus said, nodding his head towards the portrait. "Of course," Vic said, waving his wand to the picture and causing a green and gold curtain to fall in front of it. It matched the decor. "There, that will block it from hearing and seeing us," he said smugly. They knew they couldn't stop it from reporting their presence, but they could stop it from saying why they were there. "Can you leave it there when you leave?" Selby asked in an almost pleading tone. He, and all those that had come before him, hated that portrait. Yes, yes, I can, Vic said, waving his wand and adding a permanent sticking charm to the rod and curtain. It can still be rid of, but it will take more than just a wave of a wand. Just shoot anyone who tries, he said cheerfully. Thank you, the PM said with heartfelt joy. You are more than welcome, Vic said, knowing what being spied on by portraits was like. His mom did the same with the family ones in Grimuel Place. Back to why we're here. You were going to tell me why you have Harry Potter, Sorrel said, nodding to Harry, who was off to the side drawing with some pencils and paper. I'm his uncle on his father's side. I'm a bastard that no one knew about. I needed to get his guardianship papers. To do that, I had to prove who I was, and let me tell you, that was not as easy as it sounds. I lost all my paperwork in a fire and had to get them all redone, both magical and muggle. When I got them, I approached Arcturus here since he's related to the boy. We decided that we'd go and get Harry from the Dursleys. I was in my dog form as to not overwhelm him with too many mails, Vic explained, sticking mostly to the truth. He pulled out both the magical and non-magical papers and handed them over. Selby looked them over and then handed them to his secretary, who took them and hurried out of the room. Vic and Arcturus sweated for a moment, hoping at least those were in the system. Why didn't you use the police? Was the next question. I didn't know I was supposed to, was the honest answer. I thought I could just go and get him. When I found him in the boot cupboard, I took him away as soon as I could. I needed him to get comfortable with me, so I waited a few days before I reported them, he added, trying to explain why he waited. They have a different story. They say you barged in and just kidnapped the boy, Selby said, looking at both men as if to gauge their reaction. They are lying. We knocked on the door and asked to see the child. Arcturus lied with a straight face. They didn't want to tell us where he was, but Vic sniffed him out in the cupboard under the stairs. Harry, Sorrel called, waving the boy over. Can you tell me where you slept at your aunt's house? He asked when the boy came over to them. In the cupboard under the stairs, Harry said, shuffling his feet on the expensive carpet. It was my room as long as I could remember, he added, looking towards Vic, who just smiled a sad smile at him. Thank you, Harry. You can go draw now, Selby said, nodding to the child. Vic nodded too and patted him on the back. As far as we can tell, he wasn't physically abused, starved and isolated, mentally and verbally abused, but they rarely laid hands on him. He doesn't talk about it, but he's had a few nightmares, he offered the PM. He was just glad that Harry didn't let the Dursleys break him. Those are bad enough, Sorrel said, running a hand down his face. He waved for the bobbies to release Arcturus. They did and then left. I can see you acted in the boy's best interests. When my secretary gets back from checking the papers, we'll see if you are legally allowed to have the child. Until then, tell me why you wanted this meeting, he said, leaning forward a bit. We want your help reining in fudge, Arcturus said, rubbing his wrist when they freed his hands. He's allowing Death Eaters to buy his ear, he stated, his voice going gruff. And everything else about him, he grumbled under his breath. They are passing all sorts of discriminatory laws against Muggleborn, Vic added, knowing that would get the man's attention. Not to mention the out-and-out bias laws on the werewolves. They are making it impossible for them to live, let alone function in society. He was still missing Remus and the fact that he would not be able to take up his friendship with the werewolf. Are they now? Sorrel said, getting a predatory look in his eye. That was not in the reports I have been getting. I was told all was well in that world. It is from their perspective, Arcturus stated, nodding his head knowingly. You need better spies, Vic said, hoping the man had some spied there. I don't have any spies in the wizarding world, Selby said, with a great deal of frustration. Why? Arcturus asked, thinking that would be the #1 priority. None of the purebloods I know will do it, and none of the Muggleborn can pass as purebloods, Sorrel explained, sighing into his hands. I've been trying for ages to get someone in. All the prime ministers have. A few have succeeded, but they are soon caught and disappear, he said, lifting his head. What you need, mate, is a woman to do it, Vic said, thinking on any woman that he knew that would take up such a task. Amelia Bones came to mind, but she was too law-abiding. Then again, or his niece, when she grew up with her metamorphogus ability. She'd make a great spy. He'd run it by Andy. Oh wait, he can't. He wasn't serious anymore. Arcturus could though. Or Harry, "Uncle, you might want to speak to Andy about Nymphy," Vic said, a tinge of sadness in his tone. "That would be an excellent idea," Arcturus said, looking to Selby. "My niece's daughter is a metamorphmagus, which means she can change shape. She's only a child now, but if we get her early, she can be trained up," he explained. "I'll need you or someone of authority to come with me," he added, thinking Andromeda would not simply listen to him. "Something to look into," Selby said, thinking that was a good idea. "We can make an appointment via Owl later this week," Arcturus said, making a mental note of it. "Again, back to the matter at hand. I need more information. I can't just take your word for it. I do have a few contacts in the magical government that I will be confirming things with. I have some pull with a few other people." "Don't worry, gentlemen. This will not be swept under the carpet," Sorrel said, going over his reports. His secretary came back in and brought back the paperwork. She whispered in his ear and then left. "Well, it seems that most of your paperwork checks out, but your health card isn't up to date. You might want to remedy that," he said, handing it all back to Vic. "I will," the dogman said, taking it all without the relief he felt showing on his face. "Might I make a suggestion?" he inquired. "Yes, hire a few Muggle-born on your security detail," Vic said, looking around the room and noting that one man stood in the corner. "Keep them here at all times. They will prevent any magicals from mind-whammying you," he continued, nodding his head in a knowing fashion. "It has been suggested before, but was shot down by the Minister of Magic," Sorrel said, his shoulders slumped. "Don't tell him. He's not your boss. Hire from the Muggle world," was Arcturus' suggestion. "Many Muggle-born come back to this world after they leave Hogwarts," he added, nodding to Vic, who nodded his confirmation. "I'll look into it," Selby said, jotting down a note. "I checked the armed forces," Vic said, not sure why, but they seemed to go there when they left. Sorrel nodded and made another note. He then looked at the clock and said, "Well, if that is all, gentlemen." Just then, 3 men came through the fireplace in a flash of green fire. Vic and Arcturus raised their wands and stunned them all as they exited. Well, not the black man, who quickly ducked behind a bust and pillar. He got off a few shots before he surrendered. Selby Sorrel and his guard were under the desk in quick order. Harry was tucked behind a large potted plant. Vic and Arcturus were behind their chairs. "Wait," the black man cried, holding his wand out. "It's the minister," he added, like that made a difference. And he was right. Fudge and Malfoy were knocked out on the floor. Prime for the win. Vic tied up Fudge and Malfoy and let Shacklebolt, the Auror that had accompanied them, just stand by. He had relieved him of his wand, though. He let the 2 tied-up men keep theirs, just made sure their hands were secured. It would make them feel helpless, not to mention frustrated. "Why are we tying up the minister?" the black man asked, not sure what was happening. He was standing off to the side and not making any sudden movements. There was a man pointing a gun at him, and he knew what one was, so therefore didn't want to be shot. He barged into the Prime Minister's office without notice, was a Secret Service man's answer, who was holding the 2 men under gunpoint. There were 3 of them in the office right now. 2 were covering the 2 captured men, and 1 was covering the untied up one. "I've just always wanted to do it," Vic answered, making sure the knots were extra secure. He hoisted them into chairs and woke them with a spell. "Wakey, wakey," he said as their eyes blinked open. Fudge sputtered awake, while Malfoy just blinked a bit. "Let me go immediately," the Minister of Magic said, struggling in his bonds. "I am the Minister of Magic. You can't treat me this way," he stated, puffing up as much as his bonds would let him. He was outraged that he could not reach his wand. He would show them not to underestimate him when he got free. "Shacklebolt, do something," he said to the Auror. "What can I do?" the unarmed man inquired, holding up his empty hands. "Yes, this is most uncalled for," Lucius said, glaring at everyone. He didn't recognize anyone within his range of sight, but he knew he was in the Prime Minister's office. The man didn't have magic, therefore a wizard must be here with him. "You will find that entering the Prime Minister's office without an appointment is reason enough for arrest," Selby said, lifting an eyebrow at the 2 pompous men. "I have never had an appointment before," Cornelius said, confusion entering his tone. "And I have told you each time to make one," Selby stated, frustration in his. "Well, I never," Fudge stated, huffing. "Why are you here?" Selby asked, looking at Cornelius with disdain. He never liked this overblown idiot. He was just too vain for his taste. And why did you bring your lackey with you? He added. You covered up the portrait, the portly man stated, like it was obvious. Which is my right, Sorrel stated, looking at the curtains and smiling. He was so going to keep those there. I need to know what is going on in this office, Fudge stated, like it was his business. No, you really don't. I will not be spied on. I don't know where you get off thinking you have the right to do that. I am your boss, not the other way around, Selby stated, looking at Fudge with anger. I am the Minister of Magic, Fudge said, though there was some doubt in his tone. Which means you answer to me. I am the Prime Minister. All the ministers of the UK answer to me. Now, I need to know what is happening in the wizarding world, and these fine gentlemen have been filling me in on some of your dealings. I could have you up on treason charges, Selby stated clearly, leaning forward and getting as close to Fudge as he could, without leaving his chair. I never, Fudge said, though his eyes were blown wide. It was then that Arcturus and Vic came into view, and the two tied-up men's eyes widened. Black, what have you been telling the Muggles? Malfoy asked, disgust in his tone. He should have known Black would stir up trouble. Now that his grandson had escaped Azkaban, the man was going to do his best to make things go his way. He was sure he had convinced this man that Sirius was innocent too. Only the truth, Arcturus said, not the least bit intimidated by the man. He brushed off an imaginary piece of dust from his shoulder. You are ruining the magical world with your prejudiced laws and your backwards thinking. I am doing what I have to stop you, he added, lifting an eyebrow at Lucius. It was a good thing they had Harry out of the office. He was playing in the waiting room with the secretary. They didn't want him in the same room where spells might fly, let alone bullets. You are a pure blood, Lucius said, not understanding why Arcturus was saying what he was. And a Black, he added as if that explained his first statement, which in his eyes it did. The Blacks were a dark family. Arcturus should be loving how the wizarding world was running. And I know where the money is, Black stated, looking down his nose at the man. Malfoy should know this. His family once practiced the same. They stopped when the statute of secrecy came into play. Not cunning enough to play in the black market. Who is this man? Lucius asked, turning his nose up at Vic, who he guessed was Muggle-born. Victor Henry Potter, Vic said, not holding out his hand, for two reasons. One, their hands were tied, and the other, he didn't want to shake hands with Malfoy. I know who you are, he added, waving off any introductions which weren't coming. There are no more Potters, bar the half-blood child, Malfoy stated, glaring at the man. He knew the genealogy of all the families that mattered. The Potters were down to the boy who lived, and that was it. I am here, and I can prove it, Vic said, waving it away. Not that I have to you, he added. To you I might, he said to the Minister of Magic. He produced his birth certificate and showed it to the man. Bastard child of Charles Potter, he said with a flourish. Fudge read the document with beady eyes, and they bulged out as he read. He's telling the truth, he said when he was done. Documents can be forged, Lucius said, not believing it for a moment. Charles would not step out on Doria. He knew that for a fact. Blood tests can't, Arcturus said, nodding his head toward Vic. We can get the goblins to do one if need be, Vic stated, adjusting his cuffs. Which we won't do for the likes of you. I've already proven myself to the appropriate people. If the Wisingamot needs proof, they need ask them, he added. Lucius narrowed his eyes and studied the two men in front of him. He knew the dark arts as well as Arcturus and knew there were ways to fake blood tests too. He had a sneaking suspicion on who this man was. However, trying to prove it would be futile. The old man had played this game well. It was just one more obstacle that needed to be taken care of. He would see his son the Black Heir if it was the last thing he did. Back to the matter at hand, gentlemen. Fudge, gone are the days that you will be spying on my office. That curtain will stay where it is. You will come here only when I call for you, or you will be stunned upon entering. I will have a magical or two on staff who will answer only to me, Selby stated, going over the new game plan. Now see here. Cornelius started, not used to being talked to this way. He was so used to people, siring him, that he thought he was in charge of everything. I will have someone on your staff that will be reporting to me the real happenings about these biased laws you lot are passing, which will be gotten rid of post-haste. You are allowed to self-govern as long as you do so within the rules of Great Britain. Which means you are still under the rule of the queen, Sorrel stated, picking up a paper that was in his drawer and placing it on his desk. He read a few paragraphs and then held it up. This is our treaty. If you don't start abiding by it, I will call it null and void, he added, holding it out to Vic. Vic untied Fudge and gave him the treaty. He held him under one point while the man read. Fudge started reading it, and his eyes started watering from irritation. Lucius was getting miffed that he was still tied up and not privy to what Cornelius was reading. The more Cornelius read the matter, he got until he finished. There were tears of frustration running down his cheeks. His hands were well and truly tied. He felt like a kid that had been told that Merlin didn't exist. Come, Lucius, we must go, the man finally said, getting up from his chair and taking his wand out of his pocket and waving it to untie his friend. Cornelius, you cannot be serious, Lucius stated, not believing what he was seeing. This muggle was calling the shots. Come, Lucius, Fudge said again, briskly, heading towards the fireplace. He knew he was outclassed this time. He might come back when Black and Potter were not here and see about putting this uppity muggle back in his place. But for now, there had to be a way around this treaty. If he could mind whammy the man into forgetting that it existed. Yes, that was the ticket. He would just come back another day and take the memory away. He plodded the whole way to the floor. Lucius straightened his clothes and followed his friend. He sneered at everyone in the room and stepped into the fireplace and fled back to the ministry. Shacklebolt, was it? Vic asked, giving the Auror his wand back. Yes, the man said begrudgingly. Sorry for disarming you, Vic said in a sheepish manner. Please don't tell them that the boy was here, he asked, his tone not quite pleading. They are not nice people, he added. I know, the other man said in a knowing tone. I'll keep it a secret, he swore, taking his wand and tucking it in his sleeve. He too stepped in the fireplace and disappeared. You need a magical detail as soon as you can get one, Arcturus said to Sorrel. They'll be back as soon as they're done licking their wounds, he added, his eyes never leaving the fireplace. Vic did a few spells on the fireplace that would warn the Prime Minister if anyone was coming. That would give him some time to at least shoot anyone coming through. However, there were ways to disarm those wards from the other side. I'll put in a call as soon as you two leave, Selby said, having cleared his schedule for the day. I need to talk to you about one more thing. My grandson. I know you have a warrant for his arrest, but I know for a fact that he is innocent and that he never received a trial. If you find him, can you make sure that he gets one? Arcturus requested. He wanted to make sure to make this plea public. That way he couldn't be accused of not caring about Sirius. I will see what I can do, but my lawyer days are over. I'll put in a few calls about that too, Selby said, making a note on that as well. On that note, we should let you get to your day. If you ever need to speak to the Minister of Magic, just open the curtain and let the portrait know, Vic said, nodding to the green and gold curtains. I will speak to Andromeda and have her call you, Arcturus said, knowing she had a phone. Selby handed him a card with his secretary's number on it. Not his private number, they weren't privy to that yet. They said polite goodbyes and headed out. They collected Harry and left the building. Arcturus a free man. What now? Vic asked, wondering what they needed to do. We get Harry enrolled in a good school, and then play it by ear, his new uncle said, adjusting his cuffs. It was the middle of spring and not quite chilly, but not quite warm either. What about leaving England? Vic asked. He remembered Arcturus mentioning that once. I think our family is too invested in this country to leave now. Besides, we're both free men now. You can take the Potter's seat, while I take up the Black seat. It will be us against them. I know a few rituals that will stave off death for a few more years. At least until Harry is old. Enough to take my place, the old man said. Not that he felt he was at death's door anymore. Sirius and Harry had given him a new lease on life. He hadn't felt this young in years. Still, he'd do those rituals to keep him feeling this way a little while longer. Harry got into a good school near Arcturus' house, and Vic became a Wisingamot member. It caused an uproar, but he was proven to be a legitimate member of the Potter family. Even if it was through illegitimate means, he made sure to let everyone know that it was through surrogacy that he was conceived, that his mom had backed out and hid the last minute, and that Charles and Doria had hidden the fact. Charles had not stepped out on his wife. He had visited Spike one more time and had him whip up a diary that was supposedly from his mom. In it, she said it was all prearranged, that he was supposed to go to Charles and Doria, but she changed her mind last minute. Charles didn't fight it because Doria became pregnant. It was a heart-wrenching tale that Vic sold as a novel just to get it widely known. The women ate it up and he made a bundle. It was the #1 bestseller for months. Everyone bought it hook, line, and sinker. Vic even got a few dates out of it, and he was widely known as a poor victim of circumstance. He was now the recognized guardian of one Harry Potter as well, having the most connection to him. Dumbledore was not happy. "Mr. Potter, you must return Harry to the Dursleys," the old man said one day after a Wisegamot meeting where Vic announced that he was the guardian of Harry. It had been about 2 weeks since the meeting with the PM. "I cannot for 2 reasons. 1, they are under suspicion of embezzlement. 2, and this one is more important, they are child abusers," Vic stated, ticking them off on his fingers. The Dursleys hadn't come up with anything to show they had spent a dime on Harry. They had even lost his papers. They were up on some serious charges and a full audit. They were going to see the inside of cells soon. "How do you know they are abusers?" the old man asked, since it was knowledge he didn't have. As far as he knew, the Dursleys never laid hands on the child. "I was there when Arcturus pulled the child from the cupboard under the stairs," Vic said, looking at the man like he was slow. "That is not abuse," Albus stated, not seeing anything inherently wrong with shoving a child in a cupboard. "At least it was a place to sleep. In his time, that was the lap of luxury. In polite society, it is. This is not your time anymore, old man. We are much nicer to our children nowadays," Vic said, disagreeing with the man. "Nevertheless, the Dursleys misappropriated funds that were meant for Harry and will soon be guests of the Queen," he said, vindicatively. His smile was not a nice one. He, for one, couldn't wait for that glorious day. "I will see that they are back where they belong by nightfall," Dumbledore started, only for Vic to start laughing. "The Prime Minister knows about magic and has placed them under magical guards. There are goblins helping with the audit. There will be no erasing the evidence this time," he stated, turning around and laughing his way towards the floor. It did his heart good to see the gobsmacked look on the old man's face. Dumbledore stood there flabbergasted and frustrated. He wasn't going to get his way in this. He really needed Harry with someone who was loyal to him, not this unknown person whose mannerisms were vaguely familiar, but not enough to place. He shook his head and left for Hogwarts. He had much to think over. The Potters in Black had a hard time explaining why they were staying at the Black family seat, but Arcturus explained it away as Harry was his heir, and he wanted him close in case of assassination attempts. Vic said that he decided to stay with Arcturus because he felt that Harry needed a family structure. That's what he told people anyway. There was talk of asking the Tonks to move in with them, but it was still in the air right now. They became the head of the Grey faction in the Wisegamot. They led in the overturning of many of the biased laws against the Muggleborn and werewolves, but not all. It had only been a month after all. They could see the influence of the PM in the voting of the mom, in that he was no longer kowtowing to the likes of Malfoy. Lucius was livid. Fudge might not be long for this world, and there might be a new minister soon. They were hoping to get someone like Amelia Bones in the office. However, if she was there, they needed to up security. No need to put her life at risk unnecessarily. They did note that Fudge didn't go anywhere without Auror guards, so maybe he wasn't as stupid as they thought. They had heard rumor that he had tried to go back to the Prime Minister's office, only to be caught and reprimanded. He was towing the line now. They still regularly visited the PM, and were happy to see that he had a few magicals on staff. He now had 2 secretaries, one for his Muggle side of things and one for the magical, which he was keeping regular tabs on via the newspaper and gossip. Andromeda Tonks felt that Nymphadora was too young to even think about spying for the Muggle government. However, it was pointed out that it was the prime time for her to start learning. She was still going over the pros and cons. "It will be a beneficial career for her," Arcturus said one day as they were taking tea, which they did at his house every Sunday afternoon since he had brought her back into the family. He and Vic were trying for the 3rd time to talk her into it. She had already talked to a government official and had the entire process explained to her. "I just don't want my baby taught to kill at a young age," Andromeda said, sipping her tea. Nymphadora was only 11 right now. She was set to start Hogwarts this year, and the government was all ready to have her start her spying career this summer, if Andy would agree. Ted was all for it. He was a huge 007 fan. Doesn't she already want to be an Aura? Vic asked, watching Harry and Dora play in the yard. Dora was making her face turn many different shapes, making Harry giggle. She was really good at it and getting better every day. Well, yes, Andy said, also watching her daughter. But I don't want her to do that either, she added, sighing. She knew that she really couldn't stop her daughter from joining if she wanted to. Nymphadora was just as stubborn as she was. This will give her a leg up and a spy that the Muggles desperately need, Arcturus stated. He could demand that she do it, but he really didn't want to pull rank. He had just reinstated the family and wanted to stay in their good graces. I will read the paperwork they gave me once again and have an answer for the Secret Service tomorrow, she finally conceded. She already knew she was just putting off the inevitable. Nymphadora would do what she wanted, so she might as well give her all the tools to do it right. I knew you'd see it our way, Vic said, giving her a very familiar smile. Just for a moment, he reminded her of Sirius. Tell me again how you obtained Harry, she said, changing the subject. So, they told the story of how Vic and Arcturus went to the Dursleys and found Harry in the boot cupboard. She was getting suspicious of how this man and her cousin were both dog animagus, though they were different breeds. Then again, her uncle knew many dark rituals that could change a person. Perhaps, well, she would not say anything. Sirius deserved to be free. She knew he was innocent and would never have hurt James and Lily, let alone young Harry. Just looking at them interact now, she could tell he loved that boy with all his heart. No, she'd take this secret to the grave. She just smiled and enjoyed the day with family. Finally, a decision. I want to go to school with Tonks, Harry said one Saturday a week later. You want to be a spy? Vic asked, flabbergasted. He was of two minds about that. 1. Harry was a bit young to be thinking about that. 2. He was proud that his godson/nephew was thinking about his country in such a manner. And it would give him a leg up in his dealings with the wizarding world. He would learn new things that other wizards would never know and how to avoid what most of them took for granted. Yes, if Tonks can do it, so can I, Harry said seriously. She's a girl, he added like that was important. They were girls after all. Boys were better in his mind. He was only 6 and girls had lurgies. Yes, she is. However, she's a metamorphmagus, the older man said, pointing at the girl whose hair turned blue. She can hide better than you can, he said, making sure the kid understood why Tonks was chosen. So am I, sorta, Harry said, making his hair longer. See, he said excitedly. His hair shrank back to normal. I can change my eye color too, he said, making his eyes lighter green. Vic looked shocked. Harry was just bouncing in place. Nymphadora came up to them and explained. He can only do a bit, she said, putting a hand on Harry's shoulder. He can change his hair length and the shade of his eyes, but that's all. He can change the shade of his hair too, but only a bit, she added, nodding her head at Harry, who made his hair a few shades lighter. Still, Harry pouted. To him it was more than most. He folded his arms and stuck out his lips further. That's quite an achievement, Harry, Vic said, patting him on the head. This did change things a bit. It made it more appeasable. Arcturus came up to them and asked, "What's going on?" He could see the excitement and tension in Vic's eyes. Harry was pouting too. Harry wants to go to spy school too, Vic said, then waved his hand to Harry in a show him manner. Harry lengthened and darkened his hair and lightened his eyes. He looked very different and quite proud. He returned to his normal appearance shortly and beamed a smile at his older uncle. I don't see why he can't. He could use his celebrity status to hide his activities. No one would suspect him, the old man said, patting the boy on the shoulder. What would they be learning first? I know they don't teach the children to kill, Vic said, moving away from Tonks and Harry. He had been over this with Andromeda, but now that he was on the other end of the deal, he was more wary. Mostly observation and thievery. They would be responsible for stakeouts, finding evidence and whatnots, Arcturus said, going over what he was told by the Secret Service when he interviewed them for Andromeda. I know they wanted someone to observe Dumbledore for a while now. I don't know if I want Harry to do that, Vic said, not really wanting Harry around that man. He's going to be tangled up with that man one way or another. Wouldn't it be better if he were trained to avoid his manipulations beforehand? Black asked, looking at the cute kid, who would be turning 7 soon. They only had a few years before deciding on whether or not to send Harry to Hogwarts. If Harry trained to be a spy, he'd feel tons better about sending him. I guess, Vic said, also watching his nephew, who was just trading faces with Tonks, who was literally changing faces. He would also feel better if Harry was trained to get away from danger, or face it and live. He knew if there were Horcruxes in play, then the Dark Lord wasn't dead, and Harry would be number one on his list of people to kill. Arcturus had informed him what those were when they had returned from the bank, and he had been horrified that one had been in Harry. "We can still leave England," he added, still thinking that was the best option. "We can," Arcturus said, tapping the glass in his hand with the ring on his third finger. "It was a good option, but I don't know if we should. We'd always wonder what's happening here. If we stay, you will be on Harry's side. If Albus gets handsy with Harry, you will be there too. Stop him," the old man said, looking at the child with a withering eye. "That, and if Harry gets his way, he'll know how to stop him too," he added thoughtfully. "Handsy how?" Vic wanted to know. He had heard rumor that Albus was homosexual, but not a deviant. He in no way thought that all gay people were sexual perverts. Albus never came off that way to him, but he did have an unnatural obsession with Harry, which made him more inclined to believe the worst about him. With his manipulations, Arcturus confirmed, waving his hand in a negligent manner, not wanting Vic to think the old man was a pervert. He might try to get Harry to see things from his outdated point of view, he added, making him see what he was trying to say. Or try to make the boy see himself as some type of self-sacrificing hero. "Oh," Vic said, relieved that was what the man meant. "Do you really think he'd be a headmaster this long if he were a pedophile?" Arcturus asked, not liking that thought one bit. "There are memory charms and such," Vic offered, but didn't want to think that anyone would get away with such a crime for that long. The world was full of awful people, and the wizarding world had so many ways to get away with crime. Just look at how they were getting away with hiding him. It was just a matter of knowing the right spells and people. They break after a while. "Look at how the Dursleys fingered us even though I confounded them," he said, thinking his spell hadn't worked all that well on the Muggles. He must be slipping if it didn't even last a few days. They had reported the kidnapping the same night and fingered him the next day. That should not have happened. "I guess you are correct," Vic said, bringing Arcturus' thoughts back to the conversation, thinking that someone somewhere would have reported it if Albus Dumbledore were a sexual deviant. "Let's talk about something else," he said, going over what Harry wanted to do. "What are you guys talking about anyway?" Harry asked, joining them after exhausting his repartee of faces. Tonks came with him and looked at the two men's serious faces curiously. She knew adults often talked about things they didn't want kids to hear, but they really should do it behind closed doors. She knew she was going to learn lip reading at spy school, but did they? "Nothing you have to worry about," Arcturus said, waving it away. "Just know that if anyone asks to see you alone, you are allowed to say no and ask that someone else be in the room with you. Both of you," he added, looking to Tonks. "No one should be asking you for private conversations until you are an adult. Say no, then run and get another adult, no matter who they are. Now, Harry, why do you want to be a spy?" Vic asked, getting back to the previous subject. "Because it's cool," Harry said, like it was obvious. "I'll get to use a gun and drive a cool car and get all the cool toys," he said, stars in his eyes, thinking of all the movies he'd seen on the telly when Dudley had watched spy movies. He was a huge 007 fan, even if he only got to see bits and pieces. "Yeah," Tonks agreed, glad to be talking about spying again. She too was thinking of what she had seen and heard. She also had gotten to talk to a few agents, and they told her what it was like. They did tell her that there was a lot of boring paperwork, and times when all they did was sit and wait, but it was worth it. "It's a lot of hard work," Vic said, looking at the two children. "You will have to study law and math and other subjects." He didn't want them to go into this with blinders on. "I like to study," Harry said, while Tonks made a face at the thought of studying more schoolwork. "I know you do, but I mean a lot more," Vic warned. He pulled his hands apart in indication as to how much more. "This much more," he said, when his hands were as far apart as they could get. "I can do it," Harry said, puffing out his chest. He could study like nobody's business. He was quite smart, now that he was allowed to be. He was glad he never let the Dursleys beat him down. Sure, it was hard to study when they were making him feel bad, but it was easier now that he was encouraged. "Okay, when you are Tonks' age, you can go to the same class as she is. Until then, you need to keep your grades up and listen to me and Uncle Arcturus, Vic said, his shoulders slumping in defeat. He knew he was going to give in from the start, but he had to put up the fight. I will, promised Harry, jumping around the room with Tonks. His joy was obvious to everyone. Arcturus and Vic shared a look. It was one of pride and worry. 5 years went by, and no one cotoned on to Vic being serious, besides Andromeda and Malfoy. Andromeda kept it to herself, and Malfoy couldn't prove it. So, it remained a secret. Lucius tried to bribe Spike, but the man was loyal to his customers and had integrity. He made sure to tell Black about it, and Arcturus kept an eye on the man. Lucius tried to hire assassins for both Vic and Harry once, but it backfired on him, and he didn't try again. The Black name still carried a lot of weight in the magical world, and Lucius was finding that out the hard way. The Wisegamot was now run like it was supposed to be, fairly and mostly unbiased. The Prime Minister kept his hand in the magical world and made sure that fudge was kept in place. Malfoy showed his displeasure by cutting off the man's funds, which did a lot to the ministry's budget, until Arcturus stepped in and helped with donations of his own, which he convinced others to contribute as well, as long as they were distributed to the correct departments and kept out of politicians' pockets. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement was getting quite the boost that it sorely needed. Many other departments were being shaved or expanded as they were needed as well. Nepotism was being stopped post-haste. There were more Muggle-born being hired on, and half-bloods were being promoted. The Ministry of Magic for the first time in many years was running like a well-oiled machine. Harry grew well and was as sharp as a cutting charm. He did well in school and listened to his guardians. He didn't want to ruin his chances of becoming a spy. Tonks snuck in some lessons when she could, but she was too busy with her own studies with Hogwarts and the spy school. There was little time for Harry. She didn't teach him how to fight or drive like a speed racer, which she was just learning, but things like observing and how to tell if someone was lying and other tricks of the trade she had no problem telling him. Now it was time for Harry to go to school, and they were still debating on sending him abroad or letting him go to Hogwarts. "Can we just homeschool me?" Harry asked one morning as they were debating it once again. "I don't want to go to Hogwarts," he added with a sigh. "Why?" Vic asked, not against the idea. "Then I can have time for my Muggle studies and my spying lessons as well. I can do even days magic, odd days Muggle, and weekend spying," Harry said like he had been thinking hard about it. "That way I'll spend more time with that which I don't know and learn spying part-time." He liked the spilt. "Maybe we can get a time turner for the weekends," he said thoughtfully. He had heard about those from Tonks. They used them from time to time in the Department of Mysteries. She was trained there once a month. The Prime Minister insisted on it. Once he learned of its existence. "I don't think we can get a time turner," Vic said, rubbing his chin. He didn't like that idea at all. "Tonks uses one," Harry said, like it was common. "When you get permission from your instructor, then we'll talk," Arcturus said, slapping the table. "Until then, we'll do things the hard way. I'll not have you growing old before your time," he said, not wanting to come off as a hard ass, but this was serious. "He's right," Vic said, holding up a hand. "All right, my schedule should still work," Harry said, holding up a chart that he had made, showing the times of days that he had dedicated to study and homework, and what times for downtime, which wasn't much, but it was there. "You've put some thought into this," Arcturus said, tapping his finger on the table in thought. He eyed the chart and nodded that it was well planned and thought out. "I really have," Harry agreed, putting the chart down and moving to finish his now warm eggs. "I like the idea," Vic said, looking to Arcturus, picking up the chart and going over it. He liked that Harry had included playtime. He was just a kid after all, even if he did schedule work every day of the week. "We can afford it, and it will keep Dumbledore out of our business," the old man said, still tapping his finger on the table. "I like that thought the best," the dogman stated. "We'll do it," the eldest man agreed. He pushed his plate to the center of the table where it disappeared. He grabbed his tea and took a deep drink. The more he thought about it, the more he liked this plan. Harry hooped and jumped from his chair and hugged first Arcturus and then Vic. "I got to write Tonks," he said, grabbed his chart and ran from the room. They could hear him, whooping the whole way to his room. "I think she helped him come up with that plan," Vic said, taking a deep drink of his coffee. "Probably," Arcturus agreed. "I'll start looking for tutors for magical studies." "You start looking for the Muggle side," he said, getting up and starting for the study. Damn it, Vic said, wondering how he was going to pull that one off. He'd have to look for Muggleborn. He'd have to figure out how to word the ad in the paper. It would have to have a magical word in it. Or he could ask for graduates of Hogwarts. There was a thought. It turned out it wasn't that hard to find tutors for Harry. All he had to do was put the word graduate from Hogwarts in the ad, and he had many applications. It was weeding out the worthless ones that was the difficult part. There were so many that were just helpless that it showed just how painful the education at Hogwarts had become. He got 5 good ones that had mostly been self-studied. 2 for Muggle studies. They would cover English, math, science, history, and language arts. Harry had already had a good grasp on most of his Muggle studies to his A-levels. These tutors would perfect them and keep him there. He didn't want to test out just yet. The other 3 were for his magical studies, and they would cover transfiguration, charms, herbology, potions, defense against the dark arts, runes, arithmancy, and care of magical creatures. Most of these classes would be theory-heavy and practical. There would be very little homework, and Harry would have to show his proficiency in retaining his understanding in the lectures. "So, how was your first week of private tutoring?" Vic asked him over dinner that Sunday. "Tiring," Harry confessed. He was wiped, though he was happy with his decision. "Dumbledore is quite upset with me," Vic said, a smile playing on his lips. "We knew he would be," Arcturus said, lifting a glass of wine. He saluted no one, though the other 2 lifted their glasses and joined his toast, and took a small sip. "Yeah, but I don't think I've ever seen the old man this mad," Vic said, his eyes narrowed, and his head tilted a bit. "He tried to get the Wisegamot to make Harry go to Hogwarts. They wouldn't, of course. But it was a close thing. There are still a lot of old fogies in his pockets. Why would the Wisegamot have a say on who goes to Hogwarts?" Harry asked, not sure how that even worked. "They pay the bills there," Arcturus stated. "It's a government-run school," he said, putting his glass down and looking to Vic. "I still have a lot of pull on the Wisegamot and the Board of Governors, so don't worry. You're not going to Hogwarts if you don't want to," Vic assured his nephew. If he had anything to say about it, Harry would never set foot in that school. "Good, because I like what I've set up," Harry said, taking up his fork and scooping up his spaghetti bolognese that the elves had prepared. It was delicious as usual. Arcturus didn't like this dish as much as Harry and Vic did, but he tolerated it for them. "Did the spy classes go the way you thought they would?" Vic wanted to know. "Not really," Harry said, disappointed, even though he knew from Tonks that the first 2 years were boring. "A lot of lecturing," he said, taking a bit of his food and scraping up some sauce with some bread. "You were warned," Arcturus pointed out, patting his lips with his napkin. This meal was just too messy for his taste. "I know," Harry sighed. His fingers were cramped from all the notes he had taken this week. He was cramming 2 years of classes into one, and he was going to be paying for it via his poor hands. Good thing there were magical creams for this. The house elves already had some by his bed for him at night. "Well, as long as you don't regret your decision," Vic said, finishing up his meal and waiting for dessert, which he believed was spotted dictonite. "You'd better get to bed early tonight. You have magical studies tomorrow, and you know how early those start," he said, ready for the afters when they appeared. "I know," Harry said, waiting for his own turn at the pudding. Arcturus didn't indulge tonight. He was weaning off desserts. His healers were after him to take better care of himself. It had been 5 years since they said he was on his last legs now. Well, it was only a matter of time. He hadn't told the other 2 yet, but he should. Or perhaps he should just let nature take its course. "Uncle Arcturus, aren't you having any?" Harry asked, holding up the serving implement. His elderly uncle rarely passed up dessert. The man had a sweet tooth. "No, I'm full," he said, sipping his wine, which he shouldn't be drinking. There were many things he shouldn't be doing, but damn it, he had lived a full life, and he was going to drink his wine. "Okay," Harry said, putting the server down and digging in. They talked about normal things for a while, and then soon went to bed. Harry and Vic were the only ones to wake up the next morning, contemplating death. The funeral was a small one. Only the immediate family and Lucius Malfoy was there. It was a bright and sunny day, which Harry thought was unfair. He thought that it should be raining and dreary, so that the weather could match his mood. But no, it was sunny and happy. Everyone there was dressed in black, and they were all grumpy and complaining. No one but him and Uncle Pads were upset that Uncle Arcturus was dead. That wasn't fair, and Andromeda and Tonks were upset, just not as much as he and Vic were. They were far more detached than he and Pads were. They only knew Uncle Arcturus on weekends and were sad. But the ceremony went on for hours with the wizard doing the burial going on and on about pure blood traditions and such, which was the standard fare for someone of Arcturus standing. Uncle Arcturus wanted to be cremated. So they did that in the end, but there were a few family members who wanted to tell stories about what they remembered about him first. Maybe they thought if they talked longer, they'd get something better in the will. Who knew? His two cousins, Cassiopeia and Pollux, his younger cousins, Andromeda and Narcissa, talked and talked and talked for almost 2 hours, until finally they got to light the pyre. The fire took some time to burn out, and they had to wait for it to die down. During that time, they mingled. Lucius stood with his son and didn't say anything to anyone. Narcissa talked with Cassiopeia and Pollux, while Andromeda and Tonks, with Ted, talked with Vic. Harry just stood and watched the fire and contemplated life and death. He understood what had happened, but he didn't like it. Death was new to him. Sure, his parents died, but he was a baby when that had happened, and he didn't remember. It had been a passing concept. Now it was reality. All he knew was his uncle didn't wake up, and now he was never going to see him again. And he wasn't sure if he could accept this. His uncle had saved him from the Dursleys, and now he was gone. Just gone. There was no big event. The man just hadn't woken up. Harry stared at that fire for a long time, until it died, and they put the ashes into an urn. They handed the urn to him, and he put it in the family vault. There were a few more words spoken, and a spell was put on the vault so that thieves couldn't break in. It was a black family spell, so Pollux did it. Lucius was miffed that he was asked to leave with Ted and Vic, but Harry was allowed to stay. Afterwards was the will reading, and that was a war zone. Well, not really, but tensions were high. Nobody liked what the will had to say. Well, more than half weren't happy. The Tonks were quite content. Vic and Harry knew the will, and they knew not everyone would be happy with the bequeaths, but they were not concerned with other people's feelings at the moment. The elderly blacks were upset that they were merely pensioned off and told to retire and live out their remaining few days in happiness. They had been hoping for far more than they had received. Arcturus had been generous these last few years, but with what he was giving them now, they would have to pinch the nuts. Draco, via Lucius, was also given a stipend and told to bugger off. He was not a happy wizard. His schooling would be paid for, but that was it, other than the allowance. Andromeda and Tonks were also given an allowance, larger than Draco's, and told to live life to the fullest. Tonks' schooling would be paid in full, and there was a dowry for her unless she wanted to use it for college. It was up to her. Tonks was pretty sure that the government would pay for her college, so she would decide what to do with that later. Harry was the heir, and now the Lord Black, and Vic was his steward. Vic would be legally responsible for everything until Harry became of age. He would be in charge of the house, and the accounts. Anything anyone wanted would have to go through him, and he would talk to Harry about it. "This is unfair," Draco complained, having been told all his life that he was going to be the Black Lord. Now he was being told he would never be Lord Black. It was quite the blow to his ego. That this upstart half-blood got the title that was his by birthright. Damn that old man. There was a clause in the will that if Harry Potter died of anything other than natural causes, the Black family name would die out. No matter what Harry's will stated, all monies left over would be donated to St. Mungo's and the ministry evenly. Not even Nymphadora Tonks was considered as an alternate. An investigation would be mandatory in the event of Harry's death. Should foul play be found, the person responsible would be persecuted by goblin law for line theft. "Hush, Draco," Narcissa said, not wanting anything further to downfall their family. The allowance they got was pitiful, and she didn't know this Vic Potter or how petty or spiteful he was. He might take them further down the poverty hole than they already were treading. Lucius had not done them any favors with his bribing of the minister years ago. It was a good thing the man had stopped. They weren't in dire straits yet, but they weren't on the top of the food chain like they had been 5 years ago. When Arcturus had cut their funds, and Lucius had tried to outbribe him, they had fallen into harder times. Lucius just didn't understand that her cousin was the head of her house, and he held the purse strings. What he said was law. Instead, Lucius tried to outwit the man. He lost. We concur, Cassiopeia stated for her and her brother, who was still trying to come to terms with the will. They were elderly, and like their now-dead cousin had been, were on their last leg. They too had been told to take it easy. They had been told they were going to die any day and were surprised to be alive at this time. They were both nearly 125 years old and had not led a clean life. It had been only because Arcturus had given them money in the past that they had lived as long as they had. Now that he was gone, the will is ironclad. There is nothing to be done about it, the goblin, Sharptooth, stated. He had written the will himself and knew that Harry would be his final client until the boy had children of his own. Well, for the black account anyway. The child was still Goldfinger's client, and now he had 2 accounts in the bank, making him one of the wealthiest clients. He would be catered to very well. You can, of course, waste your time and money fighting it, but that just means that you will be defeated, he added, showing his many teeth to Lucius, knowing the man's financial difficulties. Lucius sniffed and tightened his grip on his cane. Since he had tried to hire those assassins for the 2 Potters, his name was lower than mud in the dark communities. He was persona non grata in many taverns and pubs. It wasn't that he tried to hire them, it was how he went about it. He was too blatant about it and tried to hire common criminals and not master assassins. They took exception to that and killed the common riffraff and warned him not to do it again. Well, if that is all, Vic said, standing and going to the table where the documents were laying. We'll sign these and be off, he said sadly. He was still very much in mourning. He picked up his and Harry's documents and started signing. Harry hadn't said a word. He was silently crying. Tears were running down his face, and he was still trying to come to grasp with the fact that Uncle Arcturus was not going to be home when he got there. Uncle Pads tried to explain that the man was just old and old people died, but Harry just wanted his Uncle Arcturus to be alive. He knew that the portrait would be there, but it wouldn't be the same. Come, Harry, Vic said, putting his hand on the boy's shoulder. He knew Harry was not dealing well with his uncle's death. Harry just nodded and stood and followed. Harry, Andromeda said, getting up and hugging the boy one more time. If you need anything, she said, trailing off. She had offered all the condolences at the funeral, but the boy was just inconsolable. He was so young and overwhelmed. Tonks was taking it better, but she wasn't as close to the old man as Harry had been. And she was older and wiser. Harry nodded again and followed his uncle out of the room. The 2 Potters went home and were in the study waiting for the portrait to awaken. They had been waiting a week now. Uncle Arcturus had had it painted a few years ago when his health had started to deteriorate. He said it was because he didn't trust the 2 to go on without him, but they were sure that it was because he just liked being a busybody. Harry couldn't wait for the portrait to awaken. He missed his uncle something fierce. His tears were dry now. He understood what was happening and knew that this was not his uncle, but it was better than nothing. It would act like his uncle, sound like his uncle, and look like his uncle. For now, that was enough. Suddenly, the figure in the picture yawned. Bugger, Arcturus said, looking around the room. I died, didn't I? He asked, sighing. He had been hoping to live until Harry was free of Dumbledore. Or at least until Harry grew up a bit more. Yes, you did, you pompous arse, Vic said, tears running down his face, though he couldn't tell if they were sad or happy ones. Probably both. He, like Harry, knew this wasn't his grandfather/uncle, but he just couldn't help but be happy to see the portrait move. He would need the man's advice in the years to come. He knew he might become tired of the constant advice, but he was glad of it right now. Uncle Arcturus, Harry said, happy to hear that voice again. I missed you so much, he added, going to the portrait and looking at the man he admired so. You know, I am not really him, correct? The man in the picture said, looking at the child with sad eyes. Even with no emotions, he didn't want to give the child false hope. I'll take any part of you I can get, Harry said, smiling up at the painting, even if it is a false facsimile. His face lit up the room with its radiance. It was like the tears of the last week were never there. He might be in denial, but he was just so happy at the moment he didn't care. Was this healthy? He didn't know. It was something to think about later. Where did you learn such a large word? Arcturus asked, a gentle smile on his face. From you, Harry said, grinning like a loon. Figures, the painting said, adjusting his cuffs and settling in his chair. His painting was that of a study. There was a medium-sized wooden roll-top desk off to the side, with plenty of parchment, quills, and ink pots. There were other things on the desk, like trinkets and instruments needed to keep one busy. There was a bookcase with many books lining the back wall. A white rope rug was under the brown leather chair that he sat on. The walls were dark brown wood, and there were pictures of forests on them. There was a large globe of the world on a brass stand in one corner, and a stuffed troll in the other that was dressed in a tattered white linen shift. "Uncle, why do you have a stuffed troll in your portrait?" Harry asked, looking at the lumbering beast. It looked large just standing there. It had its hands out like it was reaching to tear your head from your body in one swift movement. There was a dumb look on its face, like it wasn't sure what it was about to do, but it was going to do it anyway. "For conversational topics when you are dead. No one will know my story then, and I can make it all up," the man said, waving to the stuffed troll and giving the boy a wicked smile. "This way I can tell people that I killed it, and had it stuffed, and was a great warrior and wizard," he added, winking at the child. Harry just giggled. Leave it to Arcturus to make up something like that. He would want to inflate his history to those in the future. He wouldn't want anyone to remember the fragile man he died as. "Harry can create his own portrait and contradict you," Vic said, chiming into the conversation. He was laughing inside. It sounded more like something he'd do, and not at all like his grandfather. Maybe there was more to his grandfather's youth that he didn't know about. He really didn't know about the man's childhood, only his adulthood, and only his geriatric years at that. They were not full of glory, but the man had not been a pushover. He was a formidable opponent in the political ring. "I doubt he would do such a thing," the dead man said, winking at Harry again. "Now tell me, how did the will reading go?" he inquired, folding his left leg over his right and looking at Vic intensely. "I assume it was read after the funeral, which, judging by your clothes, was today," he stated, looking at their attire. "About as well as you expected it to," Vic said, telling him of the commotion Cassiopeia made and Draco's upset over the amount he got. "Keep your eye on that boy's father. Now that I'm not around, he's going to get bolder," Arcturus stated, looking at Vic. He cut a look at Harry, who was looking at Vic. "I will," Vic said, already thinking about beefing up the wards and putting tracking charms on everything Harry owns. Sure, it might be overkill, but it wasn't paranoia. Lucius was a Death Eater. There was no ifs, ands, or buts about it. They would do well to watch their backs. His last attempt might have failed, but that didn't mean he was going to stop. "I'll keep my eyes open too," Harry said, knowing it was his arse on the line. "I'll make sure to stay with someone at all times. We've vetted every one of my tutors, but Vic will look into them again. And I'll have a house elf stay with me during class time. I know that the spy classes should be fine, but I'll have one join me for them too. That should be fine. Keep an emergency port key on you too," Arcturus said, going over all the contingency plans they had made for if they ever needed to be more diligent. "You will need to be seen more in public now too. So, keep a house elf with you at all times. You'll need to make more appearances at parties and such," he added. "You are Lord Black and the boy who lived. You are one of the most prominent people in the country. Make donations, shake hands, and associate with politicians. Just do things do get noticed. I know you don't like it, but needs must." "You never did any of that," Harry pointed out. "Yes, I did," Arcturus said, looking at Vic. "What do you think we were doing when you were in bed or in class?" "We were mingling with the Prime Minister and his lot. We donated to St. Mungo's and the ministry. We did a lot of politicking. That's how we got a lot of people to donate to the ministry and got Malfoy and his ilk out of there," Vic confirmed. "If you don't take up where Uncle Arcturus stopped, Lucius might worm his way back in." "But I'm just a kid," Harry complained. The last thing he wanted to do was politic. He had a busy enough schedule. He would have to cut into his free time, which was limited as it was. "I know, which is why I'm going to do a majority of the work, and you're just going to look cute and shake hands," Vic said, ruffling his hair. "You'll meet more kids your age, and you might meet some girls you like," the man in the painting said, giving the boy a wink. "You," Harry said, giving the man a disgusted look. "I'm far too young for that," he added, wrinkling his nose. Not that he thought girls were gross anymore, but kissing was. Vic and Arcturus laughed and knew in a few years the boy would be singing a different tune. "Head to bed," Vic said, looking at the clock and seeing it was only 3 in the afternoon. "Take a nap until dinner. It's been an emotional day for you, and you look knackered." Harry yawned and nodded. "It's good to see you again, Uncle Arcturus," he said one more time to the painting and then ran out of the room. He was tired. That and he still had some thinking to do about this whole death thing. "How is he doing?" the portrait asked once the boy was gone. "You having a painting helps, but I don't think he understands that you're not coming back," Vic said, wiping a hand down his face. "Let me reiterate. He knows you're not coming back. He's not a baby, but he doesn't like it. He'll get over it," Arcturus stated, watching the other man, who seemed to have aged a decade in the week since his death. "And you, I miss you," Vic said, standing and starting pacing. "Your death was sudden, and we really need you, but I'm dealing." Good. "Your will is ironclad, and I'm glad you added the clause about Harry's death must be due to natural causes. That helps a lot. I'll take good care of him," Vic said, sitting down again, folding his hands together and resting his elbows on his knees, letting his folded hands dangle between his legs. "It's hard dealing with all the anger of the blacks. It's one of the reasons I had no problems leaving this family. I'm sure you're doing fine. You were still raised a black," his ex-grandfather stated, proudness in his tone. "I'm doing my best," was all the other man said. "That's all I can ask," Arcturus stated. "What will you do about Dumbledore? He's going to try and use my death as a reason to get Harry to Hogwarts." "How does that even make sense?" "You were not his guardian," Vic said, raising his head. "He knew Dumbledore was going to keep trying, but using this didn't make sense. I was the more dominant person in his life," the other man pointed out. "I had the most political pull," he added. "Dumbledore would use any excuse." "I have a lot of pull," Vic said, tilting his head. "Now I have the ear of the PM," he pointed out. "That you got through me," Arcturus said, raising a finger. "Yes, but now I hold my own there," Vic said with a decisive nod. "Use it then. Have the PM sign an affidavit stating that Harry can school where he wants. That the Wisingamot has no say over the matter. That they can't decree where anyone goes to school," the portrait stated. He had been about to do that when he died. It had been on his list of things to do before he kicked the bucket. "Sounds like a plan," Vic said, getting up and going to the desk in the room. He picked up the phone that they had installed just for making appointments with the PM. It was the only number they knew and the only one they used. Well, Harry used it for his spy tutors. They used it to make their schedules for him. So, there were 3 people. That list was going to get longer, since Harry's Muggle study tutors also used the telephone. Vic called the PM's office and made an appointment for the following day, and was happy the man had an opening. "Now that that's done, you'd better take a nap too," Arcturus stated, looking at the weary man. "You look like shite." The other man did too. He had bags under his eyes, like he had not slept since the death. "Thanks, Uncle," Vic grumbled, moving to leave the room to do just that. "Vic," Arcturus called just as the other man was out of the room. "Yeah, leave the lights on." "Sure, thanks. Good evening, Uncle. It's good to have you back," Vic said, going to take his nap. It was too. Sure, it was only an image, but he could still talk to it, and that helped a lot. He would miss the man, but this was something. He shook his head and went to grab some shut-eye. He just hoped that Harry was sleeping and not thinking about death still. Harry wasn't thinking about death. He was dreaming about it. In his dream, he was running from a tall, bony figure that was trying to make him put on a ring. The ring had an open triangle that was slashed on it, and the figure was wearing a shimmering cloak that flowed like water, and it was waving a knobby wand that had berries on it. It was trying to give all these things to Harry and telling him he was part of him. Yet the figure reeked of death, and that terrified Harry. Harry ran and ran as fast as his legs would carry him, but he got nowhere. The figure kept getting closer and closer. Harry could feel the cold down the back of his neck as it got closer. But the figure wasn't running. It was floating. Gliding, really. It glided across the gray landscape of dead foliage and rock. There was a bitter cold in the air that bit Harry to the bone. There was a soul-shattering screech that made Harry jolt. Harry woke up with a start. "Well, shite," he said as he pulled his sweaty shirt off his chest and wiped his brow. "You can't do that." That night at dinner, Harry told Vic about his dream. He told all about it in great detail. How it felt, how real it was, and how scared he was when he woke. His tone was that of a terrified child relaying a scary experience to a trusted adult, and Vic took it very seriously. "And you think this figure was death?" the older man asked, serving up some roasted chicken with shaky hands. He was concerned that Harry had to go through that. It was too close to home for him. The tale of the three brothers was something that had haunted his childhood. Sure felt like it, Harry said, dishing up some mashed potatoes. If Vic was going to act like normal, then he was going to try too. It was a simple fare tonight. The broccoli and cheese completed the dinner. I'm sure you were very frightened, Vic said in a consolatory way. He put his hands on his lap for a moment to hide their shaking. Then he took up his glass of wine and sipped. I have never felt so scared in all my life. It felt so real, the boy confessed. He could still feel the cold breath down his neck if he thought about it. A chill ran down his spine for no reason. Well, I'm not sure what to say. Maybe it's because of all the goings-on that you dreamed of it. Have you been reading tales of Beetle the Bard? Vic asked, putting his napkin in his lap and taking up his eating utensils. He was going to play it off and hope that it was a one-time thing. He didn't want Harry to dwell on it. If it doesn't happen again, then good. If it did, then they'd deal with it then. Not recently, Harry said thoughtfully, thinking of the last time he read the tale of the three brothers. I know what you're talking about, though. Do you really think it's as simple as that? He really hoped so. The last thing he needed was to be chased by death. He didn't want the Deathly Hallows. Who would want to be Master of Death? That deity was downright scary. I would like to believe that it's just your imagination and not death coming to call, the other man said, really hoping death wasn't taking an interest in his nephew. Stranger things can happen, and there was rumor that the invisibility cloak, which he really needed to find out what happened to, was the real invisibility cloak of deaths, the one told of in the tale of the three brothers. So, there was a precedence, still. I hope you're right, Harry said, and they turned the topic to other things. The next day, Vic went to the Prime Minister's office for his appointment. He was shown in and took his normal seat. He looked at the harried man, who seemed more frazzled than usual. Selby Sorrel had been a good friend to him and Arcturus during these last 5 years, and he really hoped he would stay in office a while longer. He really didn't want to have to strike up a new relationship with a new prime minister. The next person might not be as amenable to him and his causes. They might like fudge better or hate wizards on the whole. Then there would be issues of a whole new variety. Well, he knew that the Queen was a good sort, and she still held sway over the wizarding world. If the new PM was a hater, then he still had her on his side. That, and he just liked Sorrel as a person. He was a good sort. He would make sure to keep in touch with the man, no matter what the outcome of the selection. It's a selection year, the man stated, informing him of what he already knew, looking up from what he was reading. His reading glasses were perched on his nose. I have quite the contender this time, he added, pushing aside some paperwork. He took his glasses off and looked around the room. Where is Arcturus? Was his first question. He died in his sleep a week ago, Vic said sadly, his head bowed a bit. Even with the portrait, it was hard not having Arcturus around. He missed seeing the man at the table during meals and not sitting next to him during this meeting. He could tell it was hard on Harry too. Even with the portrait, there was no replacing turning and talking to someone when you needed them. I am very sad to hear that. He will be missed. Do you or Harry need anything? Selby asked, leaning forward a bit, upset that his friend was no longer in the world. The old man had a great strategical mind. He would have given some great advice this coming year. I am willing to see that you get any paperwork you need to have his death finalized in the real world, he added. No, we're good, the other man said, giving Selby a nod. Thanks for asking, he added. But, yes, we will need that paperwork, he stated, knowing he could get Spike to do it, but Sorrel's offer was just as good. When did he die? What hospital did you use? And what did he die of? The man asked, taking up a pen to jot down the answers. He died last Friday, of old age. We used St. Mungo's. I don't think you can list that one, Vic stated, his tone still laced with sadness. I'll figure it out. We've had to use it in the past, Selby said, writing it down. He learned that recently through his dealings with his new underlings. He then buzzed for his magical secretary. He handed her the notes and told her what he wanted. She left to file the paperwork. He'd get a doctor he knew to sign off on it later. Thank you. I don't know if we'll ever need it, but it's nice to have, Vic said, gratitude in his tone. What else can I do for you today, Vic? I know you didn't come to tell me about your uncle's death, Sorrel asked, not really wanting to deal with the magical world today. He had had a few interviews with Fudge recently, as it was an election year for the magical world, though there didn't seem to be anyone running against the other minister. He had to wonder about that. Did no one want the job? Or was someone paying for Fudge to stay in office? His spy network in the magical world was paying off. The young woman who they were training was a godsend. She was still in school, or rather she had just graduated, but she was giving them information on the workings of the school and the kids, who in turn gave them news on the parents. Gossip mostly, but it paid off in the end. They learned who was taking bribes and who was working for whom and who was doing their jobs incorrectly. There were those that were just sliding by on their laurels and bragging about it to their kids. Those kids would tell their friends and so on. They had already caught a woman called Dolores Umbridge and had her arrested in the Queen's Court for many charges. She would not see the light of day for many years. She was arrested for embezzling, murder, attempted murder, and bribes. She was stupid enough to tell people she was too powerful to be touched. She told the wrong person. Bam! She was caught with her hand in the biscuit jar, so to speak. Thanks to the use of Veritaserum, she sung like a bird and implicated many people with her. However, they didn't have anything concrete. They could only watch those people and hope to catch them too. Malfoy was number 1 on their list. I need an affidavit that states that the Wisengamot can't tell people where to educate their children. Dumbledore is still trying to get me to make Harry go to Hogwarts, Vic said, bringing Sorrel back to the present and giving the man a consolatory look. He understood that it was a hard time for him. Getting the Queen and Parliament to see that he was still a good candidate was hard. He knew that there was no one running against Fudge because no one wanted the job. It was peacetime in the wizarding world, and everything was going well right now. There was talk about Dumbledore being written in, but the man had declined once again. Vic thought about running, but he didn't want to bring that kind of attention to himself. He had enough to do with raising Harry. Why would they think they could dictate that anyway? Have they never heard of precedents? The PM stated, searching his desk for the appropriate paper. He booted up his computer and started typing. He typed for a few minutes and loaded the correct paper in the printer and then printed the affidavit and then signed it. He stamped it in all the right places and handed it to Vic stating, "There, give that to the Chief Warlock and tell him to quit trying to overstep his bounds." "Thanks, Selby," Vic said, taking the document. "If you need a donation to your party's campaign," he added, knowing that politics were expensive. He had no problem helping his friend. "You're not in my party. That would not be prudent," Sorrel said, waving it away. There was no way he was going to mess up his campaign by taking money he couldn't account for. "Well, I am a businessman in the community," Vic said, owning Grunnings. He had bought it when Dursley had been arrested. He wanted to make sure the man didn't get his job back and that a full audit was done. "That, and I do have my papers," he added with a wink. "There is that," Sorrel said, nodding in his direction. "Very well," he said, with a smile, and Vic took out his checkbook. A nice donation was made, and they talked to the selection for a while, and Vic wished his party all the luck. Soon enough, Vic left and went home. Harry was busy with his tutors, and Vic decided to do some work. It was just another normal day in the household, just one without Arcturus. That was taking some getting used to. A week later, there was an emergency meeting of the Wisengamot. Dumbledore called it. Vic knew what it was for and was glad to get it over with. He would have called it himself, but he didn't have that kind of power. Only the Chief Warlock, the Minister, or the head of the DMLE can call an emergency meeting. Everyone filed in and took their seats, grumbling about wasting time over something they were sure was trivial. The old man had been doing that a lot lately. They were sure it was one more attempt to get the boy who lived into Hogwarts. Many of them were up in the air about it. For one, they wanted the boy there, but they didn't want the old man to dictate where they sent their family. "Come to order, everyone," Dumbledore said, banging his gavel after the niceties had been observed. He was sure he had a foolproof scheme this time. If he included everyone, then they would see reason. "Why are we here, Dumbledore?" Augusta Longbottom asked, standing and being acknowledged. "This had better not be another attempt to get Harry Potter into Hogwarts," she stated. "We have already voted no on that." She was one of the many that were tired of the same old campaign. There were many cries of "Hear, hear." "I would like to propose to this body that we have all-of-age wizards and witches be compelled into attending Hogwarts," he stated, sitting to his full height. "This way there will be more children in the halls of the school, and the numbers will be fuller for the first time since its conception. I'm sure you understand that the school was designed to hold over 5,000 children. We only hold 2 at this time," he said, only to trail off when the mumbling got loud. "You cannot," Vic said, standing to be recognized. He pulled out his affidavit and duplicated it many times. He then floated it to everyone in the Wisengamot, keeping the original. He made sure that Dumbledore got one too. As you can see, you are denied by law to do anything of the sort, he added, looking at the minister. What is the meaning of this? Fudge said, reading the document. You went behind my back. His face got so red it looked like he would die of a heart attack if he didn't calm down within a few moments. Vic was actually concerned that the man would drop dead right there on the floor of the chambers. No, I went behind Dumbledore's, Potter said, waving the man off. He has an unnatural obsession with Harry. I will not have my nephew forced to attend school where he doesn't want to go, he added, glaring at the old man, who glared back. No one should be controlled in such a way, he stated, looking around the room at the rest of the body and saw many nodding at his words. Is this binding? One of the members asked, looking at Fudge. Can this muggle do this? He has already caused so many changes, the man whinged. There were others agreeing with him. They too didn't like that the PM had such control over the laws they made. Yes, the angry man in the green bowler growled. The Prime Minister is the voice of the Queen. If he says we can't force people to make the kids attend, then we cannot, he stated, his voice one of hate and discontent. You've seen the power he holds over us. How can you? Ask that, he grumbled. He was upset that there was no one running against him this year. He had been hoping to finally get out of office. It wasn't as fun as he thought it would be. Now that Malfoy and his ilk weren't paying him to pass laws, he wasn't rich, and he didn't have the power that he used to have. He was still feeling the hurt over losing his undersecretary. Dolores had been a godsend, and a habit bandied about that she was such a criminal had hurt his standing. It had taken a lot of fancy footwork to keep his hands clean in that fiasco. She had kept meticulous notes, though, and nowhere was his name mentioned as a co-conspirator. He had dodged the spell. Work on that one. I don't understand why you're so upset anyway, Vic said, looking around the room. Why do you want Dumbledore to have a say what you do with your kids and grandkids? What if you have a reason you don't want your kids to attend that school? Albus holds too much power in my opinion, as it is. Do you really want to give him more? He asked, still holding the man in question's eyes. Dumbledore was looking at him with a burning passion of hate. Not only was he undermining him, but he was preventing Harry Potter from coming to Hogwarts where he would be molded into the martyr that he needed to be to fulfill the prophecy. The wizarding world needed a hero, and Harry Potter was that hero. Vic Potter was preventing that from happening, and Albus Dumbledore would make that man rue the day he stopped it from coming about. What reason would we have? Hogwarts is the premier school in the world, one person said. There were many voices of agreement heard as the room filled with noise. Who told you that? Vic asked, flabbergasted, cutting through the din. He took out some papers out of his briefcase that was on the floor at his feet. He had had these in his holding forever, just in case this topic came up. He copied them and floated them to everyone. Hogwarts is 15 in a list of 25. It is falling every year. We are number 1 in transfiguration, charms, and herbology. But we are dead last in potions, history, and divination. Our data scores vary year to year. He expanded his list to about 10 feet high and 5 feet wide and pointed all this out with a large pointer stick that he conjured. The rest of the classes fall in the middle, except Muggle Studies, which also falls dead last. There was a lot of grumbling, and Dumbledore looked like he'd like the floor to open up and eat him. These were things that he had prevented the public from knowing. It was simple to do. All he had to do was let them believe that Hogwarts was the best school it was when he had taken over, so many years ago. What good did it do to let them know that he was ruining the careers of so many children? The British wizarding world was running just the way he liked it, so therefore it didn't need to be changed just because a few toes got stepped on. Is this true, Dumbledore? Fudge asked, looking at the large list floating above Potter. He was gobsmacked. He thought all was well at the school. Never would he have thought that they were so low on the list. He could have dealt with the top 5, but 15 and sinking each year? This was unacceptable. Well, the numbers can be misleading, Albus prevaricated, not wanting to come out and say that it was completely true. You are avoiding the question, Madame Marchbanks stated, knowing they were facts. She had been after the headmaster for years to get rid of the 4 teachers that were bringing down their scores. I am sure that if we bring the number of students up, then the numbers would improve, Dumbledore stated, trying once more to get back to why he called a meeting. Perhaps he could use this. These people were gullible enough to listen to him and his misleading words. No, then your overworked teachers would perform even worse, Vic said, pointing out that they were already understaffed. You have a horrible teacher/student ratio. You should have a 16-to-1 ratio. You have 25-to-1 ratio, or more. That does not include flying class where you have more. Your teachers teach all grade levels when they should be restricted to 3 or 4, like your elective classes. They should each have an assistant. You are overworking all of them, especially your deputy headmistress. She currently holds 3 titles. Shame on you, headmaster, he stated harshly. That doesn't even address the 4 classes that are failing to teach the students even the rudimentary basics, he finished with a flourish. You cannot lay all the blame on me, Dumbledore stated, getting huffy. You run the school, Marchbank snapped. I have given you advice for years. You have ignored it. I know the Board of Governors has done the same. You have no one to blame but yourself, she added, slamming down her cane in frustration. Now see here, the old man said, looking around the room for support. This is a government-run school. He started only to be cut off before he could make his point. We provide the money and approve scholarships, Fudge said, reading through all the documents that Potter had provided him that day. We don't have anything to do with the day-to-day running of the school. Mostly because we have taken you on your word that nothing was wrong. However, I can see from these numbers that perhaps, maybe that might change. I propose that we meet with the Board of Governors and see what can be done about these numbers, he said to the Wisengamot at large. Everyone started talking to their neighbor and generally making noise. Potter was discussing it with his Wisengamot neighbors Greengrass and Knot. One was all for doing an audit, the other not so much. Vic felt it had something to do with Snape being one of the teachers being audited, but he brushed it off. One Death Eater sticking up for another was nothing in the greater scheme of things. He also knew that Knot would come around, if only to save face. Soon enough, it was put to a vote, and it was decided that a committee would get with the Board of Governors, and they would see about doing an audit of classes. Someone from the ministry would be there as well. They wanted to see what their money was being spent on. The proposed bill for having all of age children attending Hogwarts was binned for the trash it was. So, how did it go? Harry asked his uncle as they settled for afters. It was simply an apple crumble tonight. They were taking it in the study so they could talk with Arcturus. The Wisengamot is going to get with the board and they're going to audit the school, Vic told him. He had already reported the whole meeting to the painting earlier this afternoon, so there was no need to rehash it. That's good, right? The preteen asked, taking a bite of his dessert. Yeah, that and it keeps Dumbledore busy for a while, Vic said, that having been the goal from the start. How did your day go? He asked, changing the subject. Uncle Arcturus and I studied some charms after my tutor left, he said, smiling at the portrait. It had been fun to study with his older uncle. The man, even as a portrait, was witty and had a dry sense of humor. He seemed freer now that he was a painting. It was hard to explain. It was like he was less restrained. He seems to have an affinity for them, Arcturus stated, looking at the dessert with something akin to want. He regretted not putting food in his portrait. He didn't have taste buds, so he wouldn't enjoy food, but the act of eating might cut the boredom. He thought that adding the writing utensils and books would do, but really there wasn't much to do now that he was dead. He did visit the other portraits, but they were dullards and only talked about their boredom too. I would have thought it would be transfiguration like his father, Vic said, rubbing his chin in thought. He does well there too, but he seems to take more after his mother in charms, the older man said, settling further in his chair. He tapped his ring on the arm in frustration. He really didn't put enough to do in the painting. It was a good thing the two men liked to keep him company. However, he could see why most portraits slept most of the time. It just comes easy to me, Harry said, finishing his afters and pushing the plate away. You're doing great in your studies. Your tutors have nothing but great things to say about you. Even your spy teachers say good things, Vic said, also pushing his plate away. Both plates disappeared and were replaced with hot cocoa. Harry beamed at the praise, and they talked of mundane things for a while, and soon the preteen went to bed. What next? Arcturus asked, hoping Vic had something else planned to keep Harry safe. For now, we'll play it by ear, the other man said, sighing and putting his cup on the table. I've done all I can. Until I know who the new prime minister is, or if Selby is going to remain, I can't do anything there. Nothing is changing on the political front in the wizarding world. Malfoy is being quiet. I'm still keeping an eye on him. I'm hoping for a few easy years, he stated, leaning back in the chair and closing his eyes. Don't count on it, Black said ominously. Don't jinx me, Potter said, scowling. He was still worried about that dream Harry had a week ago. It hadn't been repeated, but death was no laughing matter. He just couldn't shake the feeling that it meant something. Wait, what? Minister? I have no idea where this idea came from. It just popped up and I ran with it. It takes this FIC in a whole new direction, but still on the same track at the same time. It also opened some doors that I closed that I needed to reopen. Suddenly, there was a hat thrown in the ring for the Minister of Magic selection. It was none other than Lucius Malfoy. Why he suddenly wanted to run was a mystery, but Vic was wary. For all he knew, it was a trap for nefarious reasons, but what he didn't know. There was nothing the man could do about it but throw his own hat in and hope it didn't bite him in the arse. The last thing he wanted was to be minister, but he didn't want Malfoy there either. He would do a better job at it than that Popinjay. Are you sure you want to do this? Your whole history is going to be combed over, Arcturus said, looking down at him from his portrait. I'm not sure it will stand up to the scrutiny. While they had paid top galleons for those parchments, that didn't mean they were foolproof. Spike was the best at his job, but did that mean that the best was the best in these circumstances? There was no Abigail Spinster. Will they look for her in the Muggle world? What if they find a woman with that name? She will have no clue who Victor Henry Potter is. This was going to be a clusterfuck. It'll have to, Vic said, pacing back and forth in front of the painting. That and Malfoy was a Death Eater. That is one large strike against him, he added, rubbing his forehead to stave off a headache. He had Spike go over many of his documents and records just in case and verify they would stand up to inspection. He knew someone like Mad-Eye Moody would be in charge of looking, and if anyone could find something, it would be that man. He, like Arcturus, was going over all the things that could go wrong. I know, but the painting said, tapping his ring on the arm of his chair like he did when nervous or bored. You're right. There are far more skeletons in Malfoy's broom closet than yours. You at least have been a pillar of the community since you've come on the political scene, he added, sighing at the things that Vic had done since he had become a Potter. We'll just have to trust that it will work, Vic said, finally sitting down and sighing in relaxation. He did what he did because he had to. I will be going out tomorrow and campaigning in Diagon Alley. I'll take Harry with me, and we'll canvass the people and get a feel for the climate. I'm sure with the boy who lived by my side, I'll have this in the bag, he said, trying to smile. He knew Harry would hate it, but he would do it to help him. I hope you're right, Arcturus stated, looking at the doorway, like Harry would come in at any moment. However, the boy was at his spy classes, and he would be gone for 2 or 3 hours. Harry was taking to spying like a unicorn to the woods. He learned how to tell the signs of lying early on in life, which made life easier and harder for the 2 men that were his parental figures. They couldn't surprise him with birthday parties, but they were not caught unawares by people around them either. Do you have any idea why the man would even think that he could become minister? Vic asked, trying to think of Malfoy's reasoning. I mean, he has a dark past. What made him think he had the clout to run? He wondered out loud. He was still trying to reason that out. He just didn't understand what the man's motive was. He's got a lot of people that will back him, and the pure blood's on his side. There are people who want to see the Prime Minister's influence diminished. They think that if a pure blood is in office, then that will stop. They just don't understand that the treaty will prevent that. They want things to go back to the way they were before. Even if Malfoy was to pull this off, I want you to make sure that doesn't happen, Black said, leaning forward in his chair and looking intensely at his ex-grandson. Don't worry about that. I will do everything in my power to prevent that, even if I have to raise an army with the Prime Minister to take over the wizarding world. I know the Queen has a backup plan to do just that if needs be, Potter stated, hoping beyond hope that it never came to that. It would devastate the magical world as they knew it. It would start in England and snowball from there. All the countries might follow suit. Then magicals would be under the rule of muggles. There would be war, and many would die. He just knew it. Good. If it does come to that, grab Harry and get the hell out of England. Learn to hide in the muggle world. It will be your only hope, the old man said, looking around the room. Make sure you take me with you. You too would be helpless without me, he said with a chuckle. Too right, Vic agreed, chuckling along. He was already making contingency plans to that effect. There were bank accounts set up in a house, or two purchased and rented out as bolt holes. They had somewhere to run if need be. The two men settled down and talked about Vic's campaign and what he was going to use as his platform. He decided that he was going to use equal rights for everyone. It had been used before, and he had to be careful. He wanted to make sure that he pandered to everyone and not just the Muggleborn. That had been the mistake of those in the past. They overlooked the half-bloods and the poorer pure-bloods and only campaigned for the Muggleborn. There were others that needed help and should not be neglected. Harry came home and was told what was going on. He wasn't sure how he felt about it. "You want to be minister?" he asked. His eyes were wide. He knew his uncle was serious, but to run for office after all the belly-aching he did about politics after every Wisingamot meeting. It was surreal. "Yes," Vic said, his eyes narrowed, not liking his tone of voice. "As in the one in charge?" Harry asked, his tone turning mirthful. "Are you making fun of me?" the other man asked, a frown puckering his brow. "Well, not really, but," the child said, a small giggle escaping his lips. "Quit laughing at me," Vic said, his eyes narrowed further. "I mean, I know you take good care of me, but the whole nation?" This time there was a full-blown laugh released from Harry's mouth. "I could do it," Vic said indignantly. "I'm just taking the mickey," Harry said, sobering up. "I think it's a great idea. I mean, you are a great guy, and I, for one, think you're up to the task. I know I give you a hard time, but you've handled both the Potter and Black accounts. You hold both seats in the Wisingamot, and you've kept Dumbledore off our backs for years." He had nothing but great respect for his Uncle Pads. He thought the man hung the moon and would do a great job. However, he was worried. It was a heavy responsibility, and it came with threats and dangers. Malfoy was one of them, and they all knew it. "Yeah," Vic said proudly. "I have done all that," he stated, puffing out his chest. He too was proud of himself. "You may not be a lawyer, but you don't need to be in the wizarding world," Harry pointed out, going over things that were different in the two worlds. "You do know the laws, though," he added like that was important. "You know more of them than any of the other Moat members," he stated, thinking of the other fogies on the Wisingamot. They just sat there and thought they knew everything. Uncle Pads had put them in their place many times, though he had been wrong once or twice, and that had been pointed out by Malfoy and his ilk. "Well, maybe not Malfoy, but I'm going to change that," Vic said, thinking of studying law in his spare time. He didn't want to get tripped up by something that man might pull out of his arse. "Maybe now might be a good time to get that time turner," Harry said slyly. He really wanted to get some extra study time in too. He had been hinting at it for years now. "No," Arcturus said, slamming his hand on his chair arm. "I still don't think someone as young as you should use one," he stated. He had made his opinion quite clear on this subject, and just because he was dead, he wasn't going to be unheard. "I meant for Uncle Pads," Harry said as quickly as he could. No one believed him, though. They all knew how much he wanted to study. The boy was a machine when it came to his studies. "I might do that, but you aren't going to touch it," the older man said, not wanting Harry to have a time turner until he was much older. Maybe when he was 14, then his core would be more stable, and he would be going through puberty. That was a bit important. It was a magical time for wizards, and they were more prone to maturity. Well, in some things, not so much in other things. "Why?" Harry whinged. "It's all about your core and emotional stability," his Uncle Pad said, taking his shoulders and setting him down in front of him and settling in for a long debate on magical theory. They talked for about a half an hour until Harry finally understood that they weren't being mean, that they were looking out for his well-being. "Fine," he said in a huff. Just because he understood didn't mean he liked it. "Why did Tonks get to use it when she was 12? He asked, and that led to a discussion on how girls matured faster than boys, and that took another half an hour, and a bit more confusion on the boys' part. "Oh," was all he said in the end, and left it at that. "I'll let you know when you can use the time turner," Vic said. His words had a finality to them. "Okay," Harry said, sullenly. He folded his arms and sighed in resignation. "We're having pizza tonight." "I know you like that," his uncle said. They had more of Harry's favorite foods now that Arcturus was dead. Vic didn't really care what they ate, and Arcturus had ruled the menu when he was alive. Now that Harry was head of the house, the elves catered to his whims. So, there were more pizza nights, and spaghetti bolognese was on the menu more often than not. There was also more English fry-ups for breakfast. Lunches were sandwiches with crisps instead of meals. You could tell that the elves were working around a preteen and not an adult. Yay, Harry said, running from the room to go and study. He didn't have homework per se, but he did study like no one else he knew. He'd study until dinner, but he'd eat with gusto. He loved pizza and the elves made the best. They even had stuffed crust and everything. There was garlic bread and some cinnamon crisps with ice cream for afters. They really went all out to make him happy. Are you sure you should be spoiling him so? Arcturus asked, looking at the door the boy had just disappeared through. While he liked to see the boy happy, there was such a thing as overindulgence. He's not spoiled. And it's not me, it's the elves. They can't help but do what they do. He is their master, Vic said, settling down in his chair and grabbing the drink that appeared next to him. It was a glass of fire whiskey on ice. Thanks, he said to the air. He wasn't sure which. Elf gave him the drink, so he was general in his appreciation. He really needed it after the stress of the day. Not that he was a heavy drinker, but on before dinner wouldn't hurt. You could order them not to spoil him, the old man pointed out. While Vic wasn't their master, he was the steward, so he could put his foot down. To what advantage? They are not hurting him, and he's not acting arrogantly. He's still a good kid. So what if he gets pizza every now and then? If he starts getting fat or big head, then I'll step in, the dogman said, waving the other man's complaints away. He was just glad. Harry was happy. He was an easygoing kid and did his studies, kept his room clean, and didn't argue with him too much. On your head it be, Arcturus said, really hoping that the boy didn't get spoiled. The last thing they needed was an uncontrollable teenager, and one as powerful as he knew Harry was going to be. He'll be fine, Vic said, leaning his head back on the back of his chair. He would make sure of it. He remembered how much of a prat James had been. As much as he loved the man, he had been a tool. He didn't want that for Harry. Malfoy was sitting in his well-appointed sitting room in his stately manner, like he had not a care in the world, sipping his fire whiskey, satisfied that he had gotten what he wanted. All he had had to do was run for office, and now Potter was running too. It was all going as planned. He was going to run that man to the ground. He was going to drag him through the mud and see what came out in the end. There wasn't going to be a rock that didn't get unturned when he was through with him. Darling, aren't you coming to bed? Narcissa asked, coming into the room. She was dressed for bed in robes that cost more than most would spend on living room furniture. They had gold embroidered in the hems and were made of silver silk. Sure, they were years old, but they suited her taste. They had not been able to be lavish on wardrobe in years, so she was careful with what she had. Not yet, my dear, Lucius said, looking at his lovely wife. They had married for convenience, but he had fallen hard for her in the end. It was too bad that she had borne him only one son. They had tried for more, but alas, it was not meant to be. Still, he was happy with his son. Proud, actually. He could not ask for a finer child. What are you planning, my love? She said, hoping he wasn't going against Potter. The man had made it clear that he would not put up with her husband's shenanigans. I am running for minister, he said, putting his glass down. He looked like a Kneazle that had swallowed a Niffler. Do you have backing? She asked, knowing he had lost a lot of standing in the community. She had told him at the time not to hire those thugs, but he had not listened to her. She was just a female after all. He would do well to remember that she was born a black. I still have some friends, he stated, a bit upset that she had to ask. I meant, those that have pull in politics, she reiterated, sliding into a chair and snapping her fingers for some wine. A glass of white wine appeared at her elbow. It was only half full, like she desired. It was her normal drink before bed. Now will be my sponsor, he stated with a grimace. He wasn't overly fond of the man. He was too brass for his taste, but they had similar platforms. Not really, Lucius. He's so rude, she stated, settling for the least offensive thing she could think of. He has the most money and he will do as I say, Lucius said, sipping from his glass again. He then placed it back down. Not that it matters too much. I don't plan on winning. My main reason for running was to get Potter to run. I will expose his secrets to the public if it is the last thing I do. Draco will be Lord Black if I have anything to say about it. Not this again, Narcissa said, placing her half-drained glass on the table. Lipstick marred the rim, though that disappeared as soon as the glass rested on the table. She hated to see it, and the house elves made sure that it never stayed long. Lucius, darling, Harry Potter is the heir. Not Vic Potter. You can expose the older Potter all you want. Harry will still be heir. She attempted to explain to her pig-headed husband again. No, don't you see? If I expose Vic, then Harry will have to hand over the lordship, he said, with some erratic logic. He will do anything to prevent a scandal, he stated, knowing his son would do that for him. It doesn't work like that, she tried again, only to be hit with a dark look. Then I will find out Harry Potter's secrets too. The man said, like a child was hiding something dark too. So be it. Narcissa sighed and finished her wine. She firmly set the glass down, and then rose and went to bed and left her delusional husband to his plotting. Lucius watched her go and didn't understand why his wife didn't see the brilliance of his plan. He pondered this for an hour and then joined her in bed. She was long asleep, and he left her to her dreams and was soon dreaming of taking the Black Lordship. Those turned into nightmares of winning the ministry and having to do a buttload of parchment work. Because Vic was running for office, his book was selling like hotcakes again. Everyone wanted to reread his story. That helped his campaign and his background history. It solidified his story in everyone's head and made it harder for Malfoy to vilify it in the public's eye. So, when the headline, "Who is Vic Potter?" flashed across the Daily Prophet, no one really paid attention. They all thought they knew who he was. The article that followed was full of hints and allegations that the man was hiding his background, that he had come from nowhere and that his entire story was made up, that nothing was substantiated. But the book and Vic were there, and everyone believed them. Vic and Harry spent all their free time in Diagon Alley and made sure to be seen answering questions for the public. They also answered them for the Aurors who came calling. The press was a constant companion as well. One Rita Skeeter was caught by their wards many times, and they knew her secret. Vic made sure to let her know that too. She would not be spreading lies about him. It also made her wary of telling any truths she might dig up. "So, you thought to run against me?" Fudge said one day when they ran into him at the ministry. They were there doing some parchment work for the Wisengamot and making sure that Harry's homeschooling parchments were filed correctly. "No, actually I'm running against Malfoy," Vic said, placing Harry a bit behind him. He didn't like the looks of Fudge's bodyguards. Sure, they were Aurors, but they looked shady, like they were pure-blood fanatics. "As long as he isn't in office, I don't care which of us wins," he added, not taking his eyes off the people in front of him. "I'll have you know Lucius is a fine, upstanding citizen," Cornelius stated, puffing out his chest. Even though he and the other man had had a falling out, he didn't want this half-blood in office. "So am I," Potter said in a calm voice. "I have contributed much to the community since I have adopted Harry," he added, placing a hand on Harry's shoulder, which was awkward, since Harry was still standing slightly behind him. "Yeah," Harry said, like a petulant child. "He's done a lot," he stated, peeking from behind his uncle Pads, acting like a kid that was telling off bullies. People were starting to gather around, and Fudge was getting nervous. He wasn't doing well in the polls. Well, he didn't want this position anymore anyway, but he didn't want Potter to have it either. This might break him, so he was going to make a show of backing this man's opposition. "What makes you think you're qualified for minister?" he asked, looking the man up and down like he was lacking. "After you? A flubberworm would be qualified," Vic said, then held up his hands and said, "Sorry, that was uncalled for. You will find that I am more than qualified to hold the office. I have all my newts and requirements. I know most of the laws and have held both the Potter and Black seats for over 5 years. I have the backing of many prominent members of society. Arcturus Black recommended me before he died. I just didn't want to take it up. Then when Malfoy ran, I decided that I would prefer to take the seat rather than have a Death Eater sit there," he stated, still eyeballing the two bodyguards and keeping Harry behind him. "Lucius Malfoy was found innocent of those charges," Fudge said, sweating a bit. He knew it was a flimsy claim that never held up to the charm work. "No, he wasn't. He claimed he was imperious. He was never given a trial," rebutted the other man. "If he had been, he would have been questioned under Veritaserum. Then we would have found out the truth about him and many others. Besides, would we want a man who was susceptible to mind control in office?" he added, glancing at the crowd. He gave them a winning smile that made them all relax. There was a lot of mumbling and nodding. There were many who believed that Malfoy was a Death Eater and bribed his way out of Azkaban. like so many other criminals. Still, my support goes to Lucius Malfoy, Fudge said, firmly putting his bowler hat on his head. Anything to keep the half-blood out of office. Huh, Minister? Potter asked, edging Harry around the three men and going on his way. Good luck with that. Times are changing and you can't stop it. Even if Malfoy wins, the Prime Minister will still be the boss and Malfoy will be in for a nasty shock, he added, making his way to the other side of the room to the floor. You let him know that? Yeah, he said, sending Harry through the fire. He then waved to the crowd and went home. Fudge stood there fuming. He knew the man was correct. No matter who was in office, the Prime Minister would be in control, and there was little the Minister of Magic could do about it. Gone were the days when they could govern themselves. Blast Black and Potter for reminding the Muggles of that fact. Maybe, just maybe it would take a Death Eater to get those days back, but at what cost? Did he care? There was a part of him that did, but it was a small dying part. He's lived how long? The next day, the headlines of the Daily Prophet read, Fudge bows out, backs Malfoy. The article that followed depicted the confrontation that had happened between Vic and Cornelius. In it, it said that Fudge had all but said he was leaving the race and backing Malfoy. He didn't want Potter in office because he was a half-blood and that he'd rather have a Death Eater there. The public ate it up, and they were all scrambling to gossip about it. The opinions of the crowd were that Vic Potter should be the next Minister of Magic, no matter what was dug up on him next. Not that there had been anything bad said about him so far. What am I going to do? Cornelius said to Lucius, who had come to his office when he had read the article. There was little love lost between the men, but they had a common cause. Well, Fudge thought they did anyway. Keep Potter out of office. Do what the paper says and bow out, the blond man stated, brushing an imaginary lint off his trousers. His tone was bored. He was only here to pander to the other man's need to vent. He could care less about Fudge's career or public face, or loss thereof. But Lucius, that will make me look like a coward, Fudge whinged. He was pacing behind his desk, which was littered with unfinished parchments. Ever since Umbridge got arrested, his work had gotten further and further behind. He didn't understand just how much he had foisted off on her. For all she was a criminal, she was good at her job. He had heard rumor that she was a half-blood, but he didn't believe it. No one is good at what she did could be. He could look at her employee record, but that would just be a waste of his time and energy. He knew she was a pure blood. I'm the better candidate for the job. Let me take the lead and just back me like you told Potter you were going to do, Malfoy said, still dusting off his clothes, like the office was too untidy for him to be in it. He really hated being here when he could be home tending to other business. Not wanted to do some campaigning, and he needed to at least look like he was running for minister. You just want me out, Fudge stated, pointing an accusing finger at his ex-friend. This was all bluster anyway. He didn't want a job anymore. It was just too stressful. He wasn't making bribe money, and the PM was breathing down his neck constantly. That man just wouldn't let up. They had been doing just fine on their own until Black and Potter stepped in. Blast them. Well, yes. You are insignificant, Lucius said, like it was a given. He flipped his hand in the other man's general direction in a feeble way. You let that muggle walk all over you. We are the superiors, and you are letting him use you as a flying carpet, he sneered, like the man was beneath him. He never liked Fudge, but since that day in the Prime Minister's office, he thought him less than dirt. You just don't understand. The man is my boss. If you pursue this race, he will be your boss too, Fudge said, sitting heavy in his chair. He hated himself just a little bit too. He too felt they were superior to Muggles, but the PM and Queen had him by the short and curlies. If it wasn't for that Merlin be damned treaty, I will never bow to a Muggle, Lucius spat. It was just inconceivable to him. How had the ancestors given power to the Muggles? He would never understand that. He would change that if by some miracle he won this race. It wasn't like he was trying. Then you will condemn the wizarding world to war, Cornelius stated, holding his head in his hands and wondering if it was too late to withdraw his backing. I can tell you now, they outnumber us over 100 to 1, he added, making sure the man knew that. We have magic, the blonde said, like that changed everything. On your head it be, Fudge said, still talking to his desk with his head in his hands. I will show that uppity muggle just where his place is. Lucius continued his spiel as Cornelius fretted. They went on like that for around a half an hour. until Lucius left. Fudge decided that he was going to retire to Australia when all was said and done. He was going to get out of politics and not look back. He was done with it all. Vic decided it was time to visit Selby to see how he was progressing and to give him an update. So, he made an appointment. The next day, he was shown in a 10, Downing Street, and the PM looked more harried than before. "Vic, what's this I hear you are running for Minister of Magic?" Selby said, as they finished greeting each other. Unlike in the normal world, the magical world elected their ministers. This was okayed by the reigning monarch back in the 1020s. They thought the community was small enough to support such a novel idea, that in the treaty had given them a right to self-govern themselves, to a point. "Well, it was me or a Death Eater," Vic said, taking a drink of the fizzy drink he had been given. He gave him the rundown about what was happening in the wizarding world, and then said, "Tell me about your opponent. I hear she's quite the looker." He was tired of talking about Malfoy and Fudge. The less said about those two, the better, in his opinion. "She's a firecracker, all right. I know that if anyone could do a good job of it, she will. For all she's running against me," Selby said, lifting his beverage in a toast. "I still have a chance, but she's definitely got me beat in the looks department," he said with a chuckle. His opponent, Stacey Lovelock, was a woman in her early 40s. She was a solicitor and a member of Parliament, of course, and she, like him, was from a humble background. She had worked her way up via being a model part-time. She felt no shame in this and was quite proud of it, actually. She had paid her way through law school with it. In her opinion, as long as she kept her clothes on, she was morally in the right. He related all this to Vic. "Well, it's a good thing that that doesn't matter in the long run," Vic said, knowing that Lucius was a much better-looking man than him. He had that Vila quality to him. Vic was not an unattractive bloke. He was quite handsome in his books, but there was an air about Malfoy that women just swooned over. "Other than that, how do you think she'll take the whole magical world?" he asked, knowing that if she won, he'd have to work with the woman. "Well," Selby said slowly, "she's a very pragmatic woman, so there might need to be some hard convincing. But once one sees magic done in front of them," he trailed off with a shrug, remembering the first time they showed him it was real. He was new in office, and they came in and turned his desk into a monkey that had climbed all over the office before they turned it back. It had been Fudge and Amelia Bones. They had come and given him the spiel of magic, and then left without so much as a by your leave. He had had to go to the Queen and verify everything. She had not been amused and had to tell him all she knew. She was unhappy with how that particular part of her kingdom was being run, but she was unable to see how to change it. It had been Black and Potter that had given them the foot in the door. Now they were more in depth into the magical world than they had been in centuries, and they had the control they were supposed to have. If Vic was minister, they would be right where they needed to be. They wouldn't even need the spies they were planning on planting. They would still have some. Couldn't get too compliant. "Pragmatic I can work with," Vic said, sighing in relief, bringing Selby back to the conversation. It was pig-headed he had issues with. The last thing he needed was someone that would take the world badly. If that happened, then well, it would just be complicated. She might ignore them at best or enforce stricter laws on them at worst. She might convince the Queen to enforce martial law. That would lead to war, which none of them wanted. He was hoping for a middle ground and that the woman was reasonable. "I don't think you'll find any problems with her, as long as you do your job. If you win. Now if it's Fudge or this Malfoy character, they might have problems," Sorrel said, looking at the still covered-up portrait on the wall. He'd only met Malfoy the one time, and that was plenty enough to know he didn't like the bloke. Arrogant prick. He would have to be wary of him if he remained in office. He would warn Stacey if she won. That was a man not to be taken lightly. "Yeah," Potter said thoughtfully. "They might not like that she's female either. They don't like the head of the DMLE for all that woman can kick their arses." He chuckled a bit. Amelia Bones was a woman to be reckoned with when she was on the warpath. She was still looking for Sirius Black, even after all these years. There were no leads, of course, but that didn't stop her. She found out that he never had a trial, and she was bound and determined that he get one. He was kind of touched by that. "They're idiots," Selby said, finishing off his drink. He pushed a buzzing button and said, "Yes, Susie, your 10 o'clock is here." The voice crackled throughout the room. "Thank you. Give me a moment." He sighed. It had been nice to take a break from politics for a while. Very well, sir, she said, and the line went dead. Looks like our time is up, Selby said, letting go of the button and standing, holding out his hand to Vic. Looks like, Vic said, shaking the hand. He picked up his briefcase that he never seemed to leave home without anymore. He never thought he'd be the responsible one of his group of miscreants when he was growing up, but here he was. Good luck, he added, moving to leave the office. You too, Sorrel stated, really hoping the man won. He hated dealing with Fudge and didn't want to deal with Malfoy at all. He really didn't want to hoist him on anyone new, especially not a nice lady like Stacy. She worked hard to get where she was and didn't deserve to deal with arseholes like those two. See you around, Selby, Vic said, leaving the office. He nodded to the two secretaries and the man waiting and went home. In the end, Vic Potter won the race. It wasn't even close, but that was okay. It was what Malfoy had planned all along. Nott was pissed. He had campaigned hard and thought that Malfoy was going to bring the pure bloods back to the top. He wasted a lot of money on the man who seemed to not care that he didn't win. Lucius was taking it all in stride. He was still digging up dirt on Potter, and now that he was in the public eye, it was going to make the downfall even greater. He had people scouring the Muggle world for the man's mother, but they were inept at finding anyone. They couldn't even seem to find this one woman. It was like she didn't exist. The only one they found was only 20 years old, far too young to be Vic Potter's mom. Then again, this panned out to what he reckoned about the man being Sirius Black. However, he still couldn't prove it. He needed more. He needed solid proof, but there was none to be found. Yet, Vic, on the other hand, hated every minute of being minister. Not only was everyone demanding every minute of his time, but there were tons of parchment work that needed to be done. And most of it was left over from Fudge being a lazy arse. He hadn't done anything but the barest minimum of his job. There were years of backlog needing to be signed. Vic spent the first week of his term in his office, giving his fingers permanent cramps. He was sure his hands were going to stick his claws when he got home every night. Thank goodness for house elves and their creams. Harry came to see him every day and let him know that he was doing okay. The house elves were taking excellent care of him, and Andromeda was coming by every night to make sure that he was in bed until Vic came home late at night. They didn't get to see one another during the day, but for that short office visit, what with Harry's schooling and Vic's work, but they did leave messages with Arcturus, who got to see each of them daily, or nightly in Vic's case. Stacy Lovelock was appointed on the Muggle side, but Vic hadn't had the chance to meet her yet. Her party had won the seats by a wide margin. It looked like more and more people were open-minded to change, which was good for him. She had yet to call him, so he was putting off contacting her. He would use the phone at his house to make an appointment tomorrow. He had yet to install one here at the ministry. He'd get to that soon. Tonight, he was just too tired. This next week, he was meeting with all the heads of the departments. He wanted to get a feel of who was doing what and how things were going. He knew that a lot of the corruption was gone from the ministry, but he wanted to make sure that funds were being spent correctly. He would make his appointment for the end of the week, so he had something to report other than, hey, magic exists and I'm your minister. It had been a grueling day, and now he was meeting with Arthur Weasley. It was the last such meeting of its kind. They were talking about family now, having gotten the business end of the meeting over with. I have a boy Harry's age, Arthur said, smiling like he was sharing a great secret. He pulled out a picture of his family and showed it to the new minister. There were 6 boys and 1 girl. Molly, his wife, and himself at the back. All redheads and dressed in drab but clean clothes. Ronald, wasn't it? Vic asked, having read the file. He looked at the picture and saw a proud and happy family. He lifted a picture of him and Harry with Arcturus and showed it to Arthur. Yes, my youngest son, the redhead said, smiling proudly. He was proud of all his children, no matter what their accomplishments. His 2 oldest being independent and having quite lucrative jobs. Sure, they were out of the country most of the time, but they maintained close contact with the family. It must be hard on you taking care of 7 children. I know I have a hard enough time with just Harry, Vic said, giving the man an appraising look. He took the picture back and placed it on his desk and handed Arthur his back as well. You have a lovely family, he added, smiling at the man. It's not so difficult, Arthur said, waving it away. He placed the picture in his pocket where he always kept it. Molly does the bulk of the work. She rules the house with an iron fist. Now that the two oldest are gone, it's much easier on her. We have little to give them. I just wish we could afford to give them more pets. But alas, until recently, the only one with a pet was Percy, and he found his. He always felt that animals were the way into a child's heart. It gave them a sense of responsibility. Oh, Vic said, fringing interest. He really didn't care for animals. They were messy and took too much energy to care for. It wasn't that he didn't like them, but he didn't have the time or energy to care for one. Yes, he found him 10 or so years ago. A rat of all things, Arthur said, his eyes getting a faraway look like he was recalling the day. A fat thing with a fat tail. He was missing a toe. We found him shivering in the yard and we took him in and gave him a home, he said, still with a drifty glaze. Percy gave him to Ron this year. When we got him an owl for making prefect, he smiled proudly. That's 3 in a row, he added with a great sense of pride. That brought Vic up short. Wormtail. Finally, a lead on Wormtail. It had to be him. 10 years, a rat, fat tail, missing toe. Who else could it be? Arthur, I want you to listen to me very carefully. Rats only live for 3 years. Tops. What your son has is no rat, Vic said, pushing a rune on his desk and calling his secretary. Get me Amelia. Right now, he barked into the magical intercom. He'd apologize later for being so short with her, but this was important. You mean an animagus? Arthur said, his face going pale. Yes, and a criminal if one has been hiding that long. Potter said, drumming his fingers nervously on his desk. What should I do? The now scared father asked, rising from his chair and standing uncertainly. Should I go and retrieve it? No, wait for Bones, Vic said, waving the man to sit, even though he felt like going and doing just that. He had waited for years for this moment, and now all he could do was sit and wait. Weasley sat and fiddled with his fingers. He was so nervous that he didn't know what to do with himself. He wanted to storm the castle and make sure his children were all right. He wanted to rage that his house had been home to a criminal for years, and they didn't know it. He felt like a fool. He should have realized that the rat was too long-lived. Vic was also nervous, but for different reasons. He wanted his old name cleared at long last. This was his chance, but too much could go wrong. That rat was a wily character and had escaped once and could do it again. If he went to ground, they'd never find him. Amelia came in the door and looked at the two nervous men. What did you need, Minister? She asked, standing almost at attention. She was still unsure how to treat this man. After years of dealing with Fudge, she was wary. Arthur's son, Ronald, has a rat that has lived for over 10 years, Vic said, waving to the now sweating man. That is rather long-lived for a rat, Amelia said, narrowing her eyes. She turned to Arthur. Where is this rat now? She asked, pulling out a notepad and biro. Hogwarts, the redhead said, taking out a handkerchief and wiping his brow. Gryffindor. Ron was sorted into Gryffindor. He really hoped she caught the man. He didn't want his son around this criminal any longer. I will look into this right away, she said, and sharply turned and left the room. She would go there right now. She'd take Tonks with her. The girl was a trainee, but she could look like a student and trick the rat into getting into a cage. It was wonderful having a metamorphmagus on the force. I'm sure she will get to the bottom of it, Vic said, trying to placate the other man. Why don't you take the rest of the day off, he suggested, hoping the man would worry less if he were at home. It might take his mind off it at least a little bit. No, Arthur said immediately. Then I'd have to go home, and Molly will know something was the matter right away. I'd rather tell her after the fact, he explained. He loved his wife, but she was a bit of a nag. I see, Vic said, understanding the man's reasoning. I'll just go and sit in my office and wait for news, the slightly portly man said, getting up and nodding to the new minister. It was nice meeting you, Minister, he added. It was true he really liked this new man. Fudge would have never caught on that there was a criminal living as a rat. The man wouldn't have looked at pictures of his family or listened to him ramble about his kids. This new minister was a stand-up bloke. It was good meeting you too, Arthur. It'll work out, Vic said, holding out his hand to shake. They shook and Arthur left. Vic sat down heavily. He really hoped what he said was true. It would finally put Sirius Black's memory to rest. Meet the new PM. Well, you can tell I'm American. It was pointed out that prime ministers were appointed, not elected. I went back and changed a few words that hopefully reflected that, but didn't quite do it justice. I apologize to all the British folk for messing up. I should have done better. Research. Vic fretted the whole time Bones was gone. But it wasn't even an hour later when Amelia came in with the rat in tow. "Minister Potter," she said, toting the cage in her hand. "Your rat," she stated, putting the cage on the desk and waving to it. She had little problem catching the man/animal. Tonks had morphed into the Weasley boy and put it into the cage and simply walked out of the dorm with it. Dumbledore had protested that they had been there at first, but once the spell confirmed that it was indeed an animagus, he stopped. "Did you confirm that it is an animagus?" he asked, staring at Wormtail, whom he did recognize. He'd know that rat anywhere. He'd spent 5 years or more seeing him every full moon and during other shenanigans. They had run together all during their school years getting up to hijinks. Looking at the cowering animal now, he felt little pity for him. "Oh, yes, and yes, it is," she said, smiling a nasty smile like she couldn't wait to get the person in question into interrogation. She really wanted to know why the man was hiding for over 10 years as someone's pet. Only a criminal or a coward would do that. There had better be a very good reason for it. No matter what, this person was going to see the inside of Azkaban. Being an unregistered animagus carried a sentence of at least 5 months and a fine of 500 galleons. The fact that this person was blatantly hiding, well, make sure you question it to its fullest. "I want to know that it didn't harm the Weasleys in any way," Potter said, glaring at the pitiful rodent, who was shrinking in his cage like the coward he was. "They have a young girl," he said, leadingly. "You have my word. This rat will be singing like a phoenix when I'm done with it," Amelia stated, picking up the cage and moving to leave the room. She had a young niece, and the thought that a man would hide in her house left her with a cold feeling in her spine. She would make sure that the little girl had been unmolested. If she had been, this person would never see the light of day again. "Amelia," Vic said, making her pause. "Asked him about Black." "I just have a feeling," he said, hoping he wasn't showing his hand. "The timing is right," he added, like that would make up for his slip. "All right," she said slowly. She looked at him queerly, then left the room. There was something tickling the back of her mind, but she left it there for now. The rat was more important. Vic sighed and leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. He really shouldn't have done that. Oh well. He looked at his clock and noted the time. He really needed to get going. It was time to meet the new Prime Minister. She only had an hour to meet with him, and it was towards the end of the day. It would be both of their last meetings of the day. He gathered up his coat and briefcase and went to the floor. How better to introduce someone to magic than appear in their office through the fireplace? He'd better be careful. Who knows what kind of security she had? He knew there was still the alert on the flue that might spook the bodyguards, so he went prepared. He stepped through and ducked, which was a good thing, because a bullet whizzed past his head. "Whoa, I have an appointment," he exclaimed, holding up his empty hand. His other hand put his briefcase in front of his face. He expected there to be yelling and demands, not bullets. "Identify yourself," yelled a man in black, who was pointing a gun at him. There were 2 of them pointing weapons at him, and a woman, who was the PM, was standing behind them. They were all looking at him with shock on their faces and a bit of fear. Not exactly what he wanted, but hey, it worked. The 2 men looked like any other government bodyguards with matching black suits. One was tall and stocky. The other was shorter and bulky. They had earpieces and other paraphernalia that was required to do their jobs. The woman was the looker he had been told she was. She was tall and blonde, with her hair pulled back in a loose bun. She had expertly put on makeup, which accented her high cheekbones. She was dressed in a nice cream-colored business outfit, trousers, blazer, and a nice crisp blouse with matching flats. Her jewelry was tasteful without being tacky. Silver instead of gold. She had an air of "don't mess with me," without coming off as bossy. There was just an elegance about her. "Victor Henry Potter," Vic said, pulling out his ID, showing it with his right hand, lowering his briefcase. "I have an appointment," he said again. He stood to his full height and kept his left arm down, but continued to present his ID, showing that he meant no harm. He smiled at them with an easy grin. "I promise. I'm here for a meet and greet," he added with a shrug. "Let him be," the female said. "He does have an appointment," she continued. I didn't want to believe that there was a minister of magic, but she trailed off, looking at him with something akin to disbelief. but a bit of awe. "It's good to meet you, Prime Minister Lovelock," Vic said, tucking his ID away and striding forward, holding out his hand for her to shake. "I'm your Minister of Magic, Vic Potter," he stated, shortening his name as he was wont to do. He never liked the full name and was far more comfortable with Vic. "Minister Potter," she said, shaking his hand and waving him to sit in a chair. She nodded to her two bodyguards. They stood back, but kept their eyes trained on him like he was a threat. Anyone that could access the office like he did was a breach in security. "Selby tried to tell me about your community, but I thought he was taking the mickey," she explained, laughing a bit. "I mean, who would believe such fantasy? Magic." She took a seat and adjusted some papers on her desk. "I can assure you that it is quite real," Vic said, taking his wand out and tapping a pencil on her desk and turning it into a kitten. He then turned it back, tucked his wand back into his jacket, and settled into his chair. "I have my reports on how my side of things is running," he said, picking up his briefcase and pulling out the parchment work. He slid them over and, "Watch her pick them up. Best get this out of the way, so I can answer any of your questions." "You don't use computers?" she asked, a groan in her tone. "This is going to get tedious. Magic and electricity don't really mix well together," he explained, though he wasn't really sure about that. After all, Diagon Alley was smack dab in the middle of London, and it didn't interfere with the workings of the city. He was going to have a committee look into that. The whole of the wizarding world would progress in leaps and bounds if they could just hook up to the rest of the world. "I see," she said, smiling at him in a strained way. She looked over the reports and nodded here and there. She frowned in some places and her nose cutely crinkled in others. Vic thought she was an attractive woman and that she appeared to be a nice one. It would remain to be seen if that held true. Looks can be deceiving. Take Bellatrix, for example. She was quite the attractive woman, but evil through and through. The silence in the room was comfortable as the PM continued to read. Vic entertained himself by looking at the change in decor. Gone were the browns and greens. They were replaced with shades of gray and patterns of blue, which clashed garishly with the green and gold curtains on the portrait. So, Vic pulled out his wand and sent a color-changing charm to them. They were now sky blue and pastel pink. "Thank you," Stacy said, glancing at the curtains. "We couldn't get them down to change them. I guess we should have suspected something was amiss when that happened." She went back to the reports. "No problem," Potter said, shrugging like it was no big deal, which it wasn't. "If you ever need me for any reason, that portrait is the quickest way to get a hold of me in my office. I plan on getting a phone put in, but I have to do some research first. I don't know if one can be installed as of yet," he said, pulling her attention back to him for the moment. "I'll keep that in mind," she said, looking at the curtains again. "I just talked to it?" she asked, tilting her head in confusion. She hadn't really paid attention to the portrait other than trying to get the blasted thing off the wall. "It talks?" she asked. "Yes, to both questions. Wizarding portraits are not alive, per se, but they do have sentience," he said, trying to explain it to her without understanding how to. Magic was just magic to him. It worked, or it didn't. "I would leave the curtains shut if I were you." "It's a nosy bugger," he suggested. "I'll keep that in mind," she said again, then returned to the reports, which she was almost done with. Finishing the last few pages, she placed them in their folder and put them aside. "It looks like you've got most of your departments in hand. There are a few that could use more funds, but I'll leave that for you to decide," she said, knowing that it was ultimately his decision anyway. "Yes, I'm going over the budget again with the Wisengamot in the next meeting. It's like your House of Lords," he said, then went over the workings of the Wizarding World's government to her. He explained the statute of secrecy and then directed her to where the treaty was and pointed out the pertinent clauses that affected them now. "So, as you can see, now that we are in peacetime and the Wizarding World is not affecting the Muggle world in any way, we are completely within our right to self-govern ourselves, as long as we comply with the laws of the land." This had been what he and Selby had discussed many times. They had gone over what needed to be said to Fudge to get him to comply to what was needed to get the rotten laws off the books. So, he knew what he was talking about. He really needed to keep in contact with Selby. The man was a good kind, and he didn't want to lose him as a friend. "Yes, I can see that," she said, going over the treaty and noting the things that he didn't point out, which weren't important at this time, but might be later. "You say there was a war not long ago?" she asked, trying to keep up with all the information that was being dumped on her in such a short time. It was surreal that the world existed to begin with, let alone that there was a treaty that let them self-govern. Yes, in the late 70s, early 80s, he said, going over the whole Voldemort ordeal. He knew they got the Horcrux out of Harry, but had the man made more? He really hoped not. If he had, there was a good chance he'd come back. He'd keep that thought to himself for now. Vic was going to have to make plans for war. On the sly, of course. No need to cause panic. He'd bring Amelia into his plans, and maybe a few others. But no one else needed to know, unless the scaly bastard showed his face. Do you feel that might happen again? Lovelock asked, folding her hands on her desk and leaning forward. Magic sounded like it could be used to cause great devastation. She wondered if there was anything non-magicals could use to defend themselves against it. It chilled her to the bone that she couldn't think of one thing to that effect. There is always a chance that someone somewhere will get too big for his britches and think he or she can take over the world. That's true in your world too, he said, holding his hands in a what-can-you-do manner. I know that there is little magicals can do to protect themselves from bullets, he added, looking at the guards and their guns. That's true enough, I guess, she said, leaning back in her chair. It was unfair of her to accuse his people of being exclusively evil. The non-magical people had had their fair share of wars and weapons. While guns were regulated greatly in the UK, there were exceptions, like those that protect the government and the royal family. If war were to break out, I will do my best to contain it to our borders, he said, once again holding his hands in a compliant gesture. There is only so much one man can do, he added, then gathered up his briefcase and stood. He glanced at his watch and nodded. I have another meeting that I must get to, he said, mostly truthfully, holding out his hand. It was wonderful meeting you, Madame Lovelock, he said in his most debonair tone. When she placed her hand in his, he turned it and kissed the back, like a gentleman. I see. I will have to keep my eye on you, Mr. Potter, she said, smiling at him, mirth in her eyes. She was quite used to men like him. There were many of them in the upper portions of the government. They all treated her one of two ways, like an obstacle or a lady. Well, there were those that just treated her as one of the men, but they were few and far between. Pity Potter wasn't one of those. I have no idea what you mean, madam, he said, going to the fireplace. Next time, I'll try to tell the portrait that I'm coming. However, with him covered you might not hear him, he said, looking at the curtain picture. I'll check with him every night to see if there is a message. Give me a day's notice before you pop into my office, she said, still standing by her desk. I'll phone as well. I do have one in my home, he said, readying the flip powder. That might be more prudent, he stated, thinking it over. It had worked better with Selby. The man hated the portrait. It would be a bit of a hassle, but it was workable. How can one work in your home, but not the ministry? She asked, very confused. That didn't make a lick of sense to her. Both places were magical, weren't they? It isn't an area that is not infused with magic, he explained poorly. That was the excuse they had given themselves when they installed it. That the area the phone was located in was seldom frequented, and there was little magic there. That didn't explain that the phone was working under the wards. They just chose to ignore that fact. It was just easier to let it slide and accept the fact that it worked. I think you'd better get that research done sooner rather than later, she said, her lips pursed a bit. She was getting the impression that there was a bit of lack of logic when magic was concerned. Yes, ma'am, Vic said, completely agreeing with her. He'd get a phone installed in his office as soon as possible. It was a simple enough test. Now how to get a tech in the ministry without blowing the statute of secrecy open. That was the tricky part. Goodbye, ma'am, he said, throwing the powder in and disappearing in the green fire. He stepped out of the flue and into his home. He was done with politics for the day. He really didn't have an appointment other than to see Harry. He hadn't seen him in 2 days and wanted to connect with his nephew. Harry had been too busy studying to come and see him at the office. They had chatted via the mirror, but it wasn't the same. There were no hugs on that thin piece of glass. He had cleared his calendar to be free this evening. He wanted to eat with Harry. Harry, he called into the house as he put his briefcase in its usual place by the fireplace. I'm home, he stated loudly. There was the sound of running feet as Harry came barreling into the study and flying into his arms. I missed you, Uncle Pads, the boy said, his voice muffled in the man's chest. It's only been a few days, Vic stated, patting Harry's back and ruffling his hair. He hugged the boy back as hard as he could. I had another dream this afternoon. I fell asleep while studying and it hit me, Harry said, fear evident in his tone. I don't know what they mean, but it's starting to scare me, he confessed. Uncle Pads, do you think death is haunting me? He asked, terrified. No, I just think that there might be a message in there. Let's go to the library and do some research on divination. We haven't touched that subject yet, and this could just be some sort of prophetic dream. Like your subconscious mind trying to tell you something, he said, trying to soothe the child's fears. He too was starting to worry, but he was trying to keep a calm facade. I guess, Harry said, not completely comforted, but willing to give it a go. They trooped to the library and started their research. The only thing they could find on death and signs thereof was that he meant change. That was little help to them, since their lives had already undergone so much change recently. What with Arcturus' death, the home, schooling, and Sirius taking office. They really hoped there wasn't more on the horizon. I think we should just play this by ear and hope for the best, Vic said, putting the book away. He didn't like that Harry was still having these dreams. He wondered if he should consult an expert, but he didn't know any psychics. The closest one he knew about was the quack that Dumbledore had hired at Hogwarts. What was her name? Trelawney or something? He didn't know, but he heard she couldn't predict her way out of a melted cauldron. Why the headmaster hired her? Only the old man knew. Everyone else thought he was going senile. Do you want me to write down my dreams? Like the book suggests, Harry asked, putting the book he had been reading back. His hands were trembling a bit. He felt a bit better, but he was still put off sleeping for a while. Or at least napping, since both happened when he slept in the afternoon. You might as well. We might learn something from them, his uncle said, patting him on the shoulder and leading him to the study where Arcturus was waiting for them. They had decided to keep the books in the library. Not that they didn't want the man's opinion, but he asked questions while they were reading, and it interrupted their research. Well, the old man said, huffing at being kept in the dark for so long. Nothing important, Vic said, just a bunch of advice on keeping a diary, and that death means change, he added, making waving motions with his hands like it was all negligent. Don't dismiss divination, Arcturus said, snapping at his ex-grandson. There is something to be said for the art, if done by the right person, he stated, knowing that predicting the future was a true calling for some people. I know, I just don't think that Harry is a clairvoyant, Vic said, looking at the child in question. We would have seen the signs long before now if he was, he added, nodding as if he was parting with great wisdom. I guess you're right, Arcturus said, knowing that was correct, but still concerned that the child was having nightmares about death. There had to be a reason for it. We'll get to the bottom of it somehow, Vic said, then asked the heir. Can I get a drink, please? A glass of fire whiskey appeared at his elbow, and a bottle of butterbeer appeared at Harry's. Thank you, they both intoned, picking up their beverages and taking a drink almost in sync. It had been a long day for both of them, and they were both ready for dinner and bed. As if the fates were listening, the elves called them to dinner, which was a simple chicken, potatoes, and salad, with crumbled apple for afters. They talked of simple things at the meal and were soon ensconced in their beds having pleasant dreams, hoping tomorrow would be a good day. Hello again, Marcus. The next morning, Vic did something he had never done before. He looked a number up in the phone directory. One Marcus Black. It took a while to figure out how to use the index. There was a great deal of blacks in the book, and quite a few of them were named Marcus. It was only because Arcturus knew about where he lived that Vic found the correct one. He rang the number and said, "Hello, I'm looking for Marcus Black." He waited with bated breath to see if he got the correct number. "This is he," the voice said cautiously. "Who the hell is this?" the man barked, like he was very upset that a stranger was calling. "I am a friend of Arcturus Black, Harry Potter's steward, as a matter of fact. I'd like to retain your services," Vic said, looking to the portrait of Uncle Arcturus, who was giving him a queer look. Arcturus knew Vic wanted to call Marcus for help, but the man hadn't told him why. Only that he needed him to do things that only a muggle could do. He did tell him that it was something that the new prime minister had suggested, so he knew it was legal, so there was that. "How did you get this number?" Marcus asked, knowing that wizards were ignorant of muggle things. Arcturus had always used owls, and hadn't that been fun to explain? The neighbors would talk up a storm whenever that happened. I looked it up in the directory, Vic said proudly. He felt quite accomplished about it. Bully for you, was the curt reply. Look, can you come to Arcturus' old house? It's Harry's now, and I have a job for you, the new Minister of Magic said, getting impatient with the surly man. It's not illegal, but it might take some doing, and Arcturus highly recommended you, he added, hoping the praise would get the man to come. It was true after all. I'll be there in 15 minutes, Marcus stated and slammed down the phone. He's not a pleasant fellow, Vic said to the portrait. You wouldn't be either, if you were treated like scum by the rest of your family, the old man said, reading one of his many books. At least he had plenty to read in his painting, and most of it he had never read before. He made sure of that. He'd thought about putting the full black library in here, but there had not been enough time or room. So, he had to pick the books that he had never laid eyes on. They were all obscure and forgotten. He had found them in the dark reaches of the library and ordered them to be placed in his portrait. Perhaps he might learn magic that would be helpful to his nephews or future generations. I guess. Then again, I'm not an arsehole, Vic said, going to the door and yelling up the stairs. Harry, come down here a moment. It might be pertinent for Harry to meet the man. Who knows if the boy would ever need the man's services in the future. Arcturus was adamant in keeping such dealings within the family if possible. There was a loyalty factor as well. He just hoped he could soften the man's disposition a bit. Perhaps working with the Potter side of the family might do that. There was the sound of running feet, and Harry appeared a few moments later. He looked like he was in the middle of getting dressed in a suit. His white button-down shirt was half tucked into his trousers, and his black tie was loose and hanging askew. What's up? I have to get ready for my spying class soon, the preteen asked, not even out of breath from running through the house. I have someone coming over that I want you to meet, his uncle said, going over and straightening the tie out and fussing over the collar of his shirt. He's an old acquaintance of your uncle Arcturus. He used to do odd jobs for him. I'm going to see if he can get phones installed in the ministry. However, I want you to meet him in case you need him for anything I can't do for you in the non-magical world, he explained, so the boy would know who the man was and why it was important to meet him. Arcturus was interested in knowing the fact that Vic was going to put phones in the ministry and wondered how he was going to get around the statute. He agreed Marcus would be the man for the job. He settled back in his painted chair to listen and observe. He let Vic handle this. He wanted to see how he handled himself without his interference. When will he be here? I have class in an hour, Harry said, straightening his tie some more so it wasn't so tight. Uncle Pads always tightened it too much. He hated ties, but for some reason the spy classes made them wear suits. How he was supposed to blend in with other kids wearing one, he didn't know, but they insisted. About 10 minutes, Vic said, looking at his watch. Okay, let me go and do something in my room, and I'll be right back, Harry said and shot out of the room, and they could hear him running up the stairs. The sound of his dress, shoes echoed off the stairs. I see you made the stairs stop moving, Arcturus stated, just now noting that feature was gone. He never realized it until now that Harry made quite a bit of noise going through the house. It was actually nice to hear. It made the house seem alive. I didn't want Harry to get lazy. We don't need the moving stairs anymore. It was fun while you were around, not to mention necessary, but now, the younger man said, snapping his fingers. An elf popped in. What can Tiberius best doing for yous this morning, he asked, looking around the room as if to anticipate what was needed. There didn't seem to be any spills, and it was too early for tea. I'll need some refreshments soon. I have a guest coming over, though I'm not sure what kind. Coffee, probably. So, be on the alert for my call, Vic said, thinking Marcus seemed like the coffee type. If not, then Tiberius would have hot water for tea. He'd drink the coffee that the elf made. It was his free day. He could drink it all day. Yes, sir, Master Vic, sir, Tiberius said and popped away to go and heat the water for whatever might be needed. He made sure there were cakes as well. The pantry was full, so it wasn't a burden to accommodate a guest. Harry came down 8 minutes later and was sitting on one of the chairs when the proximity alert went off. The map showed that one Marcus Black was making his way to the front door. Vic went to greet him and show him into the study. Introductions are in order, Vic said, looking around the tense room. The only person not alert was Arcturus, but he was a painting, so he didn't count. I am Vic Potter, the new Minister of Magic, friend, and cousin to Arcturus. I'm also steward to Harry here. This is my ward, Harry Potter, also the new Lord Black. You know Arcturus, he said, indicating each person as he spoke. I am Marcus Black, the man said in a sharp tone. Why did you call me here? He asked. His eyes were cutting around the room like he was going to be ambushed at any moment. He didn't know these people, and they were related to the Blacks. That didn't give him the warm and cuddlies. Before we get into that, would you like something to drink? Coffee? Tea? Vic asked, hoping to cut the tension. He really didn't like that the man was wound so tight. It was putting Harry at unease too. Coffee would be nice, Black said, relaxing just a little bit. The old man never offered coffee before. Well, he never offered anything. He had always had to get his own drink, and that was usually from the bar. It was too early to drink alcohol, and there was a kid here. Tiberius, Vic called, and Tiberius popped in. Coffee for two, he said, nodding to Marcus and pointing at himself. Harry has to go to class, he explained to the other man at his confused face. A tray appeared with an ornate pot of coffee, 2 large mugs, a delicate jug of cream, a bowl of sugar, and an assortment of sumptuous cakes. Something that was a bit too lavish for the likes of Marcus Black. But he brushed it off as rich folk showing off and grabbed a mug and poured a black cup of coffee and took one of the cakes. There were some thick napkins, so he grabbed one of them too. You were related to Uncle Arcturus? Harry asked, taking one of the cakes. He was excited to meet one of his uncle's old friends/family. He did wonder why he hadn't met the man before. Had his uncle been ashamed of him? Or was there a secret that needed to be kept? He didn't know, and he hoped to find out. Yeah, he was my great-uncle, Marcus said, sipping the rich beverage. It was a fine cup of coffee, better than what he could get at home. It was smooth going down and not as bitter as his home brew. He was my cousin, but I called him my uncle. That means we're related too. That makes us cousins a few times removed, the preteen said, happily. I don't have much family, so I'm happy to call you mine, he added, getting up and holding out his hand to shake. Yeah, whatever, kid. Marcus grumped but shook the hand. He knew the kid was too young to understand the pure-blood politics that would keep them apart in the end. He looked to Vic Potter, who didn't seem at all bothered by Harry Potter's announcement that they were family. Family is family, the older Potter stated, smiling at the man. He lifted his mug in a friendly gesture, hoping the other man didn't crush the boy's feelings. Hey, I've got to go, but we should talk more later, Harry said, seeing the time on the wall clock. He shook Marcus' hand again and then ran from the room yelling, It was great to meet you. He set up quite the schedule for himself. Vic explained, sipping from his own mug, smiling proudly at the doorway the boy had disappeared out of. Now as to why I've called you here, besides to get to know a bit about you. I need phones installed in the ministry, he said, putting his mug on the table near his right elbow. There was a smirk on his face like he was pulling a great prank on someone. He knew it was going to throw the other man for a loop. What now? I must have heard you incorrectly. Phones in the ministry? Marcus said, trying not to spit out his coffee. What next, computers? He asked sarcastically. No, you heard that right. And I need it done as soon as possible, the minister said, smiling like a weasel that ate the snitch. If we can get the phones to work, the next logical step would be computers. Well, if we can get people to work them, I know I can't. Maybe I should get one for the house. I know Harry needs one for school, he said, mumbling the last few parts to himself. He was already going over how to do that when he looked at the man in front of him speculatively. Why? Marcus asked, placing his cup on the coffee table in front of him. He needed it out of his hands, so he didn't drop it in case there were any more bombshells. Well, for one, they're far more convenient than the memo planes. For two, they keep me in touch with the Prime Minister better. And for three, I want them. I want to see if it's really true that electricity doesn't work around magic, and this will be the first major test. I have a phone here, and it works fine. We'll call that the first minor test, Vic said, ticking them off on his fingers and then waving to the phone by the wall. I had wondered where you had called from, Marcus said, looking at the phone with a bit of shock. He pondered on who he knew who could pull this off and who would love a job like this. He knew of at least 3 people, but would they keep quiet? That was the question. Most would love to bust open the statute. There was one woman who was more discreet, though. Okay, I can get this done for you, but it'll cost you. Not for me, but for her, he finally said, looking at the man across from him. Well, there's still my fee, but it'll really cost you for her, he reiterated. As long as it doesn't drain the budget, Vic said, knowing that he had to account for every expenditure. I can allot 2,000 galleons or 10,000 pounds, he added. Sorry, but that is as high as I can go. I expect you to start low and then bid as high as that. The lowest you can get, the better, he said, looking at the other man with a serious expression. I understand, Marcus said, seeing that Vic was serious. Can you get me a computer for the house? Vic asked, looking around the room as to where he'd set it up. Sure, it'll be a bitch to get the internet here, though, Black said, thinking of the logistics. I can pay for that. I'm sure you can work it out. We're not off the grid, so to speak, Potter stated, knowing that they were hooked up to the power company even if they didn't actually use much. It had been a pain in the arse to get it all wired in, and Arcturus had been pissed to have the construction crew in his house that long. But it had been worth it in the end, if only to get legitimate. They had had to do that to be members of the community. It had to do with having a paper trail. They had a phone bill, a power bill, and other utility bills. They ran one light bulb on the front porch to keep the neighbors from talking. They did this about the time they started cozying up with the PM. They didn't use anything like TVs because they thought they would blow out anything that they hooked up. Electricity wasn't supposed to work with magic. The light bulb in the front was away from any magic, but like the phone, it was in an area that wasn't where magic was constantly used. Again, they ignored the fact that it was under the wards. They thought if the wires just laid there in the walls, everything would be okay. Like a sleeping snake. Perhaps there was something to the idiom that logic didn't work on wizards. Vic was beginning to feel foolish. Selby pointed that out to him many times, and he had always thought he was exempt from it, but now that he was seeing little signs, he was seeing that it applied to him as well. I'd like to talk to Arcturus for a while, Marcus said, bringing Vic from his thoughts, looking at the portrait that had been silent during the whole talk. I'd like to give my condolences, he stated, a bit of sadness in his tone. He truly felt bad that the old man had died. Sure, Arcturus hadn't treated him as more than an errand boy, but he still treated him better than anyone else in the family. Of course, I'll put a silencing bubble around the area, Vic said, doing just that and going to the other side of the room. He settled at the desk and picked up a book. He wasn't going to leave a virtual stranger in the room alone. Arcturus may have trusted him, but Vic barely knew the man. And he remembered that his uncle had told him of some of the shady things he had had this man do in the past. Arcturus, Marcus said, nodding to the old man. I didn't find out that you were dead until a month after the fact, he stated, picking up his mug and taking a drink of the cooling liquid. He had only learned about it from the word on the street. There had been rumor about a new Lord Black, and that Malfoy wasn't him. Sorry about that. I didn't know who to tell to get in contact with you, Arcturus said, looking over to Vic. I didn't even think of him, he added, nodding at his nephew, knowing now that that had been a mistake. I didn't think you'd listen to a Potter, he stated, tilting his head. I know you wouldn't have listened to a Black. He might have had the tongs tell the man, but, well, to tell the truth, he had forgotten about Marcus in the end. He wasn't going to tell the man that, though. Why? I have nothing against the Potters, Marcus said, confused. I'm not one of those Blacks, he added, like it was a curse. You would do well to remember that, he said, all but spitting on the richly carpeted floor. I forget that you were not raised to hate all things not black, Arcturus said, nodding his head in compliance. Instead, you were raised to hate all things black, he stated, sadness tinged his tone. There are times I hate your father for putting that notion in your head. I'm just glad that he didn't hate me, he added, knowing that life would have been sadder without Marcius. Anyway, Marcus said, waving all the emotional stuff off. Do you trust this man? He asked, nodding towards Vic. I mean, he's the Minister of Magic. They don't have a good track record, he added as if that explained everything. I trust him with my ward's life and money, Arcturus stated firmly. He's family, so's Bellatrix. Marcus spat, this time spitting on the floor. Tiberius came in, snapped his fingers, and cleaned up the mess, but glared at the man, who looked abashed. Sorry, he told the elf. Tiberius disappeared, and Marcus continued, family don't mean shite. This family I trust. As a matter of fact, I need you to do me a personal favor. Consider it a request from the grave. I need you to get a muggle-born bodyguard with a gun to keep him safe. Malfoy is plotting something, and he can't plan around a gun, the old man requested, the idea just coming to him. Marcus paused at that. He did know a few retired government officials that still had their guns. They might be willing to take up a bodyguard position. He'd put some feelers out. The tricky part, again, was the statute of secrecy. Did he know any Muggleborn in that position? That was the quandary. "I'll see what I can do," he finally said, draining his cup of now lukewarm coffee. It was bitter now and didn't taste as good as it did hot, but it was still better than what he normally drank. He waved his hands to attract Vic's attention and waited for the man to come and drop the bubble. "I've got to go and start on these projects," he said, standing and holding out his hand. "Projects?" Vic questioned, shaking his hand. "Arcturus has given me one as well," Black said, winking at the portrait. "Your two and his make for a busy time for me," he stated, his mind going over how he was going to accomplish all this. Potter's would be easy enough, but Arcturus would be a bit more difficult. For one, guns were involved. For two, it had to be a magical person that wanted to deal with the magical world. Those were some giant hurdles. "Did he now?" Potter asked, laughter in his tone. "And how is he going to pay for that?" he wondered out loud. "It's a favor for a dearly departed relative," Marcus stated, then thought about it. If he did find a bodyguard, then the ministry would be paying for her/him. So, it was only his fee that was free of cost. He really hoped the budget would support that. It would not be cheap. At any rate, it was good to meet you properly. You should come to dinner sometime. Bring the family, Potter said, wondering if the man had a family. They never really got into that part of the discussion. "I'm single," the man said, bitterness laced his tone. There had been a few women in his life, but— "Sorry," Vic said, knowing the feeling well. They were both still young, but well over the marrying age. If either of them had living mothers, they would be hearing about it every other day. Maybe being an orphan was a blessing in this case. Well, given who his mother was, being an orphan was a blessing, period. "Maybe we can go out and have a drink and commiserate our unmarried status," he suggested, thinking the man could use a friend as much as Vic could. "Maybe," Marcus stated, not sure what to think of this laid-back rich man. He didn't come off like the usual popinjays. "Anyway, I'll call and let you know how things are coming along," he said, going towards the door. "You have the number?" Vic asked, not knowing how the man could possibly have his number. He knew he hadn't given it to him. He followed him to the door. "Caller ID," Marcus said, a smirk played on his lips. It was a relatively new invention, but it was well worth the money he paid for it. He vetted all his calls. He made sure to jot down all the numbers who called him in case they were needed for later. "What?" was the confused response. "I'll explain another time. I've got work to do," Black said, going out the door and closing it behind him. Vic could hear him laughing as he made his way down the pathway. "He's quite the closed-off young man," Vic said to Arcturus when he got back to the study. "Yes, he is, but thanks for reaching out to him," the old man said, closing his book and placing it on his desk. "Of course, he seems lonely. Who knows, we might find some birds while we're out," the younger man said, picking up his now cool coffee and reheating it with his wand. He took a sip and grimaced. It never tasted the same reheated. He put it down and snapped his fingers. Tiberius appeared. "Sorry, Tiberius, we didn't really partake in your refreshments," he said, waving to the barely touched tray. "I'll take a fresh cup, though," he added, knowing there was more brewed. "That is being all right," Tiberius stated, knowing most of the cakes could be saved for tea time. "That's all for now," Vic said, sighing and leaning back in his chair. He was done with the day, and it was only mid-morning. It was a good thing it was the weekend. Harry would be gone most of the day, and he had all the time in the world to do nothing. Now, if only he could figure out what caller ID was. Get them phones in. It took some doing, but after about 2 weeks of disruption, the ministry was hooked up with phones. The contractor, one Joy Henderson, was paid the full £10,000. Marcus tried, but she wanted what she felt was her due. She had been one of the many that had failed to find work in the wizarding world after getting full marks at Hogwarts. She was very bitter. She had to get her certificate working days and going to school at night. It had been a hard road, but she had finished after 6 years. She now worked for the phone company and was doing this on the sly. If she got caught, it would be her job. Even though there was paperwork, it was gotten by magical means. She was going to milk it for all they were worth. It turned out that the phones worked perfectly well in the building. There was no interference whatsoever. They got all the bells and whistles too. Call blocking, call waiting, caller ID, and such. At first, there was a great deal of protest by the upper elitists. Then Vic showed them how useful they were, and people settled down. That was until the bill came. Most people put it down to the new minister just wanting to be closer to his Muggle upbringing. No one had figured out yet that Vic Potter was as wizard-born as they came, though there were a few Muggle-born that were questioning his lack of knowledge of Muggle things. It was a good thing they were few in the ministry. The hardest part was explaining to the phone company how they now had service to an address that didn't exist. Marcus had put a confundus charm on the billing agent to send it to a P.O. box. There was talk in the Wisengamot about not paying the debt at all, but that was vetoed by the PM and the mom. They weren't going to shirk their responsibilities. That, and it was too close to Muggle baiting for the Prime Minister. She put her foot down and threatened them with further interferences if they didn't keep their noses clean. If they were willing to steal services, what else were they willing to do to the poor, unsuspecting Muggles? She would be keeping a close eye on them. She still had Selby's spies and his secretary. She had thought of firing the girl when she first took office, but now was glad she hadn't. She needed these resources to prevent things like the whole not paying the bills from happening. Vic was just as upset that the Moat thought they could get away with not paying it. Dumbledore was one of the leaders in the campaign in getting free services from the Muggles. They were meeting about it right now, and Vic was pissed that they were even discussing it. He was laying into them with vigor. "Why are we even here?" he demanded, looking at the chief warlock who had called this meeting. "We cannot risk them finding out about us," the old man said, running his hand down his beard in a knowing fashion. He was sitting in his fancy chair, high above everyone like he was more important than them. "Which they will do if we pay this bill," Albus said, like he was speaking to a child. "And they will find out faster if we use the phones and don't pay for them," Vic said, upset that this was even being debated. He stood to his full height and was towering over those seated around him. He was glowering at Dumbledore, and he wasn't making much of an impression on the man. Damn the seating arrangement. They were going to make some changes to that. There shouldn't be this type of separation. The old man wasn't that powerful. He was just a figurehead. His job was to open and close the meetings, keep order, and break ties. There was no reason he should be seated so far above everyone. Why do we even need such contraptions? Dumbledore asked, a twinkle in his eyes. "We have magic that delivers messages to our satisfaction," he pointed out with a little laugh, as if the whole thing was a trivial joke. "It has been this way for centuries," he added with some satisfaction, "to bring us up to date with the rest of the world. We are woefully behind," the minister said, rubbing his forehead as if to stave off a headache. He had been fighting with most of the older generation over this from the get-go. He thought he had gotten it through their heads by now. Obviously not. "We do not need to be up to date with them. We have magic," someone from the galley stated. There were murmurs of consent from the older folks, while the younger ones protested. "And we risk the statute of secrecy every time we enter that world. We're dressing all wrong. We don't know the culture or their technology," Potter stated, opening his robes and waving his hand over his body, showing his suit and tie under his Wisengamot robes, and then over the man next to him showing his attire under his, which was 3 decades old. "I am dressed like a normal Muggle. He is not. He stands out. I do not. This risks us being found. Don't you people understand? We are going to be discovered if you don't get your heads out of your arses and see the problem right in front of your eyes," he stated loudly and slammed his hands on the table in front of him. "Now see here, Minister. There is no need for vulgarity," Dumbledore said, peering over his half-moon glasses as if disciplining a student. "Yes, there bloody well is. You are not listening. I need the phones to keep in contact with the Prime Minister. You don't need them. Fine, but they're already installed. Use them or don't. I don't care. The rumor that electricity doesn't work with magic is bullshit, plain and simple. Now, we can do things with magic that can't be done with electricity. I know that, and I respect that. However, taking multiple calls at one time is not one of them. I need to be able to do that if I want to do my job more efficiently," he said passionately. He knew he could just give a mirror to Stacy, and he probably would, but he couldn't talk to multiple people on one. With this, he could confer with 3 departments at the same time. He already taught them how to have a conference call, and they were ecstatic to be able to do that. It saves so much time and energy. "Let us vote," Dumbledore said, knowing he had lost this round. They voted, and it was a tight vote, but Vic got his way. They would pay for the phones, and use them in the ministry. He would have overruled the vote if it had gone the other way and gotten his way anyway. It was one of the perks of being in charge. Still, he was glad they saw his point of view. Mostly. He took the results to Stacy, and she was glad it worked out, but she was upset that it had come to that. He gave her a mirror and showed her how to use it. That gave them one more avenue of contact. She was enthralled over it. She couldn't call him, but she could answer his calls. They talked about the meeting for a while and sussed out that there were just too many old fogies on the Wisengamot to make too many changes. They discussed making them voted in instead of inherited. It was a long shot, but she was the one in charge of the government in the long run. They talked about it late in the evening and came up with a few plans. There was talk of putting electricity in the building next so computers could be added, but the logistics would need to be worked out. That plan would be far more difficult than phones. Some people were having too much fun with the new phones. They were talking on them all the time. While inter-office calls didn't cost anything, they did tie up the lines. Vic's secretary was one of those people. She had all 5 lines going at once and would bounce back and forth with many department secretaries gossiping about the bosses or other office workers. It tied up the whole system. "Cherry," he said one day when he had been trying to get her attention, but her line had been busy. He had had to press the rune, which was still functioning, to get through to her. "Get off the phone and get Amelia in here," he said briskly. He might have to fire her, which was too bad. Other than her gossiping ways, she was a good secretary. She always had his files in order and his coffee ready. "Yes, sir," the nervous woman said, hurriedly hanging up all her lines and calling Bones. Vic could see all the lights go out and was happy to see she complied. About 10 minutes later, Amelia came in. Cherry followed her with a tea service, but she scuttled out quickly enough. "You needed to see me?" Bones questioned as she took a seat. It had been a long day for her, too. She picked up a teacup and doctored it to her taste. "I wanted to ask about the rat, first of all," he said, having forgotten Peter in the rush to get the phones installed. He too took up some tea. He preferred coffee, but it was afternoon and tea was the way to go. His name was Peter Pettigrew. He was a Death Eater, and the one Black was accused of killing. He did everything that Black was accused of. I've cleared Black's name, but the man disappeared years ago. I was unsure as to whether or not to advertise that, she said, tilting her head in a way that invited his opinion. "Go ahead and put it in the Prophet," he said, waving his hand in a negligent manner. Like it didn't matter to him. Inside, he was ecstatic. Finally, that part of his life would be laid to rest. He could forget about it and move on. He placed his cup on his desk and sighed. "It might make the ministry look bad," she cautioned, knowing that Fudge would have thrown a fit. She sipped her beverage and set her cup on its saucer, keeping them in her hands. "Just make sure you throw the old ministers under the night bus," he stated, his tone firm. "Mention them by name if you have to," he added in a no-nonsense voice. "If you have to mention mine at all, then make sure to say that I was the one who found out about the rat and was instrumental in capturing him," he stated, writing down a note for her on his part, signing it off and handing it to her. "I can do that," she said, putting down her cup, taking the note and tucking it in her jacket pocket. "Did you get anything else out of him?" he asked, leaning back and crossing his legs. "He wasn't a sexual deviant," she said, much to both of their relief. She picked up her tea and sipped it again. She really liked his blend. The minister got the best blend in the whole building. "That is good to know," Vic said, though deep in his heart he knew that. Peter was many things, but not a creep. Well, to women he was, but not little girls. "I've told Arthur this already," she informed him. Arthur had been so relieved that he had almost fainted. He had not told Molly about the man as of yet. Now he could tell her with a clear conscience. She would have fretted otherwise. At least that was the man's story. Good. "Anything else?" he asked, hoping to peg Malfoy. "Should there be?" she asked, confused as to what else there could be. "Did you ask about obtaining the mark?" he asked, giving her a knowing look like it was the perfect opportunity to peg those that got away. "Why would I?" she inquired, still confused. "So that we can nab those that got away with the imperious defense. They were never tried, so double jeopardy doesn't apply," was the answer, a hint of anger in his tone. "I want those bastards behind bars," he added, ready to slam his fist on the desk, but refraining. It wasn't her fault the men were free. She had been a lowly Auror when the war was going on. "Oh," she said, making a note in her notebook that she drew from her jacket pocket. Now she understood. She didn't think Pettigrew would give up this information freely. They would have to resort to Veritaserum again. It might not be usable in trial, though. It'll be hearsay, she added. It'll be enough to get them in for questioning, he said, going over what they could tell the Wisengamot. I'll do my best, she said, thinking on how to pose the questions. When is his trial? He asked, hoping to clear his schedule for that day. Next week. I look forward to it, he said, making a note on his calendar. If there isn't anything else, I'll go and ask some pertinent questions, she said, finishing off her tea and getting up to go and do just that. No, that's all for now, but I'd like to talk to you about something else later, he said, thinking about the whole Horcrux thing. However, he didn't want to do it here. For all they swept his office for listening charms daily, they found them every now and then. Best not risk it. Can you join me for dinner at my home? Harry will be there. If you don't want to be alone with me, he added, not wanting her to think it was a date. He currently had his eye on someone else, though she was unattainable at the moment. I'll bring the wine, she said, getting the impression that he needed to speak with her in private. She really hoped he wasn't going to give her more work. 8 o'clock, he said, sliding some parchment work in front of him and starting to read. If he was going to entertain, he really needed to get some work done today. His tea was left too. Cool. I'll be there, she said as she went to the door. Oh, by the way, tell your secretary to quit calling mine, or I'm going to have to fire mine, and I really don't want to do that. Will do. Send her in, will you? Vic said with a sigh. Amelia nodded and did just that. Cherry came in with a great deal of trepidation. After about 10 minutes of scolding and threatening, Vic finally got through to the young woman that the phones were not for her personal use, and that if she tied up the lines again, she would be without employment. She left the office in tears, but with a better understanding of her job. Meanwhile, Harry was having a great time on the computer that was now installed in the house. He was getting his schoolwork done in record time, and his fingers loved him for it. No more cramping from writing. Well, not as much writing. Sure, his typing wasn't up to par, but he was working on it. And there were games that he could play that helped his eye/hand coordination, not to mention his observation skills. That was his story, and he was sticking to it. Marcus came by twice for dinner during those 2 weeks, and Harry hoped he would come by more often. He was a surly bloke, to be sure, but he was family, and he relaxed the more he came by. Marcus would tell stories about his siblings and his dad, which Harry and Vic ate up. They knew so little about the squib side of the family. They learned more about the muggle side of life, too. In turn, they told a few about what they knew about the blacks. Given they were supposed to be Potters raised in the muggle world, there were scant few of those. Arcturus told the most. Vic was put in a quandary. He was supposed to have been raised in a muggle household, but he knew little of the muggle world. Marcus was going to figure it out soon, if he hadn't already. Right now, Harry was cruising the World Wide Web, and he was finding interesting things. There were pop-up sites that were blocking his entertainment and would get him in trouble if his Uncle Pads ever saw them. He closed most of them, but damn, there were a lot. He'd have to ask his cousin Marcus if there was a way to prevent them from popping up. Harry, came the call from his uncle, just as he closed a risque pop-up. Coming, Harry said, closing the computer down and moving to the door of the library. He went to the study where his uncle was and saw the man looked harried. What's up, he asked. I've invited Amelia Bones for dinner. I want you to chaperone tonight, Vic said, sighing and sitting. Why do you need a chaperone? He asked, sitting opposite him. I don't want the woman to think I have designs on her, the other man explained. He snapped his fingers and a glass of fire whiskey appeared. Thank you, Tibbers, he said to the air, hoping he got the correct house elf. What time is she going to be here? Harry asked, leaning back in his chair. He was tired too. His schedule was grueling. Why did you invite her? Arcturus asked, leaning forward in his chair. She'll be here at 8, and I invited her to talk about the Horcruxes. It's the only place I know that we won't be overheard, Vic explained, taking a long sip of his drink. I'm going to go and do some studying until then, Harry said, getting up and going back to the library. He still had non-magical stuff to get done. All his magical work was practical, mostly. His spying homework was practical too, except law, which he was caught up with. It was non-magical that was written. Good kid, Vic said, lifting his glass in a toast. Why are you telling Bones about the Horcrux? Arcturus asked, tilting his head in confusion. I think there may be more, was the answer. Why do you think that? I'm not sure. Just a feeling, I guess. I want to be prepared in case I'm right, the tired man said, drinking long from his glass and setting it down. I hope to whatever god you pray to, there isn't, the painting said, shuddering at the thought. If I am right, I don't want to get caught flat-foot. Besides, Dumbledore is always spouting that Voldemort isn't gone. I think he knows more than he's telling, Vic said, glaring at the wall in real anger. You could be right about that. At any rate, I want Bones and maybe a few others in on it. I won't keep this to myself. Also, I want to tell Marcus who I really am. I think I'm going to need his help. I think he's suspicious of me anyway, the younger man said, sighing once again. Marcus had been shooting him some queer looks lately, like he should know things he didn't know, like things about the phone. That might be for the best, Arcturus agreed. I'll call him tomorrow. It's getting late, and you need to change, the painting said, looking at the man's rumpled suit. Yeah, Vic said, picking up his drink and downing the rest. He then left to go and change. Dinner was simple enough and pleasant. They had Cornish game hens with stuffing and steamed asparagus and the wine Amelia brought. Well, Harry had a fizzy drink. They kept the topics to school and work and only the nice parts of both. Harry's spy school was kept a secret, but his muggle schooling was expounded on. When it was time for coffee, they moved to the study. So, are you finally going to tell me why you invited me over? Amelia asked, settling into a chair, while Harry and Vic took the sofa. What do you know about Horcruxes? Vic asked, looking at her with a serious face. Should you be talking about this with Harry here? She asked instead of answering. That was a dark topic of conversation to bring up in front of a kid. He knows all about them, was the answer. I had one in my forehead, Harry piped up. His tone was also serious. It was Voldemort's, he added, making her flinch. Excuse me, Amelia said, shocked, so shocked that she almost dropped her cup. One didn't just bandy about the Dark Lord's name. Yes, the Dark Lord's, Harry confirmed. We removed it when I was 6, he stated, showing his barely their scar. How do you know it was his? She asked, gently putting her coffee cup on the table. She didn't want to drop it and ruin the expensive carpet. The goblins told us, Vic answered for him. They're the ones who took it out. I think there may be more, he added, giving her a concerned look. She was quite pale. He didn't want her fainting. She was a strong woman, but this was disconcerting news. This is quite a lot to take in, she said, her eyes darting around the room. Are you sure? She asked, not wanting it to be true. No, I'm just going on a gut feeling, he said, not wanting to lie. However, what if I am right? Do you want to take that chance? He asked, picking up his cup and then putting it back down without drinking from it. No, she conceded. What can we do? She asked, racking her brain for a solution to this puzzle. That is the question. I was hoping that you could come up with some people that we can form a task force to delve into this quietly. I believe that Dumbledore knows something, but he's keeping it tight to his chest. I was hoping Mad-Eye Moody could get something out of him. They are friends, Vic said, this time drinking some coffee. I can ask, Amelia said, relaxing a bit. Alastair would be beneficial in this. And, with that, they got a planning. Marcus was talking to one of his old acquaintances, John Stances. John had been in the Muggle government as a bodyguard, but had washed out due to a blown knee. He had been shot on the line of duty. He was a Muggle-born and had gotten the knee fixed via a healer, but he couldn't prove it to the Muggles. There was no medical record. It had been a bitch finding him. He had gone to ground when he left. It had taken quite a few favors just to get John to meet him here. He was a doomsdayer. He was sure that Armageddon was around the corner. Well, not quite Armageddon, but that bad things were going to happen all the time. So, do you want to protect the new Minister of Magic? Marcus asked as they sat in a cafe's outdoor seating area. It was getting too chilly to be doing this much longer, but it was okay for now. Is he an arse like the last one? John asked, waving the waitress down. His eyes were roaming the immediate area in a constant motion. No, he's actually a stand-up bloke, Marcus said, then quieted down as the waitress approached. They ordered some fish and chips with a mug of ale. He's a distant cousin of mine, so I know him a bit. Ah, you're doing the family a favor. Can the magical ministry afford me? The man asked, looking around for danger. He was always on the lookout for danger. For my dearly departed great-uncle, actually, Marcus confirmed, looking for eavesdroppers. He didn't want to break the statute. I don't know if the ministry can, but Vic can, he stated, knowing his cousin could and should be able to keep the man around. I'll meet him, John said, then settled to wait for their meal. Call it a favor for an old friend, he added, thinking Marcus had done him good in the past. He could at least meet the man. That's all I ask, Marcus said, also relaxing and waiting. They talked of non-consequential things and passed the time away as they waited. When they parted, Marcus went home and called Vic to make an appointment for the three of them to meet that weekend, which was good because Vic said he wanted to talk to him anyway. He wondered if the man was going to come clean about why he wasn't up to date on Muggle things. It was about time. He then called John with the time of the meeting. All in all, it was a good day for Marcus. Welcome, Hermione. I was going to kill her off, but my muse took over and here we are. I swear I had written the sentence out and then backspaced, and next thing I know the chapter was written. Silly muse. There was a committee formed, and it was established that there was magic that was better than electricity in making computers run in a magical environment. It worked like a generator to charge the machines. It worked with a rune sequence that the Department of Mysteries thought up. They had been working on it far longer than Vic had been in office. Now they could use it. It would make it so that lines didn't need to be run in the ministry and they could use the computers. That way the minister could have his contraption and they didn't have to break the statute by desecrating the building. So far, he was the only one using one along with a fax machine and a printer. His secretary was so jealous. However, it was the internet that was the problem. It still needed to be wired in. That was going to be an issue. The phone lines could take care of that, but they were slow and cumbersome. There were faster avenues, but they needed to be added. It was all still being debated. That and the cost was a concern as well. Until then, Vic was using dial-up services. Vic was sitting with his souped-up laptop and going over some paperwork for the PM when Amelia came storming in his office. She did not look like she was in a good mood. Amelia, he said cautiously. Pettigrew is dead, she said without preamble. She took a chair and slumped down like the weight of the world was on her shoulders. What? How? He demanded, getting up from his chair and going to his bar and pouring her a drink. She looked like she could use a stiff one. I don't know. I was questioning him about the mark, and he just keeled over, she said, frustrated beyond belief. There must have been a curse on such questioning, she said, going over the ramifications. They had never had a reason to ask anyone about the mark before, not under Veritaserum. Damn it, Vic said, pouring himself a drink. On one hand, he was glad the man was dead. On the other, this let those bastards stay free. This means you can't question those in Azkaban either, he said, running his hand over his face. Probably not, she said, downing her drink and shaking her head when he offered her a refill. He capped the bottle and put it away. Well, we can still try him posthumously. You have his confession, the minister said, settling in his chair. He downed his drink and put his empty glass down and grimaced at the taste. A puff of smoke escaped his mouth as he breathed out. Yes, she agreed, then changed the subject. I've talked to Alastair. He's agreed to talk to you. Do you want to meet at your house? She asked, knowing that he didn't want to meet here. Yeah, Potter said, going over his busy schedule. I have some time Saturday around 1 in the afternoon. I have to meet my new bodyguard at noon, he stated, a smile played at his lips. You're getting a bodyguard? She asked, wondering why he didn't just use the Aurors like his predecessors. She posed the question. Why? I can assign you some from my men, she offered, thinking on who she could post to the job. I don't trust all of them, he told her bluntly. I know most of them are on the up and up, but you still have a few bigots on your payroll, and I'm a half-blood, he stated, giving her a pointed look. I can name at least 3 that have given me a hard time since I have taken office, he said, tapping his finger on his desk. She shrugged. He was correct. There were some that wanted this man out of office due to his background and the changes he was making. True, he was the only one with a computer in his office, but that might change. She was thinking of getting one herself. She had seen how useful they were. Right now, she could see his neatly typed up reports on his desk and would kill to have a laptop and printer in her hands. She had a typewriter, but it was burdensome. There was no room for error. If you messed up, you had to start over. Well, there were spells to erase the words, but they usually wound up erasing more than one. Okay, you meet your bodyguard, and I'll let Alastair know to be there, she said, getting up and going to the door. Thanks for settling the gossip down, she added as she left. It hadn't stopped all the gossip, but they weren't using all the lines anymore. "You're welcome," he said to the closing door. He went back to work and contemplated on what to do about Malfoy now. He had been so looking forward to nabbing him and his cronies. Now they were back to square one. It was Friday, and Harry was in his normal studies class going over math when he felt a shiver go down his spine. It was like he was supposed to be doing something, but fate had changed, and he wasn't doing it. It was important, but now it was different. It was Halloween day, and this had always been a hard time for him. Usually, he and Uncle Vic would sit and talk about his parents and just contemplate how life would be if they had lived. Today felt different, though, like the whole world had shifted because he turned right instead of left. It was like reality was twisted. "Mr. Potter, are you listening to me?" his tutor, Mr. Leffen, asked, breaking him out of his thoughts. He was a tallish man, blonde, with blue eyes. He was a nice man that looked like a librarian, with glasses and all. "Sorry, Mr. Leffen. Someone walked over my grave," Harry said, blinking at the man. He smiled in an apologetic way. "I get that this is a trying day for you, but try to concentrate," the man said, a kind smile on his face. He patted the boy's head and moved on to the next math equation. "Yes, sir," the preteen said, doing his best to do the problems without his mind drifting to why he felt the fate of the world was in his hands and he wasn't there to catch it. That night he and his Uncle Pad spent the night as they normally did, but Harry couldn't shake the feeling that there was something that he was supposed to be doing. The next day in the Daily Prophet, there was an article about the maiming of a Hogwarts student via a troll. She had been rushed in critical condition to St. Mungo's the night before. There wasn't a clear reason given as to why the troll was in the castle, but it had gotten in and hurt the first-year Gryffindor child badly. She was a Muggle-born and was more than likely going to leave the magical world, according to her parents. The students interviewed didn't have anything nice to say about the girl. They were all petty and cruel. Some even went as far as to say the girl deserved to get hurt for being nosy. Some of the teachers weren't much better. To say the least, the girl was not well liked at Hogwarts. Only McGonagall and Dumbledore seemed to have any redeeming things to say about her. "Uncle Pads, we've got to help this girl," Harry said as they finished reading the article. They were sitting to breakfast, which was simply oatmeal and fruit this morning. Seeing that it was Saturday, and they were both supposed to be busy today, Vic had 2 appointments that he could not break. However, Harry felt the overwhelming need to reach out and help this family. "Why?" the minister asked. While he felt bad for the family, he didn't understand why the boy said that. "Call it a gut feeling," the preteen said, picking at his meal. "I had a bad feeling yesterday in class, and now I know why. It was like someone was telling me that fate had been changed," he said, trying to describe something he didn't understand himself. "What do you want to do?" his uncle asked, not sure how they could help them. The parents seemed hell-bent on leaving the magical world. He wasn't sure there was anything they could do. "Invite her to join me," Harry suggested. "We can sweeten the pot by offering non-magical studies. We'll make sure not to offer it as charity." "I'm sure they'd hate that," he finished and started eating his porridge with gusto. "All right," Vic said, and after breakfast they went to talk to the 2 distraught parents. It was early enough to get this done and still make his appointments. It only took a moment to get into St. Mungo's. All they had to do was say they were visiting and announce who they were. Being celebrities, it was simple. They were let right in by first the mannequin in the window, and then the welcoming nurse. "Mr. and Mrs. Granger," Vic said to them as he approached them in the hospital waiting room. It was a plain room with chairs and some tables that were littered with magazines. There were 3 other families there, so he kept his voice low. "I'm the Minister of Magic, Vic Potter," he stated, holding out his hand. The other families looked at the 2 of them with awe, but kept their distance. They had their own worries. "I'd say we're pleased to meet you, but," Mr. Granger said, shaking his hand, but his face was very angry. He had been given the cold shoulder all night long. The nurses had simply shoved him and his wife in this room and told them to wait. They hadn't even told him much about his daughter's condition other than that they had almost lost her once last night. That was it. They had been worried sick ever since. "I understand. Well, I probably don't completely understand, but I hope I can commiserate. This is my nephew, Harry," Vic said, placing a hand on Harry's shoulder and nudging him forward. "He would like to meet your daughter," he said, giving them an encouraging smile. "To what point?" Mrs. Granger asked, though she did smile at Harry. We're going to take Hermione out of this dangerous world as soon as we can, she stated, wringing her hands. She, like her husband, had been at her wits' end all night long. She was hanging on by a thin line. She could snap at any moment. I'd like to offer you a different solution, the minister said, holding up his hands in a hear-me-out gesture. Harry here is homeschooled. He is doing both non-magical and magical studies. I would offer your daughter to join him, he offered, hoping they took him up on it. Now that he had time to think about it, Harry could use some companionship. Why? Why Hermione? You don't even know her, Mr. Granger stated, narrowing his eyes in distrust. People didn't just make offers like this out of the kindness of their hearts. There had to be a catch. Because of what happened to her, Vic told them truthfully. No one should have gone through that. I heard how she was treated at Hogwarts. It came out in the paper. Shunned for being smart and treated like a know-it-all. Harry is pretty smart too, and if he had gone to Hogwarts, he would have suffered much the same, he added, clapping the boy on the shoulder. He was doubly glad that Harry decided to be homeschooled. At least you're honest, grumbled Mr. Granger. Too many politicians were out for numero uno. Well, at least this one was protecting his nephew as well. It would remain to be seen what else the man wanted. I try to be, Vic said, gesturing to the chairs so they could get more comfortable. Harry has no friends his age. I am hoping that Hermione can be one of them. That might not come to pass, but they might get along well enough to be cordial to one another. That might be enough. The other families were trying to eavesdrop. They had only heard bits and pieces up to now, but Vic put up a bubble to stave that off. They looked disappointed, but then went back to talking to each other. Hermione doesn't have any friends either, Mrs. Granger said regretfully. She has a bit of a bossy attitude, she confessed softly, like it was a hard thing to do. No mother liked to point out their child's faults. How much will this tutelage cost, Minister Potter? Mr. Granger asked, worried about his pocketbook. He really didn't want to take Hermione's magic away. She was so proud of being a witch. When they had gotten the letter, they thought it was a cruel joke. When that McGonagall woman showed them it wasn't, Hermione had been over the moon. Finally, an explanation for all the strange things that happened around her. She had practiced with her wand for hours a day, trying to prove that she would be the best which she could be. She learned her books inside and out during the month. She had them before the train left. They had been so proud of her. Now, please call me Vic. It will cost around £150 a month. That includes the magical studies, Vic stated, converting the galleons into pounds. He felt that was a reasonable amount. He didn't know the current rate of tuition for public schools, so he was just guessing. That's not bad. Less than a public school. Call me Dan, and this is Emma, the now-called Dan said, pointing to his wife. Still, it was more than Hogwarts, where all they had to pay for was the books and equipment. They were well-to-do, though, as prominent dentists, and could afford it. Where will they be learning? He asked, wondering if they would be going to a classroom or learning at the man's house. My house. I'll take you there when you're done here. Hermione should be let go today. Magic is a wonderful thing, and the healers here are top-notch, he said, looking to the double doors as if they would admit a healer any moment. If you say so, Emma said. Her hands started fretting again. She was very concerned about her daughter's health. They had told her last night that it had been touch and go for a while. Hermione was a delicate child, always staying inside instead of playing outside. She never toughened herself up by roughhousing with other children. Trust me, Vic said, crossing his legs like he believed what he said, and relaxing in for the wait for good news. Harry got up and started roaming the room to relieve the boredom. He didn't like waiting for anything. He sent a few cleaning charms for the dust under the chairs, but other than that, couldn't find anything else to do. There was no telly here, and all the magazines were geared towards adults. Heck, there wasn't even a Wizarding wireless. The least they could do was have some music for those waiting. Around an hour later, someone finally came. Mr. and Mrs. Granger, your daughter can go home now, the nurse said in short, clipped words. Thank you, Dan replied just as abruptly. He was quite used to the staff here treating him like he was less than human. How can she be ready to go home? She was in critical condition last night. Emma asked. Magic, Vic said from behind her, calming the woman down. Magic can cure many things, he said, putting a hand on her shoulder. Really, the nurse said snidely. Vic glared at the woman, who upon recognizing him, blushed. Mr. Minister, I didn't see you there, she stuttered out, fussing with her clipboard. What can I do for you? She asked, her entire demeanor changing. I'm here for Hermione Granger, he stated in a cold tone, snatching the clipboard from her weak hands. He read it for the room number, and then thrust it back at her. She fumbled with it, not understanding why the most powerful man in Britain would want with a lowly muggle-born first-year student. Oh, she said, not sure what to say to that. Well, she's ready to go, she finished lamely. Thank you, he said, leading the group to Hermione's room. It was only down the hallway a bit, just past the nurse's station. Hermione Granger was sitting on her bed, looking forlorn. Her normally frizzy hair was lank and stringy, though still curly, just in limp waves. She was crying, almost inconsolable. She had been treated rather poorly by the staff here. Her wounds had been healed, but they seemed to do it reluctantly, like they were fulfilling their oaths, but only just. They called her some names that she didn't understand, but she didn't like. She was sure they weren't malicious. These were professionals after all, but they weren't nice either. They weren't the hateful names the kids at Hogwarts called her, like Bookworm, Know-It-All, and Nightmare. Still, one man called her a mudblood, and she didn't know what that was. And the way the nurse shushed him, she didn't think it was appropriate. Hermione, her mother called as she rushed into the room. Her mother ran to her and hugged her tightly. She could see that Hermione was indeed healthy and whole. Mum, the child replied, her heart soaring seeing her mum coming towards her. Safe in her mum's arms, she felt loads better. Now she could go home. She never wanted to see the castle in the mountains again. She was heartbroken at the thought of giving up magic. But if she ever saw Ronald Weasley again, it would be too soon. She glanced over her mum's shoulder and saw her dad and two other people, a man and a young boy. She stiffened at the sight of the boy. She didn't have a good history with children her age. Hermione, her mum questioned, at her sudden change in posture. Who is that? The girl asked, pointing to the two strangers. This is the Minister of Magic, Vic Potter, and his nephew, Harry Potter, Dan said, coming and claiming his own hug from his daughter. You're Harry Potter? Hermione exclaimed, suddenly excited as she returned her father's hug. I've read all about you, she said, releasing her dad and looking at the celebrity in her room. Can we take this elsewhere? Harry asked, not wanting to make a scene in the hospital. Yes, Vic agreed. We can either go to a restaurant, or back to our place, or even your house. The choice is yours. I'd rather go to mine. I have appointments I can't break still. However, I'd like to continue our conversation. We can continue tomorrow if you'd rather, he said, giving them a pointed look. He looked around the room like there might be bugs or listening charms. That and anyone could walk in. The Grangers seemed to get the gist and nodded. They gathered up Hermione and all her belongings, which the staff of Hogwarts brought when they demanded them last night. Vic waved his wand and shrunk them. He then placed them in Emma's purse and gestured for them to lead the way. They made their way to the entrance and decided to go to the Potter's house this morning. It was the most secure, and they wanted to get it out of the way now. Just for kicks, the Potters introduced the Grangers to the night bus after Vic shrunk their car and stuck it in Emma's purse too. That was an experience, Emma said, holding her tummy to fight off the queasiness. She had never been so scared in her life. Dan and Hermione seemed to have enjoyed the ride, though. That is a polite way to put it, Vic agreed, leading them into the house and then to the study. Meet our Uncle Arcturus, he said, introducing the painting, much to the confusion of the Muggles. Well met, Arcturus said, making them jump a bit. Hermione giggled at her parents' reaction. Harry giggled too, while Vic just chuckled a bit. He hid his chuckle behind his hand and gestured for them to enter. That's not funny, young lady, her mum scolded. It kind of is, Dan disagreed, chuckling along with the rest of the group and nodding to the painting. Nice to meet you, sir, he said to the man. Yes, Emma said, giving the portrait a wary look. Would you care for a drink? Vic asked, waving to them to take a seat. They all settled into chairs or the sofa, in the case of the Grangers. He snapped his fingers and Tiberius appeared, making all the Grangers jump. This time only Harry giggled. What can Tiberius best doing for yous today? The elf asked, looking around the room at the guests. He could tell they were muggles by their clothes. He was unsure as to how to react, so he kept his eyes trained on Vic. Whatever they like to drink, Vic said, waving to the shocked family. The elf turned an inquiring eye to them, keeping his face dutifully blank. Tea is fine, Dan said, still giving the elf a wide-eyed look. A fizzy drink, please, Hermione said, then added, orange. Oh, me too, please, Harry said, bouncing a bit. He loved orange fizzy drinks. Tea, them. Her eyes were just as wide as her husband's. Tea for me too, Vic said, and the elf popped away to get the required drinks. What was that? Dan finally got out. He knew that there were creatures in the magical world that he had never heard of. Hermione had been hurt by a troll after all, but this was the first time he'd seen one. A servant, Vic said, not wanting to get into the whole are they slaves debate. Let's talk about Hermione's schooling, he said, diverting the topic as quickly as possible. This is where she'd learn? Emma asked, looking around the well-appointed room. There didn't seem to be a desk here. No, in the library, Vic said, waving to the door on the far wall. And you say she'll learn normal studies? Dan asked, looking at Hermione to see how she was taking them talking about her. She seemed enthralled. She was bouncing in her seat, ecstatic that she didn't have to give up her magic. Her eyes were twinkling, and her frizzy hair was fluffed out as far as it would go. Yup, Harry said, smiling like a cat that ate the canary. I even have a computer. While they were quickly becoming a household name, they were still not in every home. You do? Hermione asked, jumping up and all, but ready to run to the library. She had one at home, but she was always ready to see another one. She had to share hers with her parents. Yeah, do you want to see it? He asked, getting up to go and show her. Yes, please, she said, going and grabbing his hand. Uncle Pads, go ahead, his uncle said, waving the kids off. The two kids ran off to cruise the net, while the adults talked. So, how does Hermione know who Harry is? Dan asked just as a tea service appeared in front of them. Emma started pouring for everyone, asking how Vic liked his tea. They all took up their cups and started talking. Vic told them the story about the boy who lived and how much of it was hooey and how much was real. There was a whole line of fictional bullshit and all that too. They nodded in understanding and were soon talking about the kids' schooling. Hermione would be joining Harry that coming Monday. She would be taking the night bus to and from the Potters. She would not be joining him for his spy classes, but that was okay. She didn't even know about them. Neither did the Grangers. The Grangers left around 11:30, and Vic got ready for his 2 appointments. Harry went to his spy classes. He was late for them and would be staying there late to make up for the time. He had called in this morning to let them know that there had been an emergency, and they changed the time. The meeting between John Stances and Vic went well. The minister now had a bodyguard and a very paranoid one at that. So, it was no surprise that his new bodyguard and Mad-Eye Moody got on like a house on fire. Plots and plans. Every time I edited this, it got longer. I had to throw up my hands and say, enough. If there are errors, I apologize. Moody and Amelia joined John and Vic in the manor that Saturday afternoon after Marcus left. After introductions were made, Moody said, "Why am I here?" He never was one for beating around the bush. He wanted to get to the point right away and leave the pleasantries for another time. Or never. Never was good. Too much time was wasted on niceties. What do you know of Horcruxes? Vic asked bluntly, watching his new bodyguard for a reaction. It might be helpful to have one more person in on this. If the man didn't know what they were, that was okay too. Bodyguards were known for their discretions. For now, he could just stand there and look intimidating. And intimidating he did look too. He was very tall, brunette, and built like a brick house. He wore black jeans, a black muscle shirt with a black leather jacket thrown over it, and a black shoulder holster which housed a black gun. On his feet, he had black combat boots that laced halfway up his calves. His hands sported fingerless leather gloves, also black. He was wearing black shades, even though they were inside, which hid his brown eyes. If he wanted, he could blend in with the shadows, but for right now, he was standing like a statue behind Vic. Both Moody and John narrowed their eyes at the mention of the word. Though it was hard to tell on both men, John because of his glasses and Moody because he only had one eye. Their mouths disappeared to narrow lines and the lines on their faces firmed. They both knew what Vic was talking about. Moody spit on the ground. "Vile things," he said, not in the least bit concerned at the house elf that glared at him when it came and cleaned up his spit. "Where did you come by one of those?" he asked. Harry had one in his scar. We got it out. I'm pretty sure it was Voldis, Vic said, making the two men start. Also, I think Albus knows about them and isn't telling. He's always spouting that you know who isn't dead. That's why I think he's so obsessed with Harry, he said, going to the bar and indicating that he was pouring for those who wanted one. Amelia and Moody nodded they wanted a drink, but John declined. I have a gut feeling that there are more, he added, going over what he told Amelia the other day. He was trying not to use the house elves for everything. He was getting pudgy in the middle. He didn't want to look like Fudge. He was going to have to look into exercising or some such rot. He might go down and train with the Aurors, or have his new bodyguard put him through the paces. Now there was a thought. I always knew Albus was hiding something, but this, Alastair said, his tone was one of disbelief. This could get people killed. That means old Voldy is still out there, and we are in no way prepared to fight him. Hell, he could waltz in and take over right now, and we couldn't stop him. Believe me, I'd do my best to stop that. I'm not Fudge, Vic protested, taking his seat again. I have the Prime Minister on my side, he added, handing out the glasses to the two others. I forget that you are the minister, the older man grumbled, taking the glass and waving his wand over it. He never drank anything he didn't pour himself without checking it first. I'm too used to incompetent people being in office. It's a good thing you didn't let Malfoy win, he said, lifting his glass in a toast. He downed it in one gulp and then set it on the table. Here, here, Amelia said, lifting her glass too. She sipped hers and held it in her hand. Though she thought the man might have consulted the Grey faction and come up with another candidate. Knowing her luck, that would have put her in office, and she didn't want it. Well, that was water out of the cauldron now. He was in office and doing a marvelous job. I'll do my best to get what I can out of Albus, the scarred Exorus said, as he looked around the room for threats with his good eye. He might not know as much as you think, but far more than we know now. If we can get what he knows, then we at least have a place to start. I think we should start with the Death Eaters. Look into their backgrounds and see if they have anything hidden that didn't come out in the wash during the last war, Alastair said, his magical eye roaming around his head seemingly of its own violation. I'd start with Malfoy. Speaking of Malfoy, he's out to get me, and I'm getting tired of waiting for the other shoe to drop. I need to find a way to get him off my back. Any suggestions? Bikin kirat? Uping. With more people there might be better suggestions than what he and Arcturus had, which was just wait and see. I've been trying to get him arrested for years, Amelia stated, slumping over in defeat. I have nothing for you, she added, sighing in resignation. The man is a slippery one, Moody agreed. You could just kill him, John chimed in. I'll pretend I didn't hear that, Bones stated, taking a swig of her fire whiskey. I'll help you plan it, Alastair said with a chuckle, winking at Amelia to show he was joking. I guess I'll just keep playing it by ear, Vic sighed. He had hoped for more. I suggest you take a closer look to home and start with Arcturus's family. If Voldy trusted anyone with the Horcruxes, it would be the Blacks, Moody said, rubbing the good part of his nose. I can do that, Vic said, wondering just how much Alastair thought he knew. Arcturus, can we get into the assets with Harry being Lord Black? He asked the portrait. He can go anywhere that is listed as Black property, Arcturus stated, having been silent this whole time. He can even get into the vaults. I'd start with Grimmauld Place, he said, thinking that if there was one hidden anywhere, it would be there. Biki noirli shuddarat. He hated that house. Isn't your niece still alive? He asked, looking to Amelia. Would we need a warrant? Depends on if she's dead or not, the woman said, shrugging. She's dead, Alastair stated, getting up and looking at Arcturus. I read about it a few years ago, he said, watching for the painting's reaction. Good, the old man said, nodding his head. She was a blight on the house. He never liked that Sirius' parents were cousins. That and the Black family madness was strong on that woman. So, we go and take a look-see, Vic said, dreading taking Harry to that dark house, but he'd have to go along with them. Then we'll pilfer the vaults, he said decisively. Just us four and Harry. We'll keep it to just us for now, he stated, getting nods from the other three. Now that that's settled, how do you plan on keeping our minister alive? Mad Eye asked John as he sat back down. And with that, the talk turned into a half-an-hour-long debate on the best way to be a paranoid bodyguard. Vic's eyes got wider and wider at the more elaborate plans they came up with. At the rate they were going, he was never going to have any fun. What is that under your coat? The old Auror finally asked the younger man. It's a gun, John said, bringing it out to show him. I know what a gun is, but I've never seen one that looks like that, Alastair said, remembering the ones he'd seen back when the war was going on. The war that dropped bombs on the country. When was the last time you've seen one? Stances asked, looking at the older man like he was a recluse of the magical world. Which he was. When the bombs fell, Moody confessed, rubbing his chin. This one is a bit newer, he said, pulling out his Desert Eagle Mark 7. I like this beauty for its firepower, he said, not handing the weapon over, but showing it to Alastair. It'll blow your head clean off, he said, making sure not to aim it at the paranoid man. Do you plan on shooting anyone with it? Amelia asked, leveling him with a look that said he'd better not be if he knew what was good for him. Only if they deserve it, John stated, putting it back in his shoulder holster. I'll aim to maim, he added, though he thought that Malfoy might not make it through the maiming. Accidents do happen all the time, after all. I'd appreciate that, she stated, nodding her head. Less parchment work for her. Now that we're all acquainted, we should have regular meetings. Once a month or so. We are the only ones that know about the Horcruxes, along with Arcturus. We need to keep in touch, Vic said, looking at the time. Harry would be coming home soon. It was getting late. We need to make plans on when to go to Grimmauld Place, he added. Excellent idea. How about the last Sunday of the month for our first foray? Amelia said, looking at the men in the room. She'd make her calendar free for this. That's in 2 weeks, she added, doing the mental calculations. My schedule is open, Moody said. Being a retired man, he had nothing but free time. I'll have to check mine, but it sounds doable, Vic said, looking at the clock on the wall again. I do need to be going, Amelia said, consulting her watch. Moody, come see me at the office when you're done with the headmaster. Let me know what he says, she instructed as she gathered up her things. Will do. Minister Potter, it was good to meet you, Alastair said, standing and shaking the man's hand. Stances, he added, nodding his head to the bodyguard. Moody, John said, still standing behind Vic. He did return the nod to the other two. I'll be in my office if you two need me, Vic said, seeing them to the door. Good to know, Amelia said as they left. Well, John, are you going to be living here? Vic asked, not sure how that was going to work. They hadn't gotten to that part yet. They had only gotten to how much the man was going to be paid when Amelia and Moody showed up. Marcus had left and the meeting commenced. He hadn't even gotten around to telling Marcus about his true identity. Until you get another guard, he said, smirking at his new boss. I'll be prowling the area, he said, moving away from Vic and slinking towards the walls and looking at the wards. This is going to be fun, Vic said, going back into the house. Tilly, he called. Master is needing Tilly? The little elf asked. We need a room made up for my bodyguard, he said, pointing to the moving dot on the map. Tilly will's best doing that, she said, and popped away. I hope he's worth it, Vic said, going to the bar and pouring another drink. Harry came home and was introduced to John, and they got along well enough. John ate with them and was with Vic most of the time. He became a fixture around the house, but wasn't in the way in any annoying way. Lucius Malfoy was beyond frustrated. He had found nothing on Vic Potter or Harry Potter. Well, he found that the younger Potter had been abused, but that would just bring public pity to him. Narcissa, what am I going to do? He asked, trying to keep a whinge out of his tone. He was at his wit's end. What are you trying to do? She asked, knowing the answer, but wanting the nitty-gritty. So far, her husband had been vague. I know that Vic Potter is Sirius Black, he finally told her. He had been keeping that tidbit from her for fear she'd try to see a way to help part of her family. I am sure that your cousin Arcturus performed black magic to adopt him into the Potter family. If only I can prove it. While I am upset that you kept that from me, why don't you simply put him in a room with Severus Snape? They cannot tolerate one another. Sirius cannot help himself from being mean to his hated childhood enemy. She didn't care if Sirius was caught out. That and Severus hated anyone named Potter. It would make for an explosive evening in any event. If anyone can make him slip, it would be our friend Severus, she said sweetly. Not that she thought that Vic Potter was serious. She thought Sirius was long gone. He had run ages ago, taken his inheritance, and headed for parts unknown with the help of Arcturus. That's why the old man had named Harry Potter as his heir. How would I do that? Lucius asked, pondering the dilemma. He wondered if he should do that to his friend. Severus had been a friend of the family for years, since Hogwarts. While Lucius was a few years older than the man, Severus had helped him immensely in his potions grade in school. Simply invite them both to the same party, she said like it was obvious. Make sure it is for charity. That way the minister can't decline, she added, waving her hand in a negligent manner. That is a marvelous idea, he said, kissing her cheek and getting some parchment. And with that they started planning. It was a week later on a Saturday afternoon when the owl came. The Potters were enjoying some free time by the fire. It was a chilly November day, and they were both just relaxing with a book in the study. Arcturus was reading one of his as well. John was prowling the grounds. He was always doing that. He had the whole place rigged with traps for the unwary. Moody loved to check his work and was gleeful when he got caught. "Who is it from?" Harry asked when Vic relieved the bird of its burden. "Malfoy," was the confused answer as the other man read the missive. "What the hell?" the preteen said, putting his book down. "First of all, language. Secondly, we've been cordially invited to a charity event at Malfoy Manor this coming Saturday," the minister said, reading the invitation. "It's to raise funds for St. Mungo's long-term wing. Are we going?" Harry wanted to know. "We have to go to Grimmauld Place the next day, he reminded the man. "I don't see how we can't not go," Vic answered, tucking the card back in the envelope. He tapped the missive on the table, thinking of all the ways this could go wrong. "I don't think it'll interfere with that," he noted. They had it all planned out with Amelia and Alastair. They were going early in the morning and taking the entire day to search the house for any Horcruxes. They weren't hopeful. However, they were going to be very vigilant. This was a black house after all. Who knows what kind of traps or dark magic was lurking about? Well, Vic did, but he couldn't come out and say it. "It's a trap, John said, coming into the room, having heard the entire conversation as he was coming down the hall. He had been in the other room looking for intruders. "Oh, I know, but I can't turn down a charity event," the minister said, thinking of the political ramifications. He looked at Harry and worried about taking him to Malfoy Manor. There wouldn't be any other children there. They were all at Hogwarts. Unless Lucius snuck his sprog out for the night, which he wouldn't put it past the man. Harry would have to stick by his side during the entire event, and that might be boring as hell for him. Still, he couldn't see Harry turning it down either. They could spit in the man's eye and bring Hermione as Harry's +1. That might be a cruel joke, but it would not be nice for the young lady in question. She would be treated like dirt, and that would be just mean to her. "I see where you're coming from, but I recommend caution," John said, thinking of all the ways this could go wrong. "Oh, I plan on being extra vigilant." "So, what do you think his game plan is?" Vic asked, looking at Arcturus. "You know him better than anyone." "I don't know. If he is inviting people, I think he's going to try and trip you up. Be careful in how you react to others, even those you hate, especially those you hate. I'd try and be bosom buddies with anyone you have a past with." "This stinks of Narcissus planning," he added, a thoughtful look on his face. "Snape," Vic said, his face twisted in hate. "He's friends with Malfoy. I can see him being there." "Stop right there," Arcturus said, pointing his finger at the man. "That is the emotion you have to let go of. And I do mean right now. There is no reason for Vic Potter to hate Severus Snape. Or Harry Potter. If anything, you both should admire him for his achievements," he said, looking back and forth between the two Potters. "Who is Snape?" Harry asked, looking at his younger uncle. "A vile and disgusting man," Vic said, all but spitting on the floor. "But he is the youngest potions master in centuries. He is also the potions professor at Hogwarts. He is quite accomplished in his endeavors. I'll give him that. That doesn't make him less of an arsehole," he stated, thumping down in his chair. "I agree," John stated, knowing Snape from school, if only a little bit. "I was a few years ahead of him and in a different house, but Snape was a creep," he added his 2 nuts worth. "He was always skulking around and just being strange. There was a group of 4 Gryffindors that used to follow him around and bully him, but he gave as good as he got," he added, keeping his eye on Vic as he talked. "Yeah, about that," Vic said, getting up and pouring himself a drink. "Since Arcturus already hinted about it, you should know." "Well, let me get Marcus here," he said, moving to call his cousin on the phone. After confirming that Marcus could be there in 10 minutes, they settled in silent contemplation. Harry read his book, while Vic just stared into the fire. John looked smug for some reason. Marcus made it in 6 minutes, and was soon seated with his own drink. "What's up?" he asked, looking at Vic. "There's something I've been meaning to tell you, and I figured I'd better tell John as well. I'm really Sirius Black," he said, just letting it slip out. He then told the story of his escape and adoption, the rescue of Harry, and what they did after. "I already figured most of that out," Marcus said, with John nodding along. "I told John that before I asked him to watch you," he confessed, jerking his thumb to the other man. "You were just too obvious. I thought you might know something, but I wanted you to know," Vic said, downing his fire whiskey. "I was hoping you could help me with some pop culture. I'm tripping myself up with the PM and other Muggleborn. I'm supposed to have been raised around Muggles," he requested, hoping his cousin would, or could, help him. He didn't know how he passed muster with Selby, but he figured the man just was too wrapped up in fixing the magical world to worry about Vic's origins. "With John around, that might be helpful. We can hook you up with an earpiece." "But I barely see you. I'm not sure how I can help," Marcus said, tapping his chin in thought. He really wanted to help his cousin, well, his ex-cousin. "Get him a telly," John said, looking around the room, which was deprived of one. "Then bombard him with old TV shows from his time frame," he suggested, thinking of the classics. "Make it a homework assignment," he said with a chuckle. "He has the excuse of being here the last few years, but not growing up." "That is a thought," Marcus said, thinking a VCR would go a long way in helping. Nightly movies and TV shows would help too. He and Harry could make it a family thing. "We do have the runic array that makes electronics work that I want to try," Vic said, a thoughtful look on his face. "Why? When you have this house hooked up," John said, pointing to the power outlet. He had a telly in his room and a lamp. There was also a laptop and dial-up for the internet. He didn't want for creature comforts. "It is, but I want to see if it works with delicate equipment," Vic said, getting excited about testing new things. "Uncle Pads, computers are delicate," Harry said, giggling at the man's enthusiasm. "You use it at work for your laptop and printer." "Whatever," Vic said, still thinking about the new things they were bringing into the house. "Anyway, Marcus, how about you move in here and help me out? You can be part of the family. It's not like you'd have to give up your Muggle things, since we're all hooked up," he offered, hoping the man would comply. "It would be nice to have one more body around." "It's tempting," Marcus said, thinking about it. The thought of not having to pay rent was a very tempting thought. "Say yes, Cousin Marcus," Harry said with puppy dog eyes. He really wanted the man to move in. Since Uncle Arcturus died, he wanted to keep his family close. "Sure, why not?" Marcus said, knowing it was futile to resist those eyes. He could do his business here as well as from his flat. And there were people that knew where he lived that he rather didn't. "Okay, back to next Saturday. We know it's a trap and that it might have to do with Snape," Vic said, shuddering at the thought that he might have to be nice to the man he hated with every fiber of his being. "Yes," Arcturus said, his tone imperious. "You will be nice to him, no matter what," he ordered, like it was a matter of life or death. "I will try," Vic sighed. "For Harry's sake, you will do more than try. Shore up your clemency and be that man's best friend," the old man demanded. "Fine," Vic said. This time he was pouting. "Is he really that bad?" Harry asked, looking to his uncle. "Yes," came the answer from both John and Vic. "I'll be nice to him, but if he's mean to Harry, then all bets are off," Vic said, knowing the man hated all things Potter. This might turn out to be an unmitigated disaster. "Just do your best," Arcturus said, remembering that Snape did hate the Potters on principle. "Harry, it's been a few weeks. How are things going with Hermione?" Vic asked, changing the subject now that everything else was settled. The other two men want to talk about moving Marcus into the manor. "She's all right. She needs to learn that she doesn't need to answer every question, but we're getting there. Anyway, she's more worried about her friend Neville," Harry said, settling back in his chair. "Neville?" Vic asked, not familiar with the name. "Yeah, Neville Longbottom, I think," Harry said, tapping his chin like he was trying to remember if that was the correct name. "Frank's son?" he asked, tilting his head. "I wouldn't know," the preteen said, waving the question away. "Anyway, he gets picked on just as much as she did, only for being a squib of all things," he said, his face twisted in disgust at the cruelty of children. It made him all the more glad that he was being homeschooled. "I should talk to Augusta," Vic said, thinking of ways he could help the boy. Maybe invite him to join them here. He knew Augusta from the Wisengamot, but did he know her well enough to make that offer? "I'll see what I can do," he stated, ruffling the boy's hair. The two went back to their books and tried to enjoy the rest of their day. Okay, Lucius, why are you inviting me to your charity event? Severus asked the day before said event. It was after classes, and he had time away from the castle, if only for a few hours. You know, I hate these things. He was a dour man by nature, and he loathed social events with a fiery passion. I need you to antagonize the minister, Malfoy said, not giving up the whole game. I know you hate the Potters, and I want him to slip up, he added, smirking like he was playing a great prank. You want me to provoke the man into making a mistake? Snape asked, not seeing how that was going to work. Making the man angry was easy enough, but what kind of mistake did Lucius want him to make? I believe he's hiding who he is, Lucius said, bending a bit. I think he was someone else in the past and has used dark magic to hide that fact. If you can get him to spill that, then I can get him out of office, and his nephew to denounce his lordship, he finished. You can bring Draco, correct? He asked, hoping the man could sneak his son to the dinner. Yes, Draco will be here, the potions master stated, dreading what his friend would say next. Good. If all goes as planned, then he will be the new Lord Black by the end of the night, Lucius said, grinning like a fool. That is not how that works, Snape said, pinching the bridge of his nose, trying to persuade the man from his delusions. Ever since Draco had been booted from the lordship, Lucius had been frantic to getting it back. He had been disillusioned in believing that his schemes could work. It will, you'll see. Just do this for me, old friend, the blonde said, his tone not quite desperate, but it was close. Very well, Snape said, dreading the dinner, but willing to help a friend. He didn't see this working, but still, to take pot shots at a Potter, let alone two, it might be worth it. You shouldn't have done that. Also, for those of you who haven't read my other works, I wanted to let you know I have 44 at the writing of this note, 33 on AO3 under faewm, other stories that could use some love. They range from one-shots to full-on novels. They also differ in genre from angst to drama, with some crack. There is no romance. I don't do romance. So, while you wait for updates on this one, you might want to see what else I've written. Or not, it's up to you. Alastor stomped into Amelia's office one Wednesday afternoon. He was not a happy person, which was not unusual, but this time he was beyond frustrated. He slumped down in a chair and waited for her to finish the parchment work she was working on. You're in a sour mood, she commented as she pushed her work away. Albus is a sanctimonious prick, the grumpy man stated, his fake eye twirling around looking for anything out of place. Is your office secure? He asked, his real eye narrowing. Probably not, she confessed with a shrug. She would have thought so a few months ago, but since Potter took office, she had been proven wrong. She did the sweeps on his office daily and found listening spells in it every other day. It was annoying as all get out. They still haven't found who was putting them there. Let's go get some coffee then. In the Muggle world, he said, hefting his decrepit body out of the chair. He really hated that he had this wooden leg and wanted to go and get one of those newfangled Real-looking legs that the Muggles had. But with his magical eye, he couldn't pass as a Muggle. Sure, just let me tell my secretary, Amelia said, getting up and gathering her purse and lifting the phone. She spoke into it for a minute, hung up, nodded to Alastor, and they left. They moved through the ministry without disturbance and were soon in the Muggle world at a cafe not far from the Leaky Cauldron. What did Albus say? She asked after they both ordered some tea and cakes. Mostly that he knew what he was doing and that he didn't need any help. He did tell me that he knew about the Horcruxes, only because I blindsided him with the word. He wouldn't tell me what they were or what he knew about them. He did let slip that you know whose name is Tom. However, he didn't give a last name, Moody said, then hushed as their tea came. He had a hat covering his magical eye. It made him look shady, but better unsavory looking than scary. He hated that hat, but he knew it was necessary. The waitress placed the tea and cakes on the table and moved away. She kept glancing back at their table, probably because Moody looked so intimidating with his hat and scars. They busied themselves with the repast for a moment and then continued. Moody discreetly spell-checked his tea when no one was watching, making Amelia roll her eyes. Tom, Amelia said thoughtfully, going over all the people she knew by that name, which was few. Well, we know it's not Tom the bartender. I only know a few others by that name, she said, taking a bite of a delicious pastry. It was light and flaky, and she just knew it was high in calories. Not that she cared. She was quite an active woman. I think I know who he was talking about. I went to school with a bloke named Tom Riddle. He was a few years behind me. Slytherin. Crafty bugger that had the whole school convinced butter wouldn't melt in his mouth. He was a muggle born in the House of the Snakes. He ruled that house before his 4th year, Alastair said, putting something from his flask in his tea. At least we thought he was muggle born, until it came out in later years that he was a half-blood, he reflected. The waitress saw him doctor his tea, but other than frown, didn't do anything. Riddle, you say? Amelia asked, a frown on her brow. I know that name, she said, like it was a tickle in the back of her head. I've read it somewhere, she stated. It was just out of her reach. He got an award for special services to the school. Something about catching Rubeus Hagrid, having a creature that opened the Chamber of Secrets, or some such rot. Bullshit if. You asked me, but no one did. Asked me, that is. It sits at the school. Moody supplied, taking a swig of his spiked tea. That boy was as dark as they come. I wouldn't doubt he's our current headache, he added, taking another drink, then setting his cup down. You know who's a half-blood? They'll put the Neasels among the Nifflers. I'll look into what he did after he left Hogwarts and his heritage. Maybe it'll give us some clues as to what and where we can find our treasures, Bones said, finishing off her pastry and taking another. She was the only one eating them. As it was, she was going to have to take the rest back with her. I'll ask around the more unsavory parts, Mad Eye said, drinking the last of his tea and getting up to leave. He knew the underbelly of the magical world loads better than she did. Amelia waved down the waitress and asked for a doggy bag. The waitress gave her a weird look, but went to get her a bag for the leftover pastries. Amelia figured it just wasn't something that was done often in the Muggle world, but she was damned if she was going to let these delicious cakes go to waste. She paid the bill and went back to the office, Alastair having already left. He had left without her even noticing. Blustetman. She started in the records department, looking up the heritage of one Tom Riddle. A look he's related to the Gaunts. Lovely. The week leading up to the charity dinner, Vic and John sparred every free minute the minister had. He was woefully out of shape. He had been quite the dueler before he had been thrown in Azkaban, but he had not done any since he escaped. Sure, he had exercised with Harry and was not fat or anything. However, he was not in fighting form. Just what have you been doing with yourself? John asked as Vic gasped for air. The bastard wasn't even winded. Arsehole. Politics mostly, the minister confessed, bending over and putting his hands on his knees. He really was ashamed that he had let his body get this bad. He never thought he could be beaten so thoroughly. Give me a minute, yeah, he begged, holding up one hand in a hold-on gesture. No, John said, lifting his wand and sending a stinging jinx at his rump. Damn it, Vic said, jumping and defending himself. Why? He demanded as he sent some color-changing spells the man's way. They had agreed that there wouldn't be any lasting spells, only mild jinxes, spells, or hexes. If it impeded movement, then it would not be used. Those would be saved until Vic was in better shape. Your enemies aren't going to wait until you catch your breath, his bodyguard said, sending more stinging jinxes at him. Merlin bless it, Vic shouted as his hand was hit, and he lost his wand. He hadn't dodged well enough. He rolled out of the way and snatched it back up and came up firing. They did this for around 10 more minutes, until Vic couldn't move anymore. He flopped to the ground face first and didn't stir a muscle. Bang, you're dead, John said, holding his fingers in a gun shape and firing an imaginary bullet. It's a good thing wizards don't use guns, Vic said with a chuckle. Is everything hurt? He was sure his hair hurt. No, but they do use killing curses, John stated in a chastising way. Yeah, the other man said, rolling over on his back and just staring at the ceiling. He was just contemplating how he was going to get back into fighting form. He needed to be able to protect himself and Harry. You'll teach Harry? He asked, looking at John. He'll learn all he needs to know at that spy school, the bodyguard stated in a knowing fashion. Really? He knew they'd teach him to fight, but like this? They'll teach him things I'll never know, was the answer. I'm good, they're better, John said in a what-can-you-do manner. He wasn't the least bit put out by that. However, I'll spar with him a bit until such time that he doesn't need me, he offered. Thanks, Vic said, getting off the floor and getting ready to get his arse kicked again. No problem. You could spar with him too. It'll be a bonding experience, Stances suggested. The two Potters had so little time together. This would bring them closer. Good suggestion, Vic agreed, for much the same reasons the man was thinking. The two went at it again, and Vic did indeed get his arse kicked over and over again. He was getting better as he remembered his younger days, but his muscle memory was shot. Saturday came and Vic, Harry, and John were ready to go to Malfoy Manor. They didn't want to, but they were anyway. They all braced themselves for a long and tedious night. They knew they were going to have to face at least two men they hated, and they were going to have to play nice. It was going to be nerve-wracking. Malfoy Manor was quite the estate. It was sprawling on a lavish green lawn and had albino peacocks everywhere. The lawns were lush and beautiful. There were trees littering the expansive yard that provided just enough shade and made for quite the sight. It was nicely laid out and looked professionally done. The house itself was a stately manor that stood 5 stories high and was just as wide. It was white with a golden trim, which Vic thought was pretentious. There was a steeple tower on the north side and a turret on the south. It was like the manor wanted to be a castle, but didn't quite make the cut. Wow, Harry said, not exactly in awe, but close. It was bigger than their manor and much flashier. Yeah, Vic said, sharing the sentiment. Stick close, you two, John said as they walked from the gate, which is where the portkey dropped them off. They were walking with a long line of guests, some of whom they knew, others they didn't. Everyone was dressed in their finery. Even their group was dressed to the nines in dress robes and suits. The dinner was an early one, so there was still plenty of light on the walk up to the mansion. Vic even brought a host gift of wine. He didn't go all out, but it was a respectable vintage. They got in the receiving line and were soon in front of their host. Mr. Malfoy, Vic said, handing him the wine. Minister Potter, Lucius said, taking the wine and sniffing at it. He turned and handed it to a house elf. My wife, Narcissa, he said with a smile for his beloved. She smiled a lovely smile in greeting. Madame Malfoy, Vic said, not showing any signs of recognition. He took her hands and bust the knuckles. My nephew, Harry Potter, he said, putting a hand on Harry's shoulder. Ma'am, Harry said, copying his uncle's gesture. Minister Potter, my Lord Black, welcome to our home. Do you know my son, Draco? Narcissa asked, indicating the boy at her side. No, ma'am, Harry said, bobbing his head to the white-haired boy, who sneered at him. Harry kept the smile on his face with great effort. Draco, say hello to our guests, Narcissa said, her tone firm. She had told the child to be nice to the boy who lived, but she could see that had been a futile talk. Her son was too much like his father, and her addressing Harry Potter as her lord was a slap in the face to her sprog. Hello, Minister Potter, Mr. Potter, Draco said, the sneer still firmly on his face. Young Master Malfoy, Vic said, his tone cordial. He wondered just how spoiled the other boy was that he seemed to be defying his own mother. Her smile was so strained that he was sure everyone could see it. He smiled reassuringly at her, and then put his hand back on Harry's shoulder. Hello, Harry said, waving a bit, just to annoy the brat. He could see they weren't going to be friends. He was doubly glad that they hadn't brought Hermione. This boy would have been insufferable. If you'll excuse us, Vic said, seeing Amelia waiting to the side. He steered Harry that way, and John followed. Why didn't you introduce John? Harry asked, looking back at the bodyguard, who was looking at everyone and everything with an evil eye. Well, he thought that was what he was doing. He had shades on. You don't introduce servants, Vic said in his most snobbish tone, even going so far as to stick his nose in the air. Arseholes, Harry muttered under his breath. It is what it is, his uncle said, then stopped in front of the head of the DMLE. Amelia, he said, nodding his head. Minister, she acknowledged. She too was scanning the crowd for trouble. Anyone to watch out for? Vic asked, looking around trying to spot Snape. He didn't see the man anywhere, but he just knew he was lurking somewhere out of sight. No one yet, she answered, sipping her champagne flute. I talked to Moody, she said, looking at Vic's face. I'll come by your place later and tell you what he said, she finished. Vic grabbed a flute from a passing floating tray. Harry went to grab one, but the tray floated out of his reach. He tried to jump to get one, but the tray just floated out of his reach again. You're too young, Vic said with a laugh. He spotted another tray that had juice and pointed towards it. "Grab one of those," he said, still laughing. Harry stomped off and grabbed a juice and went back to join them. He was already bored and hated being there. The only person his age was a stuck-up brat, so he decided to put his spine to use. He subtly went to the bookcase and was pretending to peruse the titles. He used that time to listen in on conversations and see what was being said about Vic or the government. He only learned about people's love lives, and it was people he didn't know. It was when he was halfway down the bookcase when he came across a book that was radiating evil. It was so evil that it made him go cross-eyed just looking at it. It was a wonder that not everyone in the room felt it. Maybe there was a containment field around it. Something had to be preventing it from leaking its evilness. "Shite," he said, staring at the book. There were charms around the book. He could tell because he couldn't reach up and take it. He casually moved down the bookcase like nothing happened and noted where the book was. After about 10 minutes, he went back to his uncle. "Uncle Vic," he said, looking around the room like he was looking for something. "I need the loo," he proclaimed. "Oh," Vic said, furrowing his brow. He waved down Narcissa and discreetly asked her where the bathroom was. She pointed him in the correct direction, and the two Potters moved off. Harry grabbed his uncle and pulled him inside with him when they got there. "There's a Horcrux in the bookcase," he whispered directly in the man's ear. He didn't want to take the chance of them being overheard. "Shite," Vic said a bit too loud. Harry told him where it was, still directly into his ear, and then they didn't say anything else. They stared at each other in dawning horror. Harry quickly made it sound like he had done his business, and they left the room. No one seemed to notice that they were both in the room at the same time, which was good. Harry wandered around the room a bit bored again. He listened to the gossip and took what he could from it. There was a greasy-haired man with a hooked nose staring at him, but he ignored him. He was just killing time until dinner was called. The only boy his age was sticking close to his parents and didn't seem to want to make friends, so Harry was left to roam. Vic, on the other hand, was having a frantic, whispered conversation with John and Amelia. It was short and quiet. They were trying to be discreet, but this really wasn't the place or time for that. However, they were without a choice. Why would he keep it in the bookcase? Amelia asked, trying to sound casual. They were done whispering. That just drew attention. Hiding it in plain sight, John suggested with a shrug. It's what he'd do. He looked around the room again and spotted the man glaring at Harry. He glared back, and the man stared at him like he was a particularly fascinating bug. John hated Snape's ability to make people feel small. Well, he wasn't a kid anymore, so he just stared him down with a blank face. He placed his hand on his gun, and Snape backed down. "As good a reason as any," Vic said after a moment, looking around the room. "John, do you think you can get it while we're eating?" he asked, bringing John's attention back to the conversation, knowing the man would not be joining them at the meal. "Do you really think Malfoy is going to let me just roam around his estate while you dine?" the bodyguard asked, a note of derision in his tone. "I am lower than the house elves in his eyes." "Well, no," Vic agreed, wondering how they were going to get the Horcrux. "We know where it is," Amelia said, tapping her fingers on her leg. "I say we wait and get someone to break in and take it later. This way none of us get fingered for it," she suggested, thinking of a few people that she or Alastair knew that could pull it off. "Or I could sanction a raid," she said, looking at the minister. "Yes, I could sign off on that," he agreed. He did have that power. "Dinner is served," Narcissa said, breaking up their conversation. She gestured for everyone to follow her and then turned to the dining room. Everyone trooped into the dining room and took seats where their names were. It was a significantly long table, seating over 50 people. Vic and Harry were seated to the left of Malfoy with his family on the right, and one Severus Snape next to Draco. "Oh, joy!" "Ah, yes, the Potters," the greasy-haired man sneered, his face twisted in distaste, like he had swallowed a bitterer than usual lemon. "I'm sorry, do I know you?" Vic asked, his face blank, flipping his napkin into his lap. Harry followed suit, keeping his face as blank as his uncle's. "Minister Potter, this is a friend of the family's, Severus Snape. He is one of the youngest potions masters of the century, and he teaches potions at Hogwarts," Lucius said, nodding in Severus' direction with a great deal of pride. "Quite the accomplishments for one so young," Vic said, a polite smile on his face. "Wow," Harry chimed in, showing that he was impressed with the man's feats. John was standing at the wall, leaning casually back against it, just watching the show. He knew this was going to be fun to watch. As if I need compliments from the Potters, Sirius snapped, lifting his glass of water and taking a drink. He then all but slammed the glass on the table, as if it had upset him. Have I offended you in any manner? As far as I know, we've never met, Vic said, his tone calm but quizzical. He tilted his head like Snape was a puzzle he was trying to solve. You're a Potter. Your very existence offends me, Snape stated as if it were a foregone conclusion. That certainly sounds like a personal problem to me, Vic stated, then turned to his other neighbor, who was sitting next to Harry, and started up a conversation over Quidditch. She was flustered that the minister would be talking to her, and giggled over the fact that the single man singled her out. Her date was less than amused. The dinner was pheasant and duck with all the dressings, and quite an arrangement of vegetables. It was all displayed in a fashionable manner. Tell me, Potter, how did an illegitimate son of a dog get into one of the highest offices of the land? Snape asked, trying to rile the man after the dinner was served. Now, Severus, Narcissa started, only to be stopped by her husband's hand on her arm. The conversation ceased around them. Everyone wanted to hear what the man's response was. I'm not the Queen of England, Vic stated, chuckling at his own joke, making Harry and a few others laugh with him. Please don't poke fun of the dead. It is beneath you, he added, his tone a bit harder. He knew he couldn't let the potshot at his father go unheeded. No, you insufferable fool. How did you become Minister of Magic? Did you buy your way into office? Severus demanded to know, once again trying to get a rise out of the other man. I'll poke fun of whomever I please, he stated, not caring who heard. There was a general murmur of discontent around the table as the guests who knew Charles Potter or thought well of Vic Potter were getting upset. Many were putting their eating utensils down and listening in to what was happening at the head of the table. They were ready to jump in if it got out of hand. Severus Snape was not a well-liked man, and he was wanted by many to be dismissed from Hogwarts. No, Vic said, slowly as if weighing his words for a particularly slow person. I was voted in by the people. Just like all ministers, he added, like it was a given. I did not know my father. However, I am told he was quite the gentleman, he said, grinning a winning smile at the rest of the guests, who all nodded. Charles Potter was a well-thought-of man. Vic's book didn't make anyone think less of him. All Potters cheat, Snape snapped, taking a vicious bite of his duck. Including your father, he sniped, bits of duck flying from his mouth as he didn't take time to swallow. He was just that frustrated that he wasn't getting the reaction that he wanted. You seem to have a problem with my family, Vic said, delicately cutting his pheasant. He then took a bite and chewed. He was holding on to his temper by a thread. Snape always did rub him the wrong way. Why is that? He asked when he finished his bite. Potters are all arrogant snobs that think the world owes them something. You pop up out of nowhere and strut around like you own the place. Your father did, your brother did, and now you are. Your nephew is as well. You two are not important, Severus stated, making everyone not Malfoy at the table frown at his words. I'm the Minister of Magic. I think I am someone of minor importance, Vic countered, still cutting up his meat as if the man didn't faze him. My nephew is off limits to your petty grievances, he added, his tone getting firmer by the word. Where did you even come from? Snape tried a different tactic. London was the answer. Where in London? What's it to you? Vic asked, getting riled up a bit. Since when do I have to answer to the likes of you? He questioned, his eyes narrowing. I have answered the questions of the public and the Aurors. They are satisfied. You hate me. I get that. I don't owe you anything, he stated, putting his fork and knife down and staring at the man. I'm going to find out your secrets and ruin you, Snape said, and then went to use legitimacy on him. That was a mistake. Amelia, arrest this man, Vic said, throwing down his napkin on his plate. On what charge? She asked, taking out her magical handcuffs. If the Minister of Magic said to arrest someone, she was going to do so. Of course, she was going to know why. Legitimacy, Vic said, smirking at the greasy-haired man's face. That is a treasonable offense on a government official, he stated, standing and indicating for Harry to do the same. Malfoy. I'd say it was a pleasure, but he said, then trailed off. He then pulled out his money pouch and handed Narcissa 1,000 galleons. For the charity, he stated, and then nodded to John, and they all left. They stormed out of the dining room and out of the manor. Guess we're all talking in their wake. This will be the talk of the town for weeks to come. It won't look good for the Malfoys. Narcissa was already trying to do damage control. Amelia followed behind them, dragging Snape with her. You know it will be hard to prove, she said, looking at the sneering man in her cuffs. He was fighting for all he was worth, but they were magical cuffs, and she was strong. She had put a silencing spell on him, so she didn't have to listen to his vitriol comments. Pour Veritaserum down his throat, Vic said without care. Asked him why he was asking me all those questions, he added, walking quickly down the walkway. Wanted to be shot of this place. All right then, she said as they made it to the borders of the property. Vic, Harry, and John went back to their home, and Amelia dragged Snape to the DMLE. He was in for a long night. Well, that didn't go as you planned, Narcissa said as the last of the guests left. While it hadn't been a well-thought-out function, they did raise some money for St. Mungo's. It was your plan, Lucius reminded her, having just seen his son back at Hogwarts. Draco had complained that the whole night had been boring for him and that he would rather have stayed at the school. Yes, she agreed, not saying that it went as well as she thought it would. I thought for sure that Potter would break, the blonde man said, snapping his fingers for a drink. He got a fire whiskey and started gulping it down. He had just gotten one of his best friends arrested. He wasn't sure how he was going to get him out of this. You'd better call Dumbledore, Narcissa said, knowing that the headmaster needed to be informed. Damn it, Lucius said, downing the drink. That was the last man he wanted to talk to, but needs must. He went to the fireplace and threw in the flu powder. It was going to take some fast talking to keep this from escalating. How did you tell one of the most powerful men on Earth that you just got his teacher arrested? Really? Harry was besieged with dreams again that night. This time Death told him where the Deathly Hallows were and how he needed to obtain them. Harry listened, though he didn't know why the entity wanted him to have them. Why would Death want a master? It just didn't make sense. And why would he want Harry? He was just a kid. It said that Dumbledore has two of them. One is mine, the invisibility cloak. The Elder Wand is the one the old man is using. Death says that the Resurrection Stone is a Horcrux that is hidden in a shack in Little Hangleton. Harry told Vic the next morning as they ate some crepes with chocolate syrup and strawberries. Where is Little Hangleton? Vic wanted to know. How should I know? Harry asked, throwing up his hands. I'm just passing on what Death told me. All I know is it wants me to have these items and for them to be taken away from Dumbledore, he stated, cutting up his crepe with a bit too much force for the delicate pancake. Oh, there's a curse on the ring, he added, a furrow on his brow as if trying to remember the vague dream. It had seemed so clear this morning. Now it was like grabbing a cloud. Do you know what kind? Vic asked, not liking that thought at all. He was a good wizard, but he wasn't a curse breaker. He might need help getting that ring. Where were John and Marcus? Maybe they knew someone. I think a withering curse, the preteen said in a questioning tone, still scrunching his forehead. It's behind wards too. I think you'll need a Parselmouth. Or someone who can get around those types of wards, he added, taking a drink of his coffee, which he still doctored with a lot of milk and sugar. Well, shite, was the answer to that. That might be out of his realm of possibilities. The cloak and wand should be easier to get, Harry said with a happier note, taking another bite of his crepes. I'll demand your cloak back, his uncle said, working on his own breakfast. I don't know how that old bastard got it in the first place, he said contemplatively. He would have to come up with a story of how he found out how he knew Dumbledore had it. A seer, perhaps? The goblins? He would talk to Goldfinger. He was sure James had left the cloak in the vault for safekeeping. Maybe he'd just steal it back or hire someone to do that. There had to be someone who was willing to do that. Then again, Hogwarts was supposed to be one of the safest places in all of the United Kingdom, second only to Gringotts. Again, he was going to have to talk to Goldfinger. You do that, Harry said, also contemplating how to get his cloak back and how Dumbledore got it in the first place. Tonks had gone from the school, having graduated last year, so she was out. Pity, she could have done it. Harry wondered if he should contact her anyway. He might write to her after breakfast. Or call her. He had her number. I'm not sure how we'll get the wand. I think you were supposed to win it, the dogman said with a thoughtful expression. That's what the story says, Harry agreed, stuffing his mouth with his crepe and moaning at the taste of an especially sweet strawberry. It wasn't often they had such a sweet-tasting breakfast. I'll see what I can set up, Vic said, thinking on how he could get Harry and Dumbledore in the same area without the two of them alone. He didn't trust the old man as far as he could throw him. Maybe he could win the wand and then let Harry win it from him. There was a thought that might be much more productive. Harry wasn't up to fighting Albus anytime soon. He wasn't sure he was, but he didn't trust anyone else to do it and hand the wand over when they were done. Speaking of Dumbledore, do you think he's going to get Snape off? Harry asked, knowing the man was going to try to free his professor. He'd heard tales of Albus Dumbledore and his tendency of giving people second or third chances. He'll try, Vic said, smirking an evil smirk. Amelia poured Veritaserum down his throat last night, and hopefully he sang like a bird. He was hoping the man gave up some juicy details about the headmaster and his plans for Harry. Then again, Albus didn't share easily. About what? The preteen asked, tilting his head to the side in curiosity. Never you mind, Vic stated, waving his fork in the boy's direction. Let's just say that Snape is not a nice man. I'll say, John said as he came in the room. He sat at the table and started serving himself some of the crepes. Going fancy this morning? He asked, taking in the extravagant fare. I felt like celebrating, Vic said, smiling like a fool. Where's Marcus? He's got plans this morning, John stated, looking at Vic with a knowing look. Marcus was still dealing with the not-so-nice side of the law. They knew this but didn't really care as long as he didn't bring it to the house. He didn't break the law per se, just bend it a bit. I thought we were going to Grimmauld Place this morning, he stated, looking to Vic. With the arrest of Snape last night, I called it off and decided to reschedule it for next weekend, Vic stated, wanting to get all they could out of that man before Dumbledore could interfere. I called Hermione this morning, and she's going to be here soon. She's spending a few hours with me studying before my spy class, Harry said, finishing off his breakfast and wiping his mouth. I've got to go and get ready. He grabbed his cooling cup of coffee and swallowed it down. With all the cream and sugar, it wasn't bad warm. How is she doing? Vic asked, wanted to make sure they were getting along well enough. She's wicked smart, but she still doesn't understand that she doesn't need to answer every question. She seems to think we're in competition. Mr. Leffen tried to explain it to her, but she still feels that she needs to outshine me in everything, Harry said, a sigh of frustration leaving his lips. Well, hang in there, maybe she'll grow out of it, his uncle said as he too polished off his crepes. I hope so, because other than that, she's a really nice girl, Harry said, getting up from the table and leaving the room. What are your plans for the day now that we're not Horcrux hunting? John asked Vic as he quickly ate his meal. He had slept a bit too late this morning. The Wisengamot is going to meet tomorrow to hold a trial for Severus Snape. Because the charge is treason, they are pushing it forward fast. Today, I'm meeting with Amelia. She says that she and Moody have some news on the Dark Lord, the minister said, swallowing the last of his coffee. He put his cup down and got up from the table. I'm going to get ready. I'll be in the study, he said, leaving the room. John looked at his watch. It was 7:30. He had a few minutes to eat. Why those two got up at the butt crack of dawn, he didn't know. Then again, Marcus was up earlier than that and was out the door before breakfast. When John joined Vic, Amelia was already there. Harry and Hermione were in the library with an anti-eavesdropping ward on the door. While Harry knew what they were going to discuss, Hermione was clueless, and they'd like to keep it that way. Riddle, huh? Vic said, after Amelia filled him in on what she and Moody had learned and discussed the day before. Where have I heard that name? He said, tapping his chin in thought. Probably the same place I heard it. He's got an award at the school, Amelia said, reminding the men of that fact. I didn't go to Hogwarts, Vic reminded her, sticking to his cover story. Then I have no idea where you heard it before, she said with a shrug. I remember that reward, John said, his eyes going hazy for a moment in remembrance. He was the last of the Gaunt family, Amelia informed them. I know the Gaunt family, Arcturus said. His tone was one of disgust. A bunch of inbred hicks, he spat out. I thought my family was bad, but they were breeding brothers and sisters together to keep their blood pure. The line ended with squibs and crazies, he stated with a sneer. No, it ended with a Dark Lord, Amelia pointed out. His mom was a squib, if what I found out was true. She had to potion a muggle to get him to love her, and when she fell pregnant, she stopped, and he left. She died in childbirth, and now we have one pissed-off Dark Lord. How did you find all this out? Vic asked, a look of wonder on his face. All I needed was his name, and I did some digging in the Muggle world. He made quite an impression on the orphanage where he grew up. As to his mom, well, she sold some stuff to Borgin when she was desperate. He's talkative when he doesn't want to be arrested, the head of the DMLE said, smirking an evil grin. She gave him her sob story when she sold him a necklace back when she was pregnant. I traced the name Riddle to a town, Little Hangleton, and got more of the story there, she added, making Vic perk up a bit. That was the town that Harry mentioned this morning. That is a sad tale, to be true, the minister said, feeling kind of bad for the woman. I don't feel one bit sorry for someone who potioned someone into loving them, Amelia disagreed, her eyes narrowed in anger. She raped that man for years. If she was still alive, she'd be sitting in one of my cells, she stated, her tone firm and her eyes blazing. Okay, I get it, Vic said, raising his hands in an I understand gesture. When you put it that way, I see your point, he added, making placating motions. It was hard to see it when the victim was a man. She's right, you know, John said, nodding at Amelia. Those potions are disgusting and should be outlawed. They are a form of imperious, he stated, his hands forming in a fist. His feelings on that were just that strong. They are outlawed, it's just not pushed that hard, Amelia said. Her tone was hard as nails. If I catch anyone using them, I throw the book at them. However, Albus Dumbledore lets them off with a slap on the hand, she said, anger evident in her every word. Fucking Dumbledore, John spat. There are times I'd like to cap that man, he muttered just loud enough to be heard. We'll not talk about killing the old man, Vic said, trying to lighten the mood. We'll ruin him instead. Our first step will be Snape's trial, he added, looking at the head of the DMLE. Oh yes, she said, a grin forming on her face. Snape. He is a nasty piece of work. He is loyal to only himself, now. So, I can't really get him for being a Death Eater. However, he's not really loyal to the headmaster either. His only true loyalty was to Lily Potter, and she's dead. That's sick, Vic said, making a grossed-out face. He thinks he loved her, she said with a shrug. He was the one who told Tom about the prophecy and got the Potters targeted. He then told Dumbledore in hopes of saving Lily. He didn't care about the male Potters. He failed, of course. He made a vow to protect Harry, which he can't fulfill because Harry isn't at Hogwarts, so he's losing magic. Serves him right, John said, shaking his head at people who made deals with devils. Did Snape say anything about Dumbledore's plans about Harry? Vic wanted to know. He'd touch on the prophecy in a moment. Only that Harry is vital to the downfall of you-know-who, Amelia said, with a shake of her head. I couldn't get any more out of him than that, she said frustratingly. Damn it, Vic said, just as frustrated. Did he mention anything about the prophecy? The wording of it? No, just that there was one, she stated, going over the notes in her hand. Well, he said that he heard the first part, and he did tell me that part. Then he told me that he told the Dark Lord that Albus knows the whole of it. Shite, Vic stated, rubbing a hand down his face. Half a prophecy was worthless. He was going to have to go to the Department of Mysteries, and he was going to have to take Harry there. Not that he put a lot of validity in prophecy, but he did believe there was something to them. Well, there's not much we can do about that, John pointed out, vowing to keep an eye on the kid too. How do you think Dumbledore is going to play it? Vic asked, going to the bar and pouring a fizzy drink. It was too early for alcohol, and he wasn't in the mood for tea or coffee. He indicated he was pouring to the other two, and they shook their heads, declining the offer. He'll pull the grandfatherly card and say that Snape has his complete trust, Amelia said with a sigh. Too bad, Vic said, retaking his seat, drink in hand. What Snape did was treasonous, he added, crossing his legs and settling in his chair. Besides, we'll have to ask Albus to recuse himself from the case. He's too close to Snape, he said, smiling like a weasel that ate the snitch. I know. It'll be the first thing I'll do when the doors are closed. Albus won't like it, she said, a wicked grin on her face. Bugger what Albus likes. He's got to learn he isn't above the law, John stated from his place on the wall. Yeah, bugger him, Vic agreed, sharing a smile with the other man. Snape did say in his questioning that Malfoy believes that you were someone else before you appeared. That you are not a bastard child of Charles Potter, Amelia said, and she left it hanging there. I have the blood work to prove that I am, Vic said, waving it away as if it were the ravings of a madman. He swears there are spells that can fake those, she persisted, glancing at Arcturus' portrait, who lifted an eyebrow at the accusation. "I can swear an oath that I am Victor Henry Potter in every way," Vic said, hoping she didn't call his bluff. Though if he worded it correctly, he could make such an oath. "I don't believe that will be necessary," she said, making Vic sigh internally. "I think Lucius is grasping at will-o'-the-wisps." There was a glint in her eyes, though, like she suspected something but was going to keep it to herself. "He really wants the Black Lordship to fall back to his son. He'll do anything to get it," she stated, going over what Snape had told her. John and Vic exchanged looks, but let it go. "What about the Horcruxes? I mean, what are we going to do about the one in Malfoy Manor?" Vic asked, taking a drink of his fizzy drink. "I suggest a raid. Arthur Weasley has been biting at the bit to get in there for ages," Amelia said, taking out her notebook and flipping through it. "He swears some of the items he's had to confiscate are from Malfoy," she said, reading some of her notes. "Give him the go-ahead and make sure to include any and all dark objects. Have them search the entire house. Have them ask the house elves for secret chambers, rooms, and hidey holes. Warn him about the book on the sly. Tell him you suspect it from the dinner," Vic said, finishing off his drink and setting the glass on the table next to him. Tibbers popped in and took the empty glass away. The elf looked around and didn't see anything else that needed to be done, so he popped away. "I'll set it up when I get to the office tomorrow," she said, making a note and tucking her notebook back into her purse. "I've got to run," she said, looking at her watch, gathering up her things and heading towards the door. "I really wish you'd open your flute to visitors," she complained. "Sorry, only family," he said, shaking his head. "It's an old family curse," he added, shrugging like it wasn't his fault. He followed her to the exit and held the door open for her. "Get a curse breaker," she said, leaving through the door and waving over her shoulder. "Besides, didn't this used to be a Black family home?" "No, it really isn't," Vic agreed, pulling himself together. He squared his shoulders and put on a stiff upper lip. Blanking his face, he said, "Well, let's get to it. We're burning daylight." The three of them trudged up to the house and started disarming the wards. Amelia took the brunt share of them, while John took the rest. Vic could have dismantled them all, but he wasn't supposed to have known about them, so he let them do their work. Once they got the decrepit door opened, they were attacked by a rabid house elf. "Who dares comes into the House of Black?" the crazy elf shrieked, clawing at Vic's face. Vic held him off with his hands and kept him at arm's length. The nails were digging into his flesh and causing some minor wounds. He would have to get those looked at to make sure they didn't get infected. Who knew when the last time this elf bathed? John took the elf by the shoulders and threw him against the wall and cast a body-binding curse on him. "Fuck, I've never seen an elf attack a human before," he said, looking at the wild elf. The elf was a sight to see, too. It was dirty beyond dirty. There was so much filth that it was hard to tell if it was male or female. Only by its loincloth could they tell its sex. He was foaming at the mouth and screaming obscenities at them. "They aren't supposed to," Amelia stated, casting her own spell on the elf just to be sure. "Elf, what is your name?" she asked, keeping her wand pointed at it. "I does not answer to you, human," the elf spit at her. "I's answers only to my mistress," he stated, struggling for all he was worth. He didn't get far. The body-binding curse didn't allow much movement. "Leave him here, and let us conduct our search," Vic suggested, ready to keep creature there forever. He hated that vile being with every bit of his soul. Her head was rolling along with her eyes, and neither were going in the same direction. Her hair was wild, and her dress was in disarray. She was flailing about like she was a bug pinned to a wall. Amelia put a curtain over the picture and closed it tight. No one wanted to see that. It was so disconcerting. "That explains a lot," she said, looking at the two men. "That portrait must be his mistress, and she is deranged," she pointed out. "I heard she was bat's hit barmy, but damn," said Vic, pretending like that was not his mother. "She must have gotten worse since he left. She was bad when he was in the house, but this, I'd shoot her if she were alive, just to put her out of her misery," John said, shaking his head in sorrow. "Let's just get this over with," Amelia said, moving towards the kitchen. They might as well start somewhere. The three went about the house, undoing curses and dodging traps until they came across a curio cabinet. There they found a necklace that exuded evil. "That's what we're looking for," Vic said with conviction. He remembered the feeling from Harry's forehead when he got it removed. "Are you sure?" Amelia asked, peering at the rectangular locket with the diamond S on it. It looked vaguely familiar, like she had seen it in a painting somewhere. Yup, the minister said, backing away from it. We'll need something to put it in until we get it to Gringotts, he said, looking around the room for anything to use. There was a ton of stuff in that room. Most of it was cursed, so he didn't know what they could use. His family was known to curse everything they got their hands on, mostly to use it for muggle baiting. Not that they got most of it correct. They never got it to stop moving well enough to get it into the muggle world, but they never stopped trying. Bastards. There's a lead box over there, John stated, pointing to one that had some other doodad in it. Let me grab it, he said, going over and dumping the thing it held out and bringing it over. How are we going to get it in there? I don't want to touch it, Vic said, still not going near it. Not that he was a coward, but he had a healthy fear of Horcruxes after the scream he heard from Harry's head. I'll get it, said Amelia, going and grabbing a silk handkerchief from one of the chairs. It was just draped there like it was a doily. She then reached in and put it in the kerchief and wrapped it up and dropped it in the box. There, one down, she said, heaving a sigh of relief. Can we get out of this creepy house now? John asked, looking at Vic to see how he was faring. Please, Vic said, shifting his eyes around like his parents would come out of the woodwork and start abusing him any moment. He really hated this house. This place really creeps you out, doesn't it? Amelia said, putting her hand on Vic's arm. She had no idea why it did, but the minister was spooked. It really does, he said, shivering at the very suggestion. Let's grab that house elf and get out of here, she said, moving towards the stairs. What are you going to do with him? The minister wanted to know. He knew what he wanted to do with him, but it was not up to him. He was not Creature's master. I'm going to lock him up for a while and see if he's really rabid. If he is, I'm going to put him down, she said with a mournful tone. She didn't want to do that, but she couldn't have a house elf attacking humans. Hopefully, some time away from that portrait would help the elf calm down. Perhaps even time out of this madhouse would do the same. Maybe if you tell him why we were here, that might help, Vic suggested, not knowing where that suggestion came from or why he wanted to help Creature. He despised that elf. I don't see how, Amelia said, tapping her chin in thought. The nearness of the Horcrux might be what was making him barmy, was the weak conclusion. Perhaps, she said slowly as if not quite believing it. At any rate, it can't hurt. I'll give anything a go to keep from killing him. So, that's what they did. They grabbed Creature and left the house. Amelia took Creature to lock up, and John and Vic went to Gringotts to get the Horcrux cleansed. After getting Creature into lockup in a magical null cell, Amelia was met by Arthur in her office. I got that book from Malfoy Manor. And let me tell you, he was not happy about it, the portly man stated, handing over the diary. It was brown leather with the words T.M. Riddle written on it in gold leaf. He shivered as he took his hands off it, as if he was handling something unclean. She dropped it on her desk immediately. She felt the need to write in it, and she had only touched it for a moment. She opened her desk drawer, got out an evidence bag, and shoved the book in it. It only dampened the feeling, but it was better. Thank you, Arthur. I can't tell you how much this means to me, she said, wiping her hands on her legs. What is it, Amelia? It feels evil, Mr. Weasley asked, reaching for it, like he wanted to take it back. He caught himself and put his hands back on his lap. Something of you-know-whose. We're going to destroy it, so don't you worry about it anymore, she said, waving it away like it was nothing, even though they both knew it was something. Very well, he said, letting her keep her secrets. She was his boss. She put the evidence bag in her purse, called her secretary, told her she was leaving again, and left the office. It was her turn to go to Gringotts. The team in Little Hangleton wasn't having such luck. They were having a hell of a time finding where they needed to go. The town folk were wary of strangers asking about the riddles and, even worse, the gaunts. They had no problem gossiping about the sordid details of the strange happenings, the weird love affair, the murders and witches, but giving up the addresses, that was a whole different kettle of fish. First, they were sent to Riddle Manor, and that took a bit of magic to get. They looked all over the place, being shadowed by the groundskeeper, Frank Bryce, who had no problem telling them they weren't wanted there. They found nothing. Then they were sent to the graveyard, where all the riddles were buried, which was also futile. No one wanted to tell them where the gaunts resided. They said the place was haunted and bewitched. Finally, after many reassurances and a few confundish charms, they got directions. So, Marcus, Alastair, and Duncan, the curse breaker, walked up the long pathway to the gaunt shack. "This place looks like it should have blown down years ago," Duncan stated, peering at it with magical sight. "It's got wards on its 6 ways to Sunday," he stated using Muggle terminology. He was Muggle-born. "It'd take all day to get through those." "Good thing one of you is magical," he grumbled. He wasn't sure why they sent a squib to help. That didn't make a lick of sense to him. Marcus just growled at him. He knew there were very few things he could do today, but he had his gun, and he could shoot at anything that popped up. "Let's just get started," Moody said, clapping Marcus on the back and starting forward. He too used his magical eye and saw the many wards on the joint. It was going to take all day. Good thing he and Duncan knew what they were doing. He couldn't see in the house with his magic eye. He could see the wards and that there was a Horcrux there, but not where it was. It was as if there was a spell there just for his eye, or mage sight. Marcus stood back and kept his gun at the ready. There might be some creature that could come at them and surprise them. One never knew. It took the better part of 2 hours just to get to the front door, and the 2 wizards were exhausted. They took a break and had something to eat. They called one of Vic's house elves to bring them some lunch, which was roast beef sandwiches with apples and butterbeers. They made sure to eat plenty since they still had much more to do and were burning calories with their use of magic. "It's a good thing you have an in with the minister," Duncan said, looking at Moody. He still didn't understand why Marcus was there and kind of resented him for being useless. "No, it's a good thing we both have an in with him," Alastair stated, not letting the slight go. "Marcus here is his cousin, in a roundabout way. You do well to remember that," he warned, glaring at him with his good eye. Duncan swallowed and nodded once. He didn't want to be on the bad side of the minister. So, he picked a topic that Marcus could talk about. "Are you any good with that gun?" he asked, pointing at the Ruger lying next to the man's knee. "Very," was all Marcus said, giving him the hairy eyeball. "Good, good," was the nervous answer. The rest of lunch was eaten in silence. Then they got back to taking down the wards. The door proved to be problematic. Duncan wasn't a parcel-mouth, just versed in breaking parcel-tongue magic. This, however, was challenging even for him. The dead snake on the door wasn't letting them in. Finally, they just cut the wood around the door completely off and levitated the section away from the building. They dismantled more wards and traps, and that was when Marcus's gun came in handy. A large snake, the size of a motorbike, came out of nowhere and attacked Duncan. Marcus double-tapped the thing in the head, and it dropped like a brick. 1 foot from the wizard's nose. Duncan almost passed out, it was so close. "Thank you, Marcus," he stuttered out. "Keep your wits about you," Moody barked as he banished the snake, looking around the room in case there were more. There weren't. They scoured the whole house, but couldn't find what they were looking for. Moody still couldn't penetrate the walls with his eye. However, they could feel it. They started taking the walls apart. Nothing. They took the roof down. Nothing. They started with the floor. Finally, something. They found the box with the ring in it, and the compulsion to put it on was strong. The only one who didn't feel it was Marcus. Duncan was the weakest to it, and the squib had to shoot his foot to get him to stop. He wasn't happy about that. The man started jumping around the room on 1 foot, cussing up a storm. "Merlin, damn it. Why shoot me? It's got a withering curse on it," Marcus said, not apologizing in the least. "Better a bullet than dead," he stated, pulling Moody back, which was easier, since the man had a wooden leg. "Dear Merlin, get that thing in the box," Mad Eyes said, shivering all over. He was fighting the compulsion as hard as he could. He walked back until he hit the wall and stood there, shaking. Marcus, never turning his back on the other 2, got the box out and walked to the ring and squatted down. He picked it up with a stick and dropped it in the lead box and closed it. Suddenly, the compulsion stopped, and the 2 wizards were free and stopped struggling. "Fuck," said Duncan. "I'm going to ask for extra hazard pay," he declared, looking at the curse breakers. It healed up minor wounds, and Marcus only grazed his foot. He was going to need new shoes, though. "Come on, let's get out of here," Moody said, thinking he should ask someone for hazard pay. "Maybe Potter." "I agree," Black said, looking at the destroyed house. He hoped the locals didn't care they had demolished this eyesore. "I'd better fix this first," Duncan said, turning around and looking at the destruction. "We don't want you know who to know we've been here," he said in a knowing fashion. "Unless you plan on putting all those wards back up, laddie. He's going to know," Moody stated, shaking his head. There was no way they could copy those wards. "Take them down, yes. Put them back up, no." "You've got a point," the Cursebreaker said, sighing. He could probably do half of them, but he wasn't versed enough in the dark arts to do them all. "Let's go," Alastair said again, and the three of them went to Gringotts to drop off the third Horcrux that day. "Well, that's three," Vic told Arcturus later that night after he got a report from everyone. "It wasn't easy or cheap, but we got three," he stated, drinking his first fire whiskey that night. John was doing a perimeter check, and Marcus was in bed. The Horcrux hunt had worn him out. "I'm just happy we got that many," Harry said. Glad he wasn't the one who had to hunt them down. "When will I get the ring?" he asked, not really wanting it, but maybe death would leave him alone for a while if he had one of those things in his possession. "I'll get it to you after we get your invisibility cloak back from Dumbledore," Vic said, knowing the ring was in Harry's vault along with all the other cleansed Horcruxes. It just seemed the right place to put them. "Did anyone think about asking the goblins to check the vaults?" Arcturus asked, hitting himself mentally for not thinking of that before he died. He could have done Bellatrix's. Now it was too late. Well, Harry could, probably. "No, I don't think so," Vic said, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. That thought never occurred to him. There were treaties to prevent dark artifacts from being stored in the vaults. Then again, this was Death Eaters they were talking about. "You might want to suggest that," the old man said, tilting his head. "I will. Tomorrow," the dogman stated, yawning loudly. He had not been getting enough sleep. This caused Harry to yawn, and he glared at his uncle. Because of his dreams, he'd been getting less sleep than Vic. "Thanks, I wasn't tired until you did that," he snapped. "That just proves you were lying to yourself," Vic said, sticking his tongue out at him. "Go to bed, you two," Arcturus said, making shooing motions. He was worried about them. "We can talk more tomorrow," he stated. "All right, good night, Uncle Arcturus, Vic," Harry said, moving to the stairs, yawning all the way. "Sleep well, Harry," Vic said, staying seated. "I'm worried that he's doing too much," he confessed to his ex-grandfather. "He is just stressed over the dreams." "He's doing fine in his classes," Arcturus said, waving those concerns away. "If it weren't for death, the boy would be healthy." "Perhaps you're right," Vic said, moving to go to bed. After draining it, he put his glass on the table, got up, and headed out of the room. "Good night, grandfather. I miss you." "Sometimes," he said sleepily. "Good night, Sirius," Arcturus said softly. "I miss you too," he said so no one could hear. That's the last of them. Thanks for reading and reviewing. It's the only payment I get. The cloak came the next day, and it was sent via special delivery by a private delivery service that operated 7 days a week. Vic had to sign for it. They had been surprised to see them there on a Sunday. "That was weird," Harry said as the delivery man left. "I mean that Dumbledore sent it this way," he stated, looking at the package with almost greedy eyes. It was the only thing he had of his dad, and he really wanted it. He was bouncing on his toes waiting for Vic to make sure it was spell-free. "Yes, it was," Vic agreed, putting the package on the entryway's table. He then cut the rope using a charm and opened it. He took out the cloak and examined it with his wand. There was a tracking spell and a small compulsion charm on it. Why the old man would have left those on when he knew Vic was going to check was anyone's guess. He took them off and handed the cloak to Harry. "There you go, Harry. Use it well," he said, grinning at his nephew. He was just so happy to see it back in a Potter's hands. He still had no idea how it came into Dumbledore's possession. James had to have loaned it to him at some point, but for what purpose? He didn't know. "Thanks, Uncle Pads," Harry said, grabbing it and putting it on. He swirled it around his body and then ran to look at the nearest mirror, which was in the loo near the study. "This is great. When they find out I've got this in spy class, they're going to flip," he stated. He could just imagine it now, sneaking around with no one able to find him. He'd be at the top of his class. He'd have to find a way to make himself quiet, but he could do that. Magic was great. "Take that off and let's talk about this," his uncle said, waving for him to join him by the portrait. He didn't want to talk to just a head. It was disconcerting. "Fine," the preteen stated, whipping it off and folding it over his arm. He joined his uncles and pouted. He really wanted to use this in his spy classes. It would make things so much easier. "Look, Harry, this is a Deathly Hallow. It is not a toy or a tool. It is something Death himself created. There are consequences for using it, Vic tried to explain, though he really didn't know the ones for the cloak. Just the ones for the ring and the wand. I know, I read the story, but Uncle Pads, it's only a story, Harry whinged, really wanting that to be true. However, he didn't believe it himself. He was having dreams that Death was chasing him, and these things were real, and one was in his hands at that very moment. You know better than that, Vic stated, giving him a stern look. He knew Harry was just being a kid, but, I know, the boy said, pouting harder. It's just he trailed off. He couldn't argue the point any further. I, for one, am surprised Dumbledore gave it up so willingly. I thought he would fight harder, Arcturus stated, pacing his picture frame. He wondered what the old man was up to. He was sure there had to be something dubious about this. I did too, but Amelia told him to hand it over, and he just conceded, Vic said, rubbing his chin in thought. Perhaps he doesn't think you'll find out the Deathly Hallows are real, said John, coming in from his daily run. He was sweaty, but barely out of breath. He looked fit and muscled, and was drinking from a sports bottle. Marcus was by his side, having recently joined him. He was panting, though, being more out of shape than his friend. He too was sweaty, not quite as muscled. His sports bottle was already empty. He had drunk it on the road. Could be, Marcus agreed, sitting down and putting his head between his knees to breathe. Come on, you two, it's time for you to spar, John said to Vic and Harry. It was Sunday, and they had some time before Harry had to get to class. Yay, said Harry. He was more than happy to spar with his Uncle Pads. He was getting quite good at it and almost beat him a time or two. They were training him up in spy class and hand-to-hand combat, and it helped him dodge quite well in these mock fights. Go put your cloak away, Vic said, motioning to Harry to put it somewhere safe. I've got just the place for it, the kid said, going to his room and putting it in his secret hiding space in the back of his closet, which was in the wall, behind the boxes, under a few spells. Sure, a consummate thief might find it, but he'd work on it. He was only 11. Then, the two of them went to the rec room and squared off. Harry smiled and winked at him and drew his wand. Vic did the same. Then the two of them were off, throwing spells at one another like no one's business. They kept it to third-year stuff, to keep it fair to Harry. Not that Harry was in third year, but he was advanced enough to know those spells. He didn't let Hermione know that. She'd have kittens. Vic won, of course, but Harry came closer than last time. I've got to get to class, he said, getting up and dusting off his trousers. He ran from the room and went to his bedroom to dress in his suit that he always wore to spy school. He was still put out that he couldn't take his cloak to school, but he kind of understood. He would still use it if necessary. He wasn't going to keep such a valuable tool hidden in the closet. Vic decided to talk to Goldfinger about the vaults. He didn't know if it would come to anything, but he had to start somewhere. He went to the bank, which was open 24/7, and asked to be seen by his account manager. He was told to wait, and he did. After about 15 minutes, he was shown back. Thank you for seeing me, Goldfinger, he stated, taking a seat in one of the uncomfortable chairs. I have something I'd like to ask you about, he said, adjusting his trouser leg as he crossed his legs. Well, hurry up, time is money, the surly goblin stated, shuffling some parchment work around his desk. He had no idea what the man could want. For one, he came in on a weekend. And another, everything was going fine with his and Harry's accounts. The Dursleys were long in prison, and all that money had been refunded. Their investments were doing well, and both he and the boy were very rich. You know how we took the Horcrux out of Harry's head? Vic asked, tilting his head, leading into the topic instead of coming right out and asking like he probably should have. Yes, what of it? Goldfinger inquired, looking at him in a grumpy manner. He was an account manager, not a healer. We found 3 more, and we were wondering if there might be more here in the vaults of Gringotts, the minister said, looking around the room like one might pop up any moment. I know there are treaties that are supposed to prevent that from happening, but we're talking about Death Eaters here, he stated, shrugging his shoulders in a what-can-you-do manner. I had not thought about that, the goblin stated, rubbing his chin. His long, spindly fingers made scratchy noises as he rubbed his beard. I will have to take it up with the king. I cannot issue an audit on the vaults. However, he can. He liked the idea of going to Ragnarok. He might get a reward if something is found. That's all that I ask, Vic stated, relief in his voice. His shoulders slumped as if a weight had been taken off them. He hadn't even known he was that tense. Was there anything else? Goldfinger asked, going back to his paperwork. He didn't want to show he was anxious to do this to the human. He'd do it as soon as the man left. No, I just have to go to my vault, Vic said, getting up and leaving the office. He went to the lobby and to the carts. There he ventured down to the vault and gathered the resurrection ring. He didn't really want to give it to Harry, but who was he to argue with death? First, he had to go to the office for a while. Harry was in class, so he might as well get some paperwork done. The price of being minister. There was a never-ending list of work to do. Moody was wandering the halls of Hogwarts. He was looking for the Horcrux. He had simply walked in and started walking around. He started on the ground floor and searched the entire area. Nothing there. The kids were looking at him with fear and awe. He was quite creepy looking to them. There was a large gaggle of them following him around, but he didn't care, as long as they didn't get in his way. McGonagall had seen him, huffed, and went to get the headmaster. She wasn't going to argue with the man. He was too surly and pig-headed for her to, but heads with. Besides, Albus was his friend. Ah, Alastor, whatever are you doing here? The old man asked as he fell into step with the one-legged man. He was shocked when Minerva told him the man was wandering around the school. He looked at the group of students and shooed them away. They all took off giggling and talking. I'm looking for the you-know-what, Moody stated, shifting his good eye to all the kids in the hall. His magical eye looking in the walls for secret rooms and passageways. He'd found for so far, but they didn't hold what he was looking for. He was now on the second floor. You cannot just come into the school and disrupt it like this, Albus said, trying to steer the man out of the way of the students. He didn't want to anger the man. They were friends, however. He didn't want him here either. He wanted to keep the Horcruxes a secret and only to him and those he selected to know. We need to find it, Alastor stated, pulling his arm from his friend's grasp, almost losing his balance. It's important, he said, and moved to the staircase, lamenting the thought of going up more of those stairs. If there is one here, it's dangerous, he tacked on, giving his friend a warning look. Why do you think one is here? Dumbledore tried a different tactic, following the man so he didn't create trouble. He had an inkling as to why Voldemort would hide one on the grounds of Hogwarts, but didn't think the man was foolish enough to do so while he was headmaster. That was just unfathomable. This is one of the most secure places in Britain, Alastor said as he started his climb. He was still looking through the walls as he went, and seeing nothing. Not that his magical eye saw all, but it could see evil like he saw the other day. How, pray tell, do you plan on searching the whole castle? Tried the headmaster, trying to make the man see reason. I'm retired. I have plenty of time, the one-legged man said, waving him off. Then he tapped his magical eye and said, And I have this. Alastor, you cannot disrupt the school like this, Albus said again. He shooed more children off as they started gathering again. It's Sunday. I'm not disrupting anything, Moody disagreed and continued his search. He was on the third floor now and still not finding anything. There were 2 more secret rooms, but they were empty and dust-covered. There was one hidden tunnel, but it led to the first floor, and he was just there. I must insist that I join you on your search, Albus compromised, putting his hands behind his back and following along. He wasn't going to search for anything, but he couldn't let the man wander the castle unattended. Whatever, Albus, do what you will. Just don't get in my way, Moody stated, moving to the stairs again, going to the 4th floor. They fell silent as Alastor searched high and low for the Horcrux until he came to a room he couldn't open. It was on the 7th floor near a tapestry of a man trying to teach trolls to dance. What's behind this wall? There are evil artifacts back there, he stated, seeing something not quite in focus. Like they were in a different dimension. It is just a wall, Alastor, Albus said, shaking his head at the paranoid man. He vaguely remembered a loo here once, but that could not be correct. There was not one here now. Call me a house elf, Moody said, getting an idea. Or one of the ghosts, he added, thinking they would know if the elves didn't. Stroppy, Dumbledore called, wrinkling his brow as he did so. Headmaster Dumbledore is calling Stroppy, the elf said when he popped in. He was dressed in a Hogwarts tea towel, with the emblem of the school emblazoned on the front of it. Is there anything behind this wall? The old man asked, expecting to be told no. He thought he knew this castle better than anyone, after all. Yes, sir, headmaster, sir. There is being the come-and-go room, Stroppy stated, nodding his head vigorously. How do I get in it? Moody asked, a bit gruffly, winching when he realized he was snapping at an elf. He usually tried to treat them with more care. Use is being walking back and forth 3 times and asking for some place to hide things, the elf said, nodding his head in a knowing way. He was wringing his hands in a worried fashion, like he was about to be punished. Right, Alastair said, and started stomping back and forth until a door appeared. It was a plain wooden door with a brass handle. Everyone besides Stroppy were amazed when this happened. Moody grabbed the door, palmed his wand, and opened it. Inside there were mountains of junk. Everything a magical could imagine was in there. Broken, whole, and in between it was there, piled as high as the eye could see and as far as they could look. The room was more massive than the castle. It had to be dimensional. Shite, Moody said, his magical eye roaming the room. This is going to take a moment. He started walking forward. He was homed in on what he wanted. He could see it and feel it. He just had to navigate the mounds of junk to get there. He held his wand high and walked on. Wait, Alastair. You do not know what is in there, Albus said, trying to be the voice of reason. It is being the room of lost things, Stroppy said, helpfully. Yes, thank you, Stroppy. That is not what I meant, the headmaster said with a sigh. Alastair, who knows what the house elves consider lost, he added, looking at some volatile-looking potions vials and some broken mirrors that glowed different colors. There were cracked wands that looked like they could explode at any moment as well. Trunks that teetered on top of other trunks. It looked like a landslide could happen at any time. I'll take my chances, Alastair said, creeping his way through the maze of stuff. He had a shield charm already in front of him and was ready to duck as well as he could if anything went wrong. Fine, I am coming with you, Albus stated, starting to follow and banishing things as he went. He wasn't going to let his friend die for this foolishness. They made their way to where Moody felt the evil, and Alastair picked up a broken lead box along the way. He repaired it with a spell and carried it in front of him. They came to an area where there were some shelves, and on one of them was a bust that had a diadem. That's it, Moody said, pointing his wand at the crown. That is the lost diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw, Dumbledore said, moving to grab the headpiece. I just had to put it on. It was said that if you wore it, you would know all there was to know about magic. Damn it, Albus, don't touch that, Moody said, grabbing the old man's robes, pulling him back. He almost knocked them both over. It could be cursed, you old fool, he snapped, waving his wand at the diadem. It wasn't cursed, surprisingly. It was, however, a Horcrux. I cannot let you have this, Dumbledore stated, standing to his full height. He didn't try to go forward again, but he wasn't going to give up a school treasure. This is a lost treasure of Hogwarts. He was standing like he wasn't going to budge. Damn it, Albus, it's a Horcrux, Moody stated, getting ready for a fight. It'll get cleansed by the goblins and they'll give it back to you, he said, like it was obvious. We're not going to keep it. He hadn't known that going in, but what did he care what happened to it? He just cared that the Dark Lord didn't come back. I will take it to them myself, the headmaster said, like it was his mission in life. I'll be joining you, Alastair stated, like he didn't trust the old man. Well, he didn't trust anyone. Here, he said, handing him the box. We'll go now, he said, wanting to get it over with as soon as possible. Yes, I feel that would be best, the headmaster agreed, levitating the diadem into the box and closing it. He felt much better. He looked around the room and wondered what he was going to do with it now that he knew about it. There must be 1,000 years' worth of junk here that needed to be sorted through. Detention? He'd think about it later. An hour later, Moody stomped into the minister's office and threw himself into a chair. Vic just looked at him and continued his paperwork. Alastair would talk whether he worked or not. I just got back from Hogwarts and Gringotts. We found another one, the one-legged man stated, rubbing his magical eye area. It was itchy from too much use. He'd need to soak it. Oh, really? That's great. I talked to the goblins this afternoon, and Goldfinger said he'd talk to the king. Vic stated, putting his paperwork away. He was only here for an hour or so. It was still Sunday. Moody was lucky to have caught him here. Yeah, I know, they told me to tell you they found one in the Lestrange vault, Moody said with a snort. That makes 5. Not including Harry. If I know my arithmancy, he'll do 6, he said, tapping his fingers on his wooden leg. Well, we've run out of places to look, the minister stated, blowing out a breath of air and running a hand through his hair. We'll just have to keep our eyes and ears open, the other man stated. I guess so, Vic said, sighing a frustrated sigh. Deep in the woods of Albania, the dark Lord Voldemort's wraith was drifting near a snake he was going to possess when he felt his last Horcrux die. When it did, he felt his last anchor on this earth snap, and he faded away. His last thoughts were, "Damn you, Dumbledore. All 3 Hallows. Thanks for reading and reviewing." What happened in the end? He had a few ideas on how to get the wand, but he really didn't want to have to fight Dumbledore. The man had 100 years' experience over him. He'd only win if he caught him off guard. He was going to have to use his spying abilities to get him through this. He came back downstairs and joined Vic and Arcturus in the study. He wanted to know what was happening with the Horcruxes, and if this meant the end of Voldy. He certainly hoped so. That was another man he didn't want to fight. He had over 50 years' experience over him. Well, Vic said, going to the bar and pouring him and Harry some fizzy drinks. We've got 5 Horcruxes, but Moody says that Voldemort might have made 6. We don't know 4. Sure, but we're going to keep on the lookout, he stated, giving Harry his orange drink. Well, what are we going to do? Asked Harry, taking the drink and resting it on his knee. I mean, haven't you looked everywhere you possibly can? He only knew what they had told him, and it was the bare bones of it. The United Kingdom is a big area. I doubt they've looked everywhere, said Arcturus, going over to the globe in his portrait as if to indicate just how big the UK was. Didn't somebody mention something about a prophecy? Inquired John as he came, wandering in. He had been doing a grounds check. He liked to do them every few hours or so. That's right, I had forgotten about that, said Vic, snapping his fingers in sudden remembrance. What prophecy? Asked Harry, putting his drink on the table and sitting up straighter. This was the first time he heard about this. If there was a prophecy about him, he bloody well wanted to know about it. There's supposed to be a prophecy about you and old Voldy, John stated, going to the bar and getting some juice. How come nobody mentioned this to me? Harry asked indignantly. Didn't you just hear me? I said I'd forgotten about it. We'll go down to the Department of Mysteries and see what it has to say, Vic said in a what-can-I-do manner. He showed on his face that he didn't hide it from Harry. He simply forgot. Can we go tomorrow? Harry asked, wanting to get it over with now, not later. Not that he put much into divination, but he wanted to know what it said. Don't you have classes tomorrow? I know I have work. We'll go next Saturday, his Uncle Pad said, waving it away like a gnat. He didn't want to be bothered by something as trivial as a prophecy. It's why he'd forgotten it in the first place. He didn't really believe in them. We can go after classes. You're the Minister of Magic. I'm sure you can get us in. The preteen all but begged. He really wanted to go. I suppose I can get a tour. I haven't been down there, and that's something I'm supposed to do. You being the boy who lived will give us some pull too, he stated, rubbing his chin, thinking it over. Yeah, I've never been down there. It sounds like it would be great, said Harry. It sounded really spooky and mysterious to him. He couldn't wait to poke around. Be careful while you're down there, said Arcturus, sitting in his chair and giving off an air of authority. They've got some weird things down there. I hear they've even been studying love. And while that might sound like it's an interesting thing, it's very, very dangerous. He steepled his fingers and looked at Harry with one of those I know better than you looks. How can love be dangerous? Asked Harry. That didn't make a lick of sense to him. Love can be very treacherous if used in the incorrect way. Just look at what it did to Voldemort, said John, swigging his juice. I don't understand. Oh, that's right. You don't know the backstory of that, do you? Said Vic, remembering that Harry wasn't privy to all their talks. No, it seems his mom love potioned his dad into loving her, until she found out she was pregnant, and then she stopped with the potions, and then he left her. And that's why Voldemort is the way he is, John explained, with a sad shaking of his head. He still hated love potions and felt bad for Tom Riddle the Sr. Oh, I see, said Harry, not quite understanding it completely. He was too young for that, but he got the gist. I guess I can understand why love can be a bad thing. But that's manufactured love. Are they studying that or true love, he wanted to know. I wouldn't know. I've never been down there, said Vic, getting a wondering look in his eyes. He really should know, being the minister. Even true love can be dangerous if it turns into obsession, said Arcturus, wagging a finger in the boy's direction. Then that's not true love, stated John, knowing what that was like from his bodyguard days. At any rate, I'm not going to have this discussion. Harry, go do your homework, Vic said, wanting him out of the room for a while. You just want me out of the room, Harry said, pouting. Only for a while, admitted Vic with a weak smile. Fine, Harry said, not really upset. He had homework to do anyway. He was in 3 different schools, technically. He went to the classroom and closed the door. Vic then went on to tell John what was happening and what Moody had told him. He went into greater detail than he wanted Harry to know. So, we've got 5 of the Horcruxes. You think there might be 6? What if that prophecy turns out to be fulfilled? Does that mean we've got them all? Inquired John, getting up and pacing. He took another swig of his juice, wishing it were something stronger. He didn't drink while on duty, though. I would say that that's a safe bet, said Arcturus, nodding at the man's logic. Hey, where's Marcus? Asked Vic, looking at his watch. It was going on 8 in the evening. It would be supper time soon. He had some business to take care of in the Muggle world, said John, waving it away as inconsequential. We really need to find him something better to do than his old business. I don't want him getting nabbed by the coppers, said Vic, hoping he got the terminology correct. Most of the stuff he does is legal. At least you won't go to jail for too long, his bodyguard said with a smirk. I don't want him to go to jail at all, the minister stated, standing and putting his glass on the bar. I happen to be good friends with the Prime Minister, remember? That would look bad on my reputation. He really didn't mean that, but it was a valid point. I don't know what else he can do. He's been in the business for so long. I'll talk to him about it. Maybe we can get him into the bodyguard business or security or something, Vic said, wondering if the PM could hire him on as a personal favor. Marcus did have some experience. No, I'll talk to him about it. I've got connections. You don't, John said, taking that worry off his mind. I'd very much appreciate it. Thank you, Vic said, nodding his head in gratitude and going toward the dining room. It was time for supper. No problem, Vic. He followed his boss. Harry, come eat, Vic hollered into the classroom. Coming, Harry said as he joined them. He hadn't been far from the door. They all trooped into the dining room and had a pleasant meal of meaty pizza with loads of cheese and breadsticks. Harry loved that the house elves had learned to cook his favorites ages ago. They did miss Marcus being there, though. The next day, after work and class, Vic and Harry went down to the Department of Mysteries to check out the prophecy. They met up with one of the Unspeakables, who took them on a tour of the place, and they did get to see where they were testing out the vilifications of love. Harry saw that it was one very, very abused emotion, and that it could be used as a weapon. He wondered if he could use that in his spying, and decided that it was not something he wanted to toy with. And here is our Hall of Prophecies, said the Unspeakable as he ushered them into a room filled with shelves upon shelves of white, glowing globes. Well, some were dark, but a vast majority of them were glowing. I hear there's a prophecy about me in here, said Harry, peering at the shelves as if he could spot it right away. There might be, said the Unspeakable. He started walking down the aisles. I'd like to hear it, said Harry. That can be arranged, said the man in the gray robe. He was covered from head to toe in that robe. They weren't even sure he was a man. They were going by the sound of his voice. They walked on through the rows and rows of orbs until they came to the prophecy that had Harry's name on it. Harry took the orb down and threw it onto the floor at the Unspeakable's request. When they heard the prophecy, both Vic and Harry shook their heads at the inane words. I can't believe anybody believes this tripe, said Harry, shaking his head in disgust. He had never heard such dribble in his life. Well, Dumbledore and Old Voldy seemed to have, said Vic, just as disgusted as his nephew. You did note that the prophecy was black when you picked it up, right? Questioned the Unspeakable, pointing to the black shards of glass. Yeah, we did note that, said Vic in an inquiring tone. That means it was fulfilled, the man said with a smile in his voice, like that was a rare occurrence. That can't be. Harry had nothing to do with Voldemort at any point in time in his life. Other than that night, Vic said, thinking back on it and wondering how the prophecy could be fulfilled when Harry had nothing to do with it. Only he and his team hunted the Horcruxes. Harry was at home, safe. I don't know how. Maybe it was that night on Halloween, but somehow or another he vanquished the Dark Lord, the Unspeakable stated, waving his wand and putting the orb back in place. It was still dark and ominous. Huh, said Vic. There wasn't much else to say. Well, it doesn't matter. It's over. We don't have to worry about him anymore, said Harry. We can go on with our lives. Yeah, it sounds like that's what we can do, his Uncle Pads agreed. I don't know what you two are on about, but it sounds like it's a good thing, said the unspeakable. Let's get out of here, said Harry, already turning and walking away. I want to see what the rest of this Department of Mysteries has to offer. So, they continued their tour of the Department of Mysteries, which was very strange and bizarre. They studied everything to do with magic down there. Even Muggle magic, which was weird to Harry, who didn't even know Muggles practice magic. After about an hour of touring, they went home. Harry had a better understanding of what they studied, and Vic had a better understanding of what they spent their money on. Each walked away with what they needed. Both were glad the prophecy was bunk and fulfilled. Vic was going to have to tell the others, but Harry was blissfully unencumbered by such burdens. Over the Yule break, Vic had a talk with Neville's grandmother. And the conclusion of that talk was that Neville was able to join Harry and Hermione with their lessons. They didn't even have to wait till the end of the school year. He joined them at the beginning of the next quarter. Augusta Longbottom was just so excited that she had the attention of the minister that she pulled him immediately from Hogwarts. He wasn't doing well there anyway. Neville was a very skittish young man. He was on the short, squat side, with sandy blonde hair. He had a pudgy face that didn't quite go into fat. He looked so lost, yet excited, when he first got there, like he didn't know what was going on. But he was just happy to be out of Hogwarts. "What's up, Neville?" asked Harry on their first day of class. "What do you mean?" asked Neville, not quite sure what he was asking. He was more used to formal forms of address. "I mean, how are you enjoying being out of Hogwarts?" "It's much different. I get to stay at home with my gran." "If that's what you're talking about," the boy said, tentatively. "That's part of it," agreed Harry with a nod and a shoulder pat. "How far are you on your non-magical studies?" "I mean, we'll be more than happy to help you catch up." He guided Neville into the kitchen where they were being served lunch. They had just had their first 2 magic lessons, and Neville wasn't doing that great. Their teacher said it was his wand, and they were going to talk to his grandmother. "I actually had tutors before I went to Hogwarts, so I'm not that far behind," confessed Neville, looking over the selection of sandwiches and picking out a ham and cheese one. "That's great to hear, Neville," said Hermione as she grabbed a roast beef sandwich. "Still, if you need any help keeping up with us, you'll let us know, right?" she asked, trying not to sound pompous. "Of course," said Neville. "We're just ever so excited to have you here," she said, bouncing in place. "Yeah, don't think we're going to put you under any pressure to keep up with us. You just do the best you can. Mr. Leffin will do his best to keep you entertained." "Well, not entertained, but excited. You know what I mean? Stimulated?" "I think I get the gist," chuckled Neville, thinking the other boy was being obtuse on purpose. "Good, because I wasn't getting my words right," Harry said, shaking his head at his brain fart. "You're a funny boy, Harry Potter," the sandy-haired boy said, biting into his sandwich and then trying his fizzy drink for the first time. It tickled his nose, and he sneezed. He put the drink down and looked for a napkin. "I try my best," Harry said, handing him a tissue. "How are you kids doing in here?" asked Marcus as he came into the room. He had just come from a job and was going to grab something to eat. Seeing the sandwiches, he took a roast beef one and some crisps. "We're good. What are you doing here, Marcus?" Harry said, beaming at his cousin. "I just have some time between jobs and was wondering if you kids needed anything," the older man said, looking at the children with mild interest. "No, we're okay. We're just having lunch," Hermione said, having met Marcus a time or two. She found him to be intimidating but nice, like someone you want at your back but don't want to piss off. "All right, let your Uncle Pads know that I'll be gone for the rest of the evening." "Okay, Harry," Marcus stated as he started walking out the door, lunch in hand. He even snagged a fizzy drink on his way by. "All right, Cousin Marcus. I'll let him know," the preteen said, waving the man goodbye. "That's your Cousin Marcus. Is he a wizard?" Neville said, finally daring to breathe. That was one scary man. He was so big and muscular. Not quite as scary as Snape had been, but close. "No, he's a squib." "You have a squib living in your house?" asked Neville with a great deal of shock in his voice. "Yeah, why not?" "He's family," Harry said with a frown on his face. "It's just so unheard of," the other boy said, having been told all his life that he'd be cast out if he didn't have magic. "Not by me. You're a very strange boy," Harry Potter, Neville said, and he didn't mean that in a bad way. And don't you forget it, Neville Longbottom, Harry said with a smile. Months went by before they ever had any contact with Albus Dumbledore. It was coming on to summer break, and Harry and Vic were both in the Ministry at the same time. Harry had been visiting Vic because he had been so busy over the last couple of months, and they hadn't seen one another, and they were on their way home. Just as they were leaving, they happened to run into the headmaster. "At last we meet, Harry Potter," said Albus Dumbledore as he stepped in their way of the fleur. He had been wanting to meet the boy for years, but Vic Potter had been standing in his way the entire time. Now was his chance to talk the boy into coming to Hogwarts. "Hello, Headmaster," said Harry with a slight nod of his head. He wasn't dreading this meeting so much as regretting it. He had been going out of his way not to meet the man. "I've wanted to meet you for a very long time, young Harry. I was very disappointed when you decided not to come to Hogwarts this year," Albus said, running a hand down his beard and looking at him with his patented disappointed grandfather look. "I find it much better to be homeschooled. I like learning Muggle studies. You know, English, math, science, that kind of stuff," the preteen said with a winning smile. "That and I get to see my Uncle Pads every day," he added for good measure. "Alas, we do not teach them at our school, but I can understand the allure of learning other teachings. Still, we are the most premier magical school in the world," Dumbledore stated as if he still believed that to be true. He ignored the seeing the relative part. There was nothing he could say to that. Both Harry and Vic scoffed. "Anyway, did you want something, Dumbledore?" asked Vic, anxious to get home. He had been working hard lately, and he wanted to rest. "No, I was just surprised to see Harry Potter here, and wanted to stop and say hello," the disappointed man said, not liking where the conversation ended. He had been hoping there would be more to it, but the boy was determined to be homeschooled. "And try and guilt-trip me into going to Hogwarts," said Harry under his breath. "What was that, young man?" Albus said, almost sternly. "Nothing," said Harry, waving it away and moving past the old man. "Come on, Harry, let's go home." "It was nice to see you again, Albus," Vic stated, hurrying to catch up with Harry, who was almost at the fleur. He would have to reprimand Harry for not saying goodbye to the headmaster, but he could understand the boy's standoffishness. "It was very good to meet you, Harry Potter," called Albus after them. "Until we meet again." Vic and Harry went home, and Harry had a twinkle in his eye the entire time. It was a short trip through the fleur. When Harry left the fleur, he started laughing uproariously. "What's got you in such a tizzy?" asked Vic as he went to the bar and got a fire whiskey. "Don't think we're not going to talk about your rudeness," he stated. "Yes, what has got you so tickled?" asked Arcturus, looking down from his portrait. "I've got Dumbledore's wand," Harry said, from where he had collapsed on the sofa. He was holding up the Elder Wand like it was a trophy. It sat there in his hand, all twisted and knobby. "What?" they both exclaimed, measures of disbelief in their voices. "I did. I snitched it right out of his wrist holder," the still laughing Harry said. His face was so red from having such a hard time breathing. "How on earth did you do that?" asked Vic, going over to Harry and sitting him up and trying to get him to calm down. He started pacing around the room, wondering about the ramifications of this. Harry took in a few deep breaths and then slowly let them out. He was still giggling when he said, "It's one of the first things they teach us in spy school, how to pickpocket. With magic, it's 10 times easier." "I thought you had to win the wand's allegiance," said Arcturus, furrowing his brow. "That is what the story said. Pickpocketing is winning, in a roundabout fashion. Besides, I don't think death cares how I got it. Only that I got it," Harry said, waving it away. "Well, I'll be buggered," said Vic, sitting down ungracefully, his drink sloshing all over. "I'm going to go put it with the rest of them. Maybe now, death will leave me alone," the preteen said, going out of the room and running up the stairs. "I certainly hope so," mumbled Vic. He wondered what was going to happen now that all three were together. Conversations with Death. Thanks for reading and reviewing. Thus ends the tale. I hope you enjoyed it. Harry had a dream that night, and it was with Death. He was sitting in a chair, and across from him was Death. It was a plush chair that was gold and silver. The deity was sitting there, looking as if he didn't have a care in the world. His legs were crossed, his hands were steepled, and if he had eyes, it would look as if he were staring straight at him. His cloak was long and black, and his long skeletal fingers were poking out of that cloak. His face was bony, and his eye sockets were full of light. They flickered like dim candles. "At least you've stopped running from me," Death said. His voice gravelly, like it didn't get used much, which it probably didn't. "I've gathered all your hallows, so I figured it was time we started to talk," said Harry, trying to be nonchalant. He was scared to death, pun intended. Even in trying times, one must find humor. He was wearing his night clothes and had his feet firmly on the ground. He wanted to be able to run if he needed to. Not that he thought he could run from death, but he was in fight or flight mode. If this being made a move, he was gone. "We could have talked a long time ago if you hadn't run from me," said Death, looking like he was lifting a non-existent eyebrow. It was just a feeling that exuded from him, like he was mocking him. "What do you want now that I've gathered all of your tools?" the preteen asked, truly wanting to know. "I want you to use them," was the shocking answer. "For what?" Harry asked with a furrowed brow. He could think of thousands of things to use them for, but what did Death want him to do with them? Did he want him to catch people with them? If so, what kind of people? "For right now, just use them to become one of the greatest spies you could be," the entity stated, straightening his robes. He tilted his head as if to say, "Isn't that obvious? You have great potential, Harry Potter. I, for one, would like to see you use it," he said, folding his hands over his knee in a very relaxed manner. "And then," the boy asked, thinking there had to be a catch. "That can't be all the being wanted from him. There had to be more. After you've lived your long life, you will become one of my Grim Reapers," was the answer. "So, you're not going to turn me into one of your tools? You know, make me go after the bad guys, become one of the unsung heroes of the world?" Harry asked, having thought of all that. Really having feared all of that. It had kept him up at night. It was bad enough being the boy hero of the magical world. He didn't want to be Death's avatar. "I might ask you to do a favor for me every now and then. But no, you're not going to become one of the unsung heroes of the world. Besides, are you not already one of those being the boy who lived?" Death asked, a chuckle in his voice. "True," said Harry, relief in his tone. He let out a sigh and his shoulders slumped. He hadn't known he was so tense. "Can I ask you a question?" he inquired, suddenly getting an idea. He might as well pump the being for information while he was here. "You just did. Though, you may ask another," the entity said flippantly, waving his hand in a careless manner. "Is Tom Riddle dead?" Harry asked, sitting up straight and looking Death in the eye. This way they would have their answer once and for all. If Death said he was dead, then the man was dead. "Yes, Tom Marvolo Riddle is dead," the entity stated, laughing a bit, like it had all been a great movie to watch for him. "Tell your godfather that I am thankful that he is dead. I owe him a special favor for gathering up all the Horcruxes." He continued laughing, and it was quite a grating sound. "I'm not sure he's going to be happy that you owe him a favor," Harry said, hoping his Uncle Pads never called in that favor. "Nevertheless, let him know," Death stated, sobering up as if he hadn't just laughed himself silly. "Alrighty then," the boy said, getting scared again. "Live long and well, Harry Potter," Death said, waving his hands and fading away, waking Harry in the process. With that, Harry woke up and decided to go to let his Uncle Pads know what happened in the dream. It was morning, so he went downstairs and joined the family for breakfast. Marcus, John, and Vic were there. They were serving up a full English that morning, and he started serving himself some fried mushrooms and let them know about the dream. "Fuck," said John, pushing his plate away and grabbing his coffee cup. He hated this. He couldn't shoot Death. He felt a bit helpless at the moment. "Well, I'll be buggered," said Marcus, still in awe that a deity would visit Harry. He was unsure of what to make of it. "At least you know what's going on," said Vic with a sigh. He was just glad that Death wasn't going to make Harry into his plaything. That had been his nightmare. It had kept him from sleeping most nights. He wasn't sure what to do about this being owed a favor by Death thing, but he wasn't going to call it in. That would be nothing but trouble. "I'll have to learn how to use them," said Harry with a grin. He was looking forward to it. "At least now I know I can take them to spy school. They'll get a kick out of them," he added. He could just picture the looks on his teachers' faces. They'd have coronaries. "No," Vic and John said, nixing that thought again. "Bugger," the preteen stated, but conceding without a fight. It was a pipe dream anyway. He knew there were consequences over that, and rumors could get out that he had them, and then there'd be fights over them for the rest of his life. He didn't need that headache. It was bad enough that he was still the boy hero. "We'll need to let Uncle Arcturus know what's going on," said Vic, looking towards the study. His grandfather would love to know what was going on. That man spent more time brewing over this than they did, since he didn't sleep. Vic didn't know how the old man was going to react. "Hopefully this will calm him down." "Yeah," said Harry as he ate his breakfast. "But this is going to make me a great spy. I can just picture it now. Using the resurrection ring to question victims, the invisibility cloak to go anywhere I want to, and the Elder Wand. I mean, imagine what I can do with that." He was getting really excited over the possibilities. He might not be able to take them to class, but he will use them in his studies. Not to mention when he really got on the job. That wand has got a bloody history a mile long. And I do mean bloody in the true sense of the word. "I wouldn't trust it to get me anywhere," warned John, picking up his fork and restarting his breakfast. He took a bite and grimaced over his warm eggs. He waved his wand and reheated his plate. He looked at Marcus and arched an eyebrow. The squib nodded, and he did his too. "If I were you, I'd lock it up in my vault and not let anybody know I had it," said Marcus, forking up some of his reheated potatoes and eating them. He was more than happy to live in a house with wizards. He hated cold meals. "I don't know, Dumbledore had it for a time, and nobody even knew about it," Vic pointed out. He had seen that man with that wand forever and never catoned on that it was the Elder Wand. He wondered how the man had gotten away with that for so long. Heck, everyone knew Grindelwald held the wand. They should have known that Dumbledore's was it. "I'd lock it up at least until Dumbledore was dead," said John, pointing his fork at Harry. "He's going to take one look at it and know you took it from him." He didn't think it was a good idea for the boy to flaunt it. "There is that," said Vic, nodding in agreement. He didn't want Harry to fight Dumbledore. The headmaster would be butthurt over the loss of his wand. "What is he going to do?" "Take it back?" asked Harry. "I'm already the master of death." "I don't think anything can change that," he added a bit smugly. "He could probably try." "You're only 11 years old," said Marcus, finishing off his meal. He pushed his plate to the center of the table and picked up his tea. "Fine. I'll keep it in my room in my secret hiding place," Harry groused as he too completed his breakfast and picked up his overly sweet coffee. He had started using less milk, but he still put way too much sugar in there. "Harry, a blind monkey can find your secret hiding place," said John with a chuckle. He had found that hidey hole in seconds of being in his room. It was too common of a place. "Fine, I'll keep it in my vault," the preteen said, slumping in his chair. They didn't get into stashes in spy class until next year. He was quite put out about that. The four of them went about eating the rest of their breakfast and talking about inane things. And then Harry, John and Vic went to talk to Arcturus while Marcus went about his business in the Muggle world. Arcturus was excited that it was all over and that Harry wasn't going to be a slave to death. Well, as excited as a well-educated painting can be. Years passed, and Harry went on to become one of the most renowned spies in the world, both Muggle and magical. Not that anybody knew he was a spy, but he was well known, socially and politically. He was known as a suave playboy, philanthropist, and an all-around great guy. He also went around fighting Dark Lords. Not that many popped up with Vic being the Minister of Magic. He did use the Deathly Hallows to his great advantage and did a few favors for Death. Like take out a few people who had decided to use Horcruxes or other means of immortality. All in all, he lived a good life. Hermione and Neville stayed with Harry during their entire school career. They both went into college and studied their individual fields. Hermione went into criminology of all things, while Neville went into herbology and horticulture. He studied the ways of plants and potions and helped get his parents to the point where they were coherent enough to recognize him, but they were never functional enough to maintain their own household. He married a girl he met in college and had 3 children. He lived a happy life. Hermione's criminology career went off to such a great start that she went on to study to the point where she revamped the entire DLME in the magical world. They learned a lot under her tutelage. In the end, Harry and Hermione decided that they worked out well together and got married. She discovered sometime in their 5th year that he was spying. She was just a smart girl like that. Neville never did. She didn't go into his spying classes, but that is what turned her on to criminology. They got married upon graduation, had 4 children, 7 grandchildren, and 18 great-grandchildren. She did not, however, discover that he was the master of death. Vic maintained being Minister of Magic for a great many years. He was such a good one that nobody wanted to take his place. He saw a few Dark Lords pop up in his time, but he was so good at his job that they didn't last for very long. That, and he had Harry's help. He made sure to keep the DMLE in such good standing that they did not falter when a Dark Lord popped into the scenes. He married Amelia Bones, who thought he was a good enough catch, and they adopted 2 children and had a few grandchildren. He had a portrait painted to keep his grandfather company. He made sure to tell his wife, on his deathbed, who he really was. He apologized for not telling her sooner, but he hadn't wanted to compromise her job. She forgave him and said she already knew. She never told another living soul. Vic Potter died with his secret intact. Lucius Malfoy never got to expose him, nor did Draco get the black title that fell to Harry. John and Marcus maintained their place in the household for quite some time. John's job was secure as long as Vic was Minister of Magic. He worked until he took a spell in the knee, which was ironic because that's how he lost his last job. That was only 2 years before Vic retired, but he was still a welcome member of the household because he had been there so long. He went on to find another bodyguard for Vic through his mass quantity of networking in the Muggle world. His replacement's name was Philip, and he trained him well. He never told him Vic's secret, but that was okay. The man didn't need to know. Marcus maintained his connections in the Muggle underground for a very long time, but he went on to open a pawn shop. He went legit. He did this in consideration for Vic's connection with the Prime Minister. He became a snitch for Harry during his time as a spy. Not that anybody knew that. He was that good. Well, Harry Potter, it's been a long time, said Death one night a very long time later. Harry had just been hit with a killing curse from a person who wanted to kill the boy who lived. That name never died, and there was always someone who wanted to do him in. Harry had been coming home from the theater with his wife. They had gotten him in the back. The cowards. Yeah, it's been over 165 years, said Harry, looking around the empty space they were in. He knew the day would come, but he hated that it came this way. Thank you for leaving me alone that entire time. Well, but for the 3 times you asked for those favors, he added, chuckling a bit. He looked down at himself and saw that he was a middle-aged man of about 45. Not a bad age to be when welcoming death. I told you I would, said the entity, gesturing for him to follow, and started walking down a path that only he could see. Your tools are a wonderful thing. What are you going to do with them now? Harry asked, falling in step with the powerful being. Scatter them about the world and wait for the next sap to find them, was the answer, complete with a laugh. That's a cruel thing to do. I mean, are you going to make up another story and am I going to be a part of it? Harry said, incredulously. He could see it now, right up there with the hundreds of the other books that were written about him. Half were true, the rest were bunk. Now there's a marvelous idea, said Death, as if he hadn't already thought of that. He was already going over the ideas in his head on how to make the boy who lived part of the equation. Great. It's bad enough that I'm the boy who lived, not to mention all the other wonderful names they call me. Thanks to all the Dark Lords that I've vanquished, now I've got to be part of a children's story that has to do with death, grumbled Harry, looking for a stone to kick. But they were in an empty space and there was nothing there, so he just kicked the air. Oh, don't be such a baby. Your name will live on forever, Death chastised, wagging a finger at him. Most people would kill for that, he offered. It's going to do that anyway. Why can't you just take these tools with you? The dead man asked, a bit of hope in his tone. Because I get bored in watching you humans run around trying to pick up tools so they could be the master of death. Makes me have something to do in these trying times of eternal damnation, the eternal being said, like he was having fun. I guess, Harry said, trying to imagine what it would be like to be death. He didn't think he would like it. He was sure it was quite a lonely existence. Well, come along, Harry Potter, it's time for you to go, Death said, gesturing towards a door that appeared out of nowhere. It was a large door that was made of white wood and surrounded by pearl inlay. Do you know when Hermione will be joining me? Harry asked, hesitating before going to the door. In about a year or 2, the eternal being hedged. You can't tell me exactly when? Harry said, irritation in his voice. Of course I can. I'm Death, but I'm not going to, Death said, chuckling. I see, said Harry, pouting for all he was worth. He looked like a 2-year-old in an old man's body. Fine, she'll be joining you in 1 year, 3 months, 5 days, 36 minutes, and 48 seconds, the being stated, looking at a watch that wasn't there. Thank you. Lungs. It'll be good to see Uncle Arcturus and Uncle Pads again, Harry said, looking at the door again. They've been waiting for you, Death said with a kind voice. Hey, wait a minute. I thought I was going to be one of your Grim Reapers, Harry said, remembering that. Not that he wanted to, and now that he thought about it, he should have kept his mouth shut. You will be, in about 100 years. I will let you spend some time with your family, the entity stated, waving to the door. Will I be able to visit them after I become your Reaper? He asked, cocking his head. He wasn't sure if it was cruel or not to have this time with them to have it yanked away later. Yes, but only brief periods, 10 years at a time, Death stated, tapping his foot. He wanted Harry to go and start his time with his family, so he could come and start his time as his Reaper. He was quite lonely. What happened to Ignotus Peveril? How come he isn't here with you? Harry asked, knowing that was the last guy to greet Death, according to the story. He didn't collect the Hallows, Death said, shaking his head. He only had the cloak, he reminded him. Oh, right, Harry said, nodding his head in remembrance. All right, I'll go. See you in 100 years, he said, going to the doors. He wondered what his job description would be when he got back, then realized it probably didn't matter. He'd be a ghost of death, and he wouldn't be able to do much of anything except collect what was already dead. Until then, Harry Potter, Death stated, watching him go. After the man went into the door and vanished, he noticed he was not alone. What do you want, Eris? He asked the minor goddess of chaos. I just wanted to see how my fiddling played out, she said, glancing at the door. That wish was such a sweet one, and it held such potential. You know Dumbledore never did find out what happened to his wand, she said, laughing softly. What do I care about that old man? Death stated, turning and walking away. He looked for ages, she continued, following after him just to annoy him. He thought he dropped it somewhere, she giggled, holding her middle. Leave me alone, Eris, Death said in irritation. He might not like being alone, but he didn't like gods of chaos either. You know, he never stopped looking for Tom either, she said, tilting her head and tapping her chin. That was some lovely chaos. That man looked for the rest of his life for a man that was long dead. Of course, I know that, Death said, getting more and more annoyed. It was the first thing he asked me about when I collected his soul, he said, chuckling at the memory, forgetting his anger for a moment. It was a good memory. You know, I granted that wish because of you, don't you? She stated, looking at his skeletal face. Why? He asked, stopping to look at her. Because you made a similar wish when you created the Hallows, Eris stated, waving her hands in the air in a didn't-you-know manner. I did not, the indignant deity stated, drawing himself up to his fullest height. You did, she said, staring him square in the face. Just by making them, you did. Blast you, Eris, Death said, deflating some. She was correct. By making the Hallows, he was declaring that he was lonely. You're welcome, she said and faded away. Death smirked. It was okay. He got what he wanted in the end. Please drop by the archive and comment to let the creator know if you enjoyed their work.